Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The umpire holds the footy up. These are the games that you wait all year for.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
The curtain comes up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
Louder and louder. Soon the world is going to shout my name.
Bailey Smith is a superstar. Phil Thorpe, goals.
Anderson kicks a brilliant running goal.
Nick Dacos. No one can stop him.
Move faster and stronger. Feel the blood pumping through my veins.
What a stage. What a finish. How good is that?
Finals football at its best. It's brilliant, isn't it?
The pressure's certainly gone up. Tailor-made for September.
Step in the ring, I'll be coming for you.
He's hooked it through. And the Hawks are landing early punches. From 45, Cuba Cluggage. He's ready for finals football. This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next.
I'm born to win.
Drop punt, he's there.
Goes back with everything he's got.
And snap. And goal.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Jezza slips his man. Goal. It's bouncing. It's through. That is simply sensational. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm born to win.
Listen to the roar.
Welcome to the show.
The kick from Walker. Back on the September stage. That's a big goal.
You want to win it all?
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
Welcome to the show.
Spins around and buries it.
It's online. It's through.
Oh, yeah.
That is out of this world.
It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment.
This is my name. This is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
All just free. Sugar shake button. Oh, that's so sweet. Drop punt. He's good. And this man's fan club is growing.
45 metres out. Of course he delivers.
This is my town, my territory.
Kicks on goal. Massive moment for the young man.
You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
You've got to be excited. You've got to enjoy this moment.
Makes a goal square. Goes for glory.
This is what you sign up to day one of pre-season. You want to be there in September.
Can give it off to the goalies. This will bring the house down. Yes, Jordy.
This is my name. This is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
From the centre square. Cam Rayner. Unbelievable. Soak it in.
The left foot is a goal. What a way to send the Suns to September.
Welcome to the show.
Runs the 50 out.
You want to win it all?
What a way to finish.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road. Ready to go.
The second elimination final, Fremantle versus Gold Coast, live from Perth Stadium.
From 45 to get the party started.
Better be ready to go.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. 15 years and 328 games in the making. The Gold Coast Suns are in their first final at a venue where they started their season with an 87-point win over West Coast. The Suns return to Perth, this time to take on Fremantle. It is season over for the loser. Brisbane at the Gabba awaits for this evening's winner. Welcome to Finals Footy on ABC Sport, the final game of Week 1. Clint Wilden with you at what is at the moment a dry Perth Stadium. There has been a little bit of rain about and we expect a little bit more as the evening progresses. Mitch Turner's alongside me. Mitch, Finals Footy back in the West. And we're looking forward to seeing Gold Coast on the September stage for the very first time. Welcome.
Great to be here, Clint. A couple of years out of the finals for our West Australian teams over this side of the country. The Dockers back there once again. As you mentioned, the Suns finally there. At times we thought it might never happen for the Gold Coast Suns. They looked the goods a few times. They've finally done it. They've got there now. And fittingly, they will take one of their inaugural Suns into this game as well, who I know you'll talk about in just a moment. But worth mentioning as well, Jager O'Meara, who's a former rising star for the Suns. Game 200 tonight, playing for the Dockers on the other side. So there are stories everywhere. Cannot wait to see what plays out in front of us.
It's another former Docker that might play a pivotal role too. Sam Collins, who is now twice a best and fairest winner with the Suns, will be very important for Gold Coast tonight. The teams have dropped the subs. No surprises. Nat Fyfe and David Swallow, both named as the subs, both know whoever loses tonight, their AFL career will come to an end. And I love the emotion that goes alongside with David Swallow being named. His first final in game 248 for him, announced his retirement during the week, was part of their first ever win, the Gold Coast Suns, round 4 back in 2011. David Swallow was in that side. He was pick 1 in the 2010 national draft, and at long last, been rewarded for his loyalty, a Suns best and fairest winner will get the chance to experience a final in the Australian Football League, albeit from the bench. And there's been plenty spoken about before. Nat Fyfe, this will be the final time that he runs out at Perth Stadium in a Fremantle jumper. Whether or not his career continues, of course, depends on the result. There's a lot to look forward to in this one. It is do or die. Couldn't have two better people alongside us in the expert chairs. I speak of a dual premiership player in Peter Bell, a premiership player with Shade Willingham. Gents, there's something special about finals footy. It's great to be back here.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Belly, the season starts proper now, doesn't it? That's the way I always felt like I approached this part of the season. It was like, all right, that's done. Now we move into the real stuff. And we saw that with the intensity over the first few games of the finals weekend, that the intensity goes to another level and the players are going to be more willing to throw themselves in a contest, more willing to make a contest, and it just goes up that notch, and I absolutely love it.
And as much as high performance at each club says, the bye is fantastic, for the players it can be excruciating. The period of time you have to wait from having qualified to actually getting out there and having a crack in finals, and that different atmosphere that it brings. And just looking at blue skies right now, the deck looks magnificent.
It does.
And Damien Hardwick, getting back to his comments when he was first announced as Gold Coast Suns coach, he said 80% of the premiership list is here. It's taken a while for them to qualify for finals, but they've done so. And you just wonder what that young group, only 3 players who have had finals experience, but what they can come across with. Probably a little less expectation, a feeling that, hey, we've got the monkey off our back, we've qualified for finals, so what can they bring against a team that's been exceptional, particularly in the second half of the year in Fremantle?
You speak of that very first press conference that he made, Damien Hardwick, when he was appointed as the Suns coach, which doesn't seem that long ago, but we go back to August 21, 2023, when he was officially announced. Here's exactly what he said that day.
80% of our first premiership side is sitting in this room right now. You know, there'll be a few bits added along the way, but the fact of the matter is this side and this club are very capable of saluting in the not-too-distant future.
So, for what it's worth, 14 of the team from that round 1 2024 side, his first time in charge of the Suns, will be out there tonight. So he was bang on. There's a lot of talent in this Suns side. And you think about everything that they've had to go through. They are understandably the least experienced finals team in terms of finals for a long time, since Adelaide back in 1993. 21 games of finals experience between them. Daniel Rioli has 13 of them. He's the only premiership player out there for the Suns. John Noble with 7 and Ben Long with just 1. But described unkindly by some as the AFL's Nepo babies, they've grown up from those days of GC17, from tin sheds to mountables, from Carmichael Hunt to Gary Ablett Jr. to that European trip that enabled that signing of Damien Hardwick as coach, and now to the September stage. It's absolutely enormous for them. And we mention again David Swallow, who has been there since the very start. And you've got a terrific story about David. Tell Peter Bell. Tell us.
Look, it was a bit self-indulgent when I relayed this story this morning, but as a veteran playing his final year of football back in 2009, I'm going to say it was, I was playing for South Fremantle in the WAFL, and we were playing East Fremantle, and at a stoppage, and I just got absolutely obliterated by someone who just came in and took me out, fairly, mind you, but it was a fair hit. and I looked across hoping that and expecting it to be a senior player at East Fremantle who had got me, but it was David Swallow, who was 16 at the time, just 16 years of age, I reckon. And I just thought, wow, he's got a physical presence about him, and he did a few other things in that game that really made you take notice, and what a great career he's had, and what a great stalwart and clubman he's been as well.
Yeah, it's a great story, and I think what you followed that on with this morning was the impact he had as a 17-year-old going and playing in the VFL. Yeah. Bluey McKenna came out and said that he almost ripped the JJ Liston out of his hand with the impact that he was having in the first season as a 17-year-old playing in the VFL. So it is a really, really nice story, and a great opportunity for him to be able to step on the field in September is awesome.
And what an opportunity for Gold Coast. They'll be focused in on, obviously, winning this match, so they wouldn't be looking too far ahead. But a Queensland final potentially up for stakes for them next week. So that's probably... if Brisbane were looking at it, one of the teams they'd prefer not to play, because last time they had their measure as well, is to take away that home state advantage against the Gold Coast. But they have to get the job done tonight against a very good opponent in Fremantle.
It's the last one on David Swallow, of course, as a 16-year-old. Won the Lark Medal in 2009 as the best player in the Under-18s Championship. It is a good emotional card that Damien Hardwick can play, and we know he has the ability to tell great stories and to get players up and about using emotion. This is what he said during the week on the decision to select David Swallow for the first final that the Gold Coast Suns are playing in.
Yeah, well, it was one of those ones. I should have probably told the playing group before I told the free world. But look, we love what Dave brings and how he operates. You know, he is Gold Coast. You sort of think about every player. You know, he moved here when he was 17 years of age. And I shouldn't forget Sean Lemons in this discussion too. It was a miss of me the other night. They've both been significant contributors, both on and off the field, to our footy club. And we're very fortunate to have them for their life of their AFL life at one club. And you know, we sort of looked at what Dave brings, and he brings not only, you know, his physical and combative nature on field, but what he also brings is a spirit that we want to play with off the field. And that's, you know, the thing that you've got to consider as a coach. There is a very much an emotional state that you want your side to play in, and I think Dave will add to that emotional state. You know, I think our guys are mature enough to understand the significance of the milestone, or the significance of Dave Swallow playing, and hopefully it provides some sort of inspiration for them too.
Did you lead him out of the final match with this in mind?
Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, because it was, you know, once again, he had a pretty big knee injury that would have kept most people out, but he's just it sums up Dave Swallow. He'll just do anything to play. He'll give everything to play. He loves this club so much, and, you know, it's why we picked him. He didn't get given a game, he earned the game, absolutely.
So David Swallow could be one of those levers that Damien Hardwick has to pull if required for an extra emotional boost. Is that the same for Justin Longmuir and Nat Fyfe? He's been named as the sub, or we've already seen that potentially being played by all the emotion of the last game that Fremantle played here?
Yeah, I'm not sure that they can continue to pull on that one. I think that it got its, you know, it got its due in the last home game. That card got played, I think. I think that they're more business and process orientated at the moment, and going back to what they've been able to do throughout the year, and they've played some high intensity finals like games, and if I was in JLC, I'd probably be drawing on that as a real confidence booster to what they can deliver.
Yeah, and it's not in Justin's repertoire to draw on those types of things either. He's very much just a process coach. Having said that, when Nat strips for the contest and he's out there and he attends that first centre bounce, immediately the team will get a response. So
because the crowd will.
That's right. And because just of his presence and the respect that he brings with it, and the aura that he has as well, the team will lift because of that. The fascinating part will be at what stage of the match will that happen, and where will the match be? Will Fremantle be in front, or will they be having to come from behind? And what can Nat do to contribute to that?
I did really like the lever that was pulled during the week. A fair bit was made of it about JL going and getting in touch with the Australia's Cup.
Off to the Maritime Museum.
Off to the Maritime Museum, and just really drawing it into really making it about Fremantle and what the club can do to bring something into Fremantle, instead of being kind of, I don't know, lost in the wash of being just a West Australian side. They're really kind of building up those walls.
Yeah, well, that connection to Fremantle for this playing group has been incredibly important, because a lot of the team aren't from Fremantle.
Yeah.
So for you to get the best out of a group and to feel really bonded and connected, you've got to understand the history of the area, the community that it represents. So I know that Fremantle have done a work around that in Fremantle. So many great stories, so much history in the area. And players love storytelling and themes and connecting to something greater than the game itself. So it makes sense that the America's Cup and the wonderful moment that presented for Fremantle would be something that they could draw upon.
Absolutely changed the town of Fremantle. There was so much investment after the America's Cup was won and then defended in Fremantle.
I'm sure a few of the players shop at the boat shed and had no idea why it was there.
Jordan Clark, I think, said that he was a long way from being born when the America's Cup was actually held off the coast of Fremantle. That was some time ago, of course. We'll hear from Fremantle in just a moment. We'll go downstairs into their camp. Jade Rawlings will join us very shortly. But first, let's touch base with the Suns. And Akash voted up. Our boundary rider is downstairs in their camp. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. Down here with Gold Coast assistant coach Josh Drummond. Josh, I guess first things first, finals football. How does it feel?
Feels terrific, yeah. No, we're super excited. Obviously, to come over here and play a quality side in Freo, an outstanding venue here at Optus, and the sun's just come out. It's a beautiful afternoon at the moment, and yeah, we can't wait just to get stuck in. And we know it's going to be a really tough battle, but one we're looking forward to.
What has the feeling been around the club since the final siren against Essendon a week and a half ago?
I guess initially, like anything, I think Dim is very big on celebrating your wins along the way. Like AFL footy's bloody tough. There's 10 teams right now, or about to be 11 who are out of the competition. So we celebrated that at the time as we needed to, particularly with our history and having never made the final. So you need to celebrate and appreciate that moment for what it was, and then you go to bed that night and you wake up and you're excited about the challenge of what's next and doing some damage and not just being making up the numbers. So that's where our focus has been the last 10 days, and we're just ready to go.
You've been at the Suns for about 6 years and been in South East Queensland, involved in Queensland football for a long time. What does the Gold Coast Suns being in finals mean to the city of the Gold Coast and the people there?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast, a very strong rugby state, and it probably feels very similar to the early 2000s. When it was initially the Bears and then the Lions came on board. I think in mid 90s, and they were just the Brisbane and the Queensland community were just craving a winner. And then when you saw what the Lions did in the early 2000s, and now it's just a huge sport, and they've got a great following. I feel like the Gold Coast is exactly the same. You can really feel the community get behind it and jump on board. People that were footy people, there are footy people that aren't, and just probably people Gold Coasters and love the beach and love the warmer weather. They're now starting to jump on board, and you can feel that support. So it's up to us now to make good on that.
Let's head upstairs. I know the team's got a lot of questions, so we've got our team there: Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, and our experts Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
G'day, Josh. Much has been made of the lack of finals experience within the Gold Coast team. Just give us a little bit of a assessment of the personality of the team as to how you think they'll be able to cope with the finals pressure.
Yeah, it's a great question, and ultimately it's an unknown. We'll know the answer to that question in a few more hours' time. We know that it's going to be a great experience for our younger group, but no, the personality-wise, I think the boys are absolutely ready and excited for it. There's some young kids here who have grown up and got obviously some higher draft picks. They've been confident young kids. They're confident in their ability from a young age. Now they get to test those abilities on the biggest stage and under the most pressure. So we feel like throughout the season, we've had some big games. We've had some experiences. Even the Port Adelaide game 2 weeks ago, we didn't get the result. And I know Port had their injuries and things going on from their end, but that was a finals game. Like, they brought unbelievable pressure, and it was a cauldron-like atmosphere with everything that was going on from their end. So that was a great precursor. And some things we did okay and some things we clearly need to do better. So we learned a lot from that, and hopefully we can take those learnings into tonight.
And related to that question, how much is the playing group, the football department, the coaches leaning into your senior coach, Damien Hardwick, who's obviously had so much success and experience in finals and grand finals?
No, it is. Dim is. I think he thrives on these moments. You can just see the spring in his step. Once finals were confirmed, and as he said, one season ends and another begins, and it's where your boys become men, and you've got to really stand up in the big moments. So you can see the way he talks, the way he's spoken to the group in the last 10 days. It's more don't have to do anything different. You can feel like in the big stage, the bright lights, you've got to try and do something special. I think he's been big on just understanding who we are individually and collectively and just trusting that in. There's a lot of hard work that's gone on this year, and there's been a lot of, there's 15 wins that suggest to the boys we're playing some pretty good footy when we play our way, so that's what he's been big on.
Josh, really excited for tonight's game. Good luck. We kind of mentioned that, but the tapping into an external resource, I'm not sure if you heard about the Fremantle group tapping into America's Cup over here and going into something that had a bit of history behind it. Obviously being a really new club, did you have anything that you could kind of draw some emotion from to go into the final campaign?
Oh, Dim is always, he's big on his storytelling and big on his themes. So we do that throughout the season. He's really big on trying to relate our situation and where we are and showing stories of similar teams in similar situations across the world who've fought through similar types of situations or adversity, as you mentioned with the Freo stuff. So, Dim has come with another one this week, which I'll keep under lock and key for now. But, as I said, I think it is just good for the boys to see. Sport's such a wonderful thing for the supporters, for everyone involved, and it brings everyone together, and it's obviously high pressure, and we've just got to enjoy the experience and go out there and give it our best crack.
And have you felt a buzz around town? Has there been some real buy-in from not just the people who rock up every week, but people who are more interested?
Absolutely, yeah. As I mentioned before, similar to the early 2000s in Brisbane, it's usually you can walk around the Gold Coast and no one's none the wiser as to who you are. So I know particularly some of the players and Dimmer himself are getting pulled up a little bit more, and maybe a couple of yarns is out the window as someone drives by because they actually recognise who they are. So no doubt, the support, the community at Gold Coast is getting behind us, and it's exciting. Crowds have gone up and membership's gone up every year consistently. So. It's exciting. I feel like this is just the start of what can be a really positive time as a Gold Coast Suns supporter.
Now, game-wise, statistically, across the board, you really kind of match up evenly, but quite contrasting game styles. What have you kind of picked apart from Fremantle that you can take advantage of?
We had a good match up against them earlier in the year, and I reckon they got the jump on us early. We probably didn't play the conditions overly well, and I think the week before they played a wet game, so I think they came into the game with a bit of experience in those conditions and probably took us a quarter to get into it, and from there, I think scoreboard-wise, we probably won on the scoreboard. It was a pretty tight, even, tough game of footy. They're extremely well coached, extremely structured. They hold up really well behind the ball, and then they try and get that ball through the midfield and then play with a bit more speed and use their hands, and obviously they've got a powerful forward line in the air and on the ground. So, we're probably a little bit more unstructured in terms of looking to put a bit more speed on at different times. So it is a slight contrast, but also both teams build their game, base their game around the fundamentals of contest and contest shape. So while there are some differences there's also some strong similarities in the way that the teams build their game off the back of contest, and I think that'll be a crucial part tonight.
Speaking to Gold Coast Suns assistant coach Josh Drummond here on ABC Sport ahead of the club's first ever final against the Fremantle Dockers here at Perth Stadium. Josh, Mitch Turner here. Speaking on what it means to the club, it is still just 4 quarters of football. The rules don't change. Everything stays the same. How have you balanced acknowledging what it means to this football club, but also not overawing the players and reminding them that it is just still a game of football?
100%. No, nothing's really changed from our end. As I said, we celebrated the moment, Wednesday week, 10 days ago, after the Essendon game. We appreciate how hard it is to get there, and our history would confirm that. So we certainly celebrated in the moment, but since then it's been business as usual. We come in, we go through our review process. Our process hasn't changed. I think that's important straight away. The players, we're just into our process of playing a game of footy, and we know throughout the year we've shown when we do a few things a certain way and to a certain level where we can beat anyone. The numbers and all the results will suggest that. So we've tried not to build it up any more than it is. And the players know. I think you can see watching the game. It's great sitting back watching Thursday night, and just the pressure and the intensity that particularly Collingwood brought for that game. That's exciting, and I think our players will understand it's just another game of footy, but they'll hopefully rise to that moment as well.
You made the decision to bring in David Swallow, who is retiring. He's never played in a final game. 248 will be his first. We obviously know him very well in the West. He hails here from Perth. What does he mean to this football club, and what kind of energy will he bring to the side tonight?
Oh, he'll bring a great energy. I think the boys, when they look across as they're running out there and they see number 24, I think that their chest will puff out just that little bit more. Be pretty proud, I reckon, run out with him, knowing everything he's been through. There's a few guys here I'm looking at now, watching a couple of our young guys have a kick around, and they've only been here a few years, a lot of them, but Davey's been here since the very start, so it means a lot. He's been through a lot. A lot of guys have left the club. He's decided to stick fat, and if anyone deserved a moment to appreciate for what they've done for a club, it's Dave. And you've seen what we've done on the field, but just off the field, he's just such even in my time coaching here, we throw him down back. There's no whinging. We throw him forward. We play him as a sub. We play him as the 24th, or he's a resting emergency. He just does what's best for the club. I've never seen a clubman like him, so I'm looking forward to seeing him go out there tonight and throw his weight around.
Josh, we appreciate your time. Best let you go. Good luck tonight.
Awesome, boys. Thanks.
Josh Drummond downstairs with a cash photo, who's now going to do a quick dash from one side or one corner of the stadium to the other, as we're about to be joined by Jade Rawlings, the Fremantle assistants. The Dockers up against the Gold Coast Suns. The winner will go through to take on Brisbane at the Gabba. For the loser, the season is over. The Dockers go into this game in very good form. They've won 12 of their past 14, and they won 10 of their past 12 at this ground. Gold Coast are going to play in front of the biggest crowd in their history tonight. Their record crowd ever, oddly enough, actually at this stadium, 51,774. Round 4 of 2018, their record home crowd before that, the game before, when they sold a game to the Fremantle Dockers in 2018, so 33,388. That's going to be well eclipsed tonight. Sold-out game, expecting just under 60,000 or so to turn up for the Dockers up against the Gold Coast Suns. Let's head back downstairs and join Akash Vodadar again. Akash.
Thanks, Flint. I'm down here with Fremantle assistant Jade Rawlings. Jade, last time Fremantle played in finals, 2022, your first year at the club. Are you the difference?
I've had a good time. Timing was probably the thing I've been able to bring, is be part of a good footy club who's on the rise and emerging. And what we've been able to achieve this year is to culminate and be in the contention about have a good go at the finals. So can feel the buzz around the town through the week, which is great, and even coming in today. So, yeah, great time of the year.
In all seriousness, what has the build-up been like this week as you prepare to take on the Suns in their very first final?
Yeah, well, in relation to us, it is extended when you have the week off. I've just come from South Australia where you roll straight into it, so call it momentum, but you just get into the flow of your routine. So everyone's the same boat with the week off, and just how you manage it and how you train your group, where you give them a bit of downtime, where you raise the intensity with the sessions and how you meet. So our coaches and coaching group are pretty good at to monitor that. So I feel it's what's been in our control of how we prepare them and train them physically, and then the mental game, you hope you've got them to level, and time will tell.
The guys have mentioned before that it's a very even sort of matchup between yourselves and the Suns. Looking at it in your planning, where will the game be won and lost?
Generally in finals footy, in the first 3 finals that I've watched, there's generally been 2 things: contest play and then dealing with momentum. The contest will always win out, and your capacity to be strong around it and get momentum from it. And then both of the 3 games I've seen, the 2 teams in have had momentum at various times, and the teams who have won have generally been able to stem the oppositions, and also when you've got it yourself, how do you cash in? So they're the things that you look for, is to try to stop it and turn the tide if we need to, if it's against us, but how do you cash in when you've got it?
Let's head upstairs to Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Twig, much will be made of Ben King, and perhaps we'll get to talk about him, but a couple of really dangerous mid-sized forwards in Long and Humphrey. How do you see those matchups looking like later on?
Yeah, King's obvious, been a good player through the year, and Cox had a good battle with him the first time. I thought Cox did a good job, so that'll be that one again tonight. But with Warner, Chapman, Ryan, Banfield and Clark, they've all got shown a capacity to play in those medium-sized players. Belly, probably we do try and differentiate the ones closer to goal to further away, but that's what the trend I've found getting back in the AFL this year, is that medium-sized marking target, quick player has become all the rage, all in vogue in AFL, and hard to match up on. So you need to be able to have a backline who's got flexibility to be able to manage them.
And so just confirming, it will be Cox who'll have the match up on Kingy?
Yeah, that's what we've done last time. Cox has taken the tallest, most key forward close to goal all year for us, and that's the way. If he's going to be close to goal, Cox will have him.
Not your area, but I'm just interested in Sam Switkowski, of course, such a valuable player, not only for his play, but just his organisation and leadership and communication. Was him not playing something you were well aware of early, or was it right till the last minute?
Earlier in the week, he was given an opportunity to test, and there was portions of it they were happy with where he was at, and there was a couple of things that popped up that just showed he wasn't going to be ready to play. So unfortunately, he doesn't play, and so he wouldn't have been able to even if we pushed him. And so I've always been a fan of not taking risks when it comes to finals with injury. You try and back players in who've got durability and resilience on their side, but that was one that got taken away from us earlier in the week.
Jay, good luck for tonight's game, mate. How have you managed to keep a lid on the big prancing pony during the week?
We'll have a look at him out there now, Sharon. He's a ripper. We all love him, but just the work he's put into his game, he's shown that in big games this year for us that he's been able to manage the demands of the intensity of those games and then still be able to perform. He's done roles of defensive forward. He's played just as a natural forward, and he's a good ground level player that as equal as he is on the lead. So that's what I think with tonight potentially being a bit windy and slippery, that hopefully will come to life.
Down your end last week, obviously started under a lot of pressure, but the boys were able to hold up. How much confidence do they take from that in what was pretty much a do-or-die game last week?
Yeah, it's interesting, Sharon. I think in isolation, really pleasing that when there was a bit of an assault early, it was still 4-5. I think we gave up in the first quarter, so I wasn't that wrapped. I think 20 inside 50s, I could see it could have got worse, but I thought we played really well collectively after quarter time. Got a bit loose late in the game, but it's more the overall part. I thought it was a really key moment against Collingwood about 5 weeks ago in the third quarter. We just under assault for the back line. They just stood up for a third quarter away from home in a volatile crowd like Collingwood, and they're the type of ones I lean on when referencing to the guys what they've done in readiness for finals. That it's not a click your fingers, be ready for them. It's the opportunities we've had during the year to stand up to pressure, and I think we've had at least 4 if not 5 games as a team that would equate to finals like intensity. So in holistically, I think the group are absolutely ready for the demands of the game.
Someone who I think is built for finals footy and has had an amazing year is Ben Long. What do you have to take away from him to have the impact that he's had this year?
Oh, he's good in a variety of ways. He's on the lead, stuff's pretty slippery.
He's like that thing you were talking about, that medium-sized forward that can be really difficult.
That's the one, and you need to be able to make sure you got the right person on him at the right time. And he can lead, he can jump up and grab it, and he gets after him with the ground level as well. So he asks a fair few questions. So if you play it all on him, are you quick enough to go with him at ground level? And if you go small, can he do you in the air? So it's a bloke that we've put some time into, and Humphrey's pretty handy in that situation as well. He knows what to do one-on-one, and Flanders is another guy who's just that medium size that can be classy at opportune times for the oppo. So they ask a lot of us as a forward group.
Just take us inside the match committee as much as you can, twig around Nathan O'Driscoll as opposed to, say, Matthew Johnson and I'm sure 1 or 2 others that you might have been discussing.
Yeah, well, O'Driscoll did what you need to do when you missed selection, went and performed and played really well in the last game against Swan Districts, and that's a great currency for him when it comes to selection, Belly, as you know. And Jono had missed 4 to 5, I think he won his 5, and he was on limited minutes when we played the Swan Districts game. And there was still a conditioning element that we were trying to stack up. So it was pretty finite, the decision, how close it got. Went Driz's way, and he's got some reasonable runs on the board with how he's been able to play the position of wing for a lot of parts of this season.
And if it goes your way tonight, how is Matthew Johnson progressing?
Oh, he's progressing. He was eligible for selection. So it was a conditioning thing. Just a few little details, probably not at liberty to share, but it was very close.
Fremantle assistant coach Jade Rawlings joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of Fremantle v Gold Coast in the elimination final at Perth Stadium. Jade, looking around at some of those players in your side that have featured in finals football and played back in 2022, plus the likes of Luke Jackson and Shea Bolton, do you get a sense they're more ready for this occasion than they have been in the past?
I can't answer it because I wasn't here, but the rhetoric has generally been a lot of situations we've been in this year that the group probably felt they wouldn't have got done last year. So that's progression, it's growth, and it's maturity all combined into one, I suppose you could say. So it's always handy to have played finals to know what it's all about. More the build-up, I think, because I truly believe we've played in 4, if not 5 games this year that have been at finals intensity from start to finish. So that's the mental and physical preparation that you need.
Jade, best of luck. Thanks for chatting.
Pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
Jade Rawlings downstairs, assistant coach at the Fremantle Dockers. Both supporter groups have lined up on Perth Stadium. They're down below us. The Suns will be running out in a matter of moments, then followed by the Fremantle Dockers. Very quick one for both of you as we wait the entrance of the Suns. Do they try and stop Caleb Sarong 11 from 11, the Dockers this year, when Sarong has 28 or more disposals. How key is stopping him?
Well, pretty key.
What do you think we were just talking about?
We were just talking about that. So pretty key, but... Look, I think
we were literally just discussing that.
When I was watching what was going on downstairs. Oh, good to know.
No, he's integral, isn't he?
He is. And I think they'll go head-to-head because Gold Coast also are a very, very good clearance team, and it is a pivotal part of, well, most teams, but particularly Gold Coast. That territory ascendancy will be vital, and they've got some big bulls in there, Raoul Anderson. I mean, Raoul is the number one player for generating a score from clearance.
Yeah.
In the
stat,
AFL, I think Tom Green's next, and there's a gap.
And like
gap.
we heard from both of the coaches then, both teams are really reliant on that inside contest and clearance contest dominance. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just let them, the coaches let them go head-to-head, play their own structure and play their own way to start with. If somebody really starts getting off the chain, they might go, all right, we need to stop his influence.
All gas, no brakes. That's what the Gold Coast banner says. It's been held aloft here at Perth Stadium. Gold Coast fans, and a number of them have made their way across the country, stand and wait for their team to run out for the first time in a final. Here are the Suns onto Perth Stadium. So the last of the 18 clubs in the competition to taste finals action, GC 17. Now the Gold Coast Suns. Damien Hardwick, who knows all about days like these in his second season in charge, has his charges into September's stage. The Gold Coast Suns this year winning 15 and losing 8. Percentage of 124.9, but they did drop the game to the Dockers earlier this season. Back in round 12, Brayshaw had 30 touches that day. Bolton kicked 3 and so too did Boss, as the Dockers got up by 11 points in tricky wet conditions up on the Gold Coast. If it rains today, gents, and we do expect there will be a little bit more rain about, despite some blue skies above us right now, does it favour either of these two teams?
Well, you'd have to assume that...
Gold Coast maybe a little bit?
Well, yeah, historically I would have said that, Shaz, but, I mean, Fremantle are 5 and zip in wet weather this year, which has been an area of great progress for them, because beyond 2025 they have been poor in the wet weather, but they've evolved, they've matured, they're a good ground ball team.
I just feel like that kind of slippery...
Yeah, that's generally what Gold Coast training
used to.
The banner lifts for the Dockers. We play for each other and the Purple Army. Jager O'Meara, of course, a former Sun himself, 200 games. And there's a special guest downstairs for the Dockers.
Australian golfer and Fremantle fan Minwoo Lee standing between the two sides of the fans, lining up with the anchor in hand, ready to hoist it. It is as his beloved Dockers step onto the ground. Minwoo Lee
doesn't mind hitting a three-point shot, as we discovered alongside you at the Perth Wildcats earlier this year. Minwoo Lee does hold the anchor aloft. The pyrotechnics explode on the outer side of the ground. The flamethrowers, 3 on each side of where the supporter group stands, waiting for the arrival of Fremantle. Back in the finals, the second time their coach Justin Longmuir has piloted Fremantle into finals footy, led out by their captain Alex Pearce. The Dockers back on the big stage in the AFL. both teams out on Perth Stadium. A sold-out crowd, and the tickets went in the blink of an eye when they were on sale earlier this week. Fremantle head to the right of our broadcast position, the city end of Perth Stadium. The Suns, who are wearing the all-red, to the left, the Graham Farmer Freeway end. The final game of week 1. This is do or die for both of these clubs, as it was earlier today at Giants Stadium when the Hawks prevailed over GWS by 19 points. So the Hawks will head across to take on Adelaide, we suspect, on Friday night. Brisbane on Saturday, we again believe, will wait the winner of this game. So who does prevail? A battle of two midfielders that offer so much in terms of excitement and power. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham, two men who know all about this big stage. Gents?
Well, finals footy, Shaz, it's a lot about the contest, it's a lot about territory, it's a lot about clearance and handling the pressure. And this weekend is also emphasised the momentum swings as well. You've got to be able to cope with that. You've got to be able to cope with the expectation, get back on task and make the most of when you have momentum, because that's finals footy, and the questions have to be asked around how Gold Coast, with their lack of experience in finals footy, will be able to cope with that, and about 60,000 Purple fans being here at Perth Stadium.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Billy. We say it every week, but it really does probably get magnified, and the importance of it magnified as soon as finals footies come around. Not just the contest in terms of clearance, but also what we've seen already this weekend is how crucial the manic pressure is, isn't it? And so we saw Collingwood really put the pressure on Adelaide and take away their composure with the ball. We saw it again today in the game in New South Wales with Hawthorn and GWS.
And Geelong were exceptional with their pressure. Brisbane just couldn't work the way through that Geelong pressure, and they created so many great scoring opportunities because of it.
And I think that the side that is probably able to get to that level and maintain it is going to put themselves in a really good chance of going away with the W. But if a side goes under that kind of pressure and is able to withstand it and then settle and put that kind of fight back into the opposition, it is crucial come September footy, isn't it?
Can't wait to watch the ruck duel. Jared Witts has been a colossus for a long time, but he comes up against that tandem act from Fremantle, and it could be as simple. I reckon the instruction to Sean Darcy is get in there, bang bodies with Jared Witts as hard and as much as you can, and set it up late in quarters, late in the first half, late in the game, for Luke Jackson to really run Jared Witts around.
And that's something that I hope they really do. I mean, he probably has it in his future, Jackson, to be able to be an absolutely incredible midfielder. But I think towards the back end of the year when they have really utilised him in the midfield, it has exposed them the other way. And I don't think that in finals footy you can afford to be getting exposed the other way. Effective clearance, what we spoke about before with Matty Rowell, the effective clearance and what was the actual stat? It was clearance to goal or clearance
he's the number one score generator from clearance in the AFL by a fair way.
And so I don't think that they can risk the chance that he could get exposed, because if he gets offside in those clearances at stoppage, you're going to get too hurt.
In fact, if there's just a really basic stat, Sharad, on Matt Rowell, if he has more than 9 clearances in a game, Gold Coast is 7-0.
Yeah, wow. Shows the importance, doesn't it?
I just wanted to ask as well about two things. Both sides have gone in after specific things to help them win a premiership and play finals football. The Gold Coast Suns went after Damien Hardwick. He's got them there finally for the first time ever. Fremantle went after Shea Bolton. He was seen to be the cream on top and the final piece of the puzzle. How big is tonight for him, given they gave up a lot to get him, and this is the reason why he is here?
It definitely is. He was the missing piece, as they probably noted over the off-season, and went hard to get him. He's got a great opportunity, doesn't he? Because he has played some amazing football, but probably not as consistent as what Fremantle would have liked throughout the season. So you can probably put all of that behind if you come out tonight and put on an absolute performance that he can do.
Yeah, and in the corresponding fixture earlier in the year. It was one of his best games of the year, interestingly, with 3 goals and around 20 touches. Look, he's had his 27 goals and probably somewhere between 50 and 60 shots at goal. He's never been great from a conversion point of view and accuracy. A lot of the shots that he takes are difficult, granted. But, yeah, a big performance from someone who has proven time and time again on the big stage to be up to the occasion. That would be very, very, very well received by Fremantle.
Conversely, like what you said, the Gold Coast going and targeting Dimmer, like they changed their game style and he's been able to massively influence that. And what we spoke about before, it's going to be a huge contest, but really contrasting game styles in the fact that they want to get the ball moving fast, really get the pace on the ball, as opposed to Fremantle, who want to be a lot more calculated and process-driven.
Yeah, and the other thing that Gold Coast did is the additions of Rioli and Noble to give them a bit more bounce off half-back. But don't let that confuse you to the fact that they are still a clearance and territory team, Gold Coast. And that was where Fremantle managed to get some ascendancy last time. That they didn't allow Gold Coast to have that clearance and territory domination. And in the end, Gold Coast had to generate all of their play from half-back. And in the wet weather up there, they just weren't able to do that. Fremantle well established and set up in defence and created some great scoring opportunities. So that clearance battle again, absolutely key.
I think the fact that there's a lot of players out there with a bit of experience with Fremantle, I think that they're going to settle first and settle into the game. So it's if they can capitalise on that. And we saw the Brisbane game a couple of weeks ago where they got jump-started and then still were managing to get a lot of shots on goal. So they were getting it inside their forward 50 but weren't able to capitalise. If they're able to get it in there and capitalise, it's going to go a long way tonight.
A couple of interesting matchups, isn't it? We heard Twig Rawlings confirm, so unless he's telling us the dummy, confirm that Brennan Cox will be the matchup for Ben King, when in the past Alex Pearce has done a brilliant job. And coming off the job he did against Sam Darcy a couple of weeks ago, I thought that the King-Pearce matchup would be the one, but you would expect Pearce then to go to the taller player and Ethan Reid as well. But as we have spoken about with Twig Rawlings as well, just the danger of Ben Long and also Bailey Humphrey as well. They've got multiple opportunities and conduits to goal. So Fremantle will be thinking, let's not get too King conscious.
We were talking about it off there amongst ourselves, but I would really love to see Long go to the damaging Clark. He is so important to Fremantle and their kind of rebound style of football when they do employ that if he's able to do a job for Gold Coast, we're very, very handy, won't it, taking out Clark. All-Australian this year. He's had an amazing year. All of us singing his praises off air, but that'll be a big part of Gold Coast coaching today.
Yeah, Fremantle are a team that probably struggle a little bit for that run and bounce off half-back. They're very good in many other areas of the ground, but that's where they rely on Jordan Clark a lot. And getting back to the Sarong question about is he the key, let's also not underestimate Andrew Brayshaw, in particular against this team. He has an outstanding record against the Gold Coast Suns, so I'm sure those memories are well within the memory of Damien Hardwick as well.
Very exciting, isn't it?
It is. It is genuinely brilliant to have finals footy back in the West, and great to see the Gold Coast Suns in their first appearance on this big stage. They're making their way across to the commentary wing. Again, if you've just joined us here, finals footy on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. No late changes. The subs, as expected. Nat Fife for the Dockers, David Swallow for the Suns. The two veterans, both who have announced their retirements. For one of them, their AFL career comes to an end. For the other, it will continue. The winner of this in the second semi-final on Saturday night up at the Gabba, while it'll be the Crows and Hawthorn, Adelaide Oval. That game on Friday night. All is in readiness for the official presentations downstairs. What a scene Perth Stadium is. At the moment, the clouds, they're starting to hang above us, but we've nothing to be fear about right now with inclement weather. Fingers crossed. As we welcome listeners from ABC Gold Coast, joining us from the NRL to Perth Stadium, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham. Akash Fotodar will be downstairs on the boundary for us. The teams have lined up. The Dockers to the right, the Suns to the left. Let's join the master of ceremonies, Mark Reddings.
AFL Final Series, and tonight to the second elimination final between Fremantle and the Gold Coast Suns. The AFL acknowledges the Whadjuk people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome Dr. Richard Wally, OAM.
Maman ngala kuopinye ngala buje wajak buje kuopinye ngala buje gewagi Maman ngala kuopinye ngala buje ngan buje gewagi wari uragi kuop kerla nak jenengan ngala buje wajak buje wen buje kuop buje kaya Maman jenang ngala, bau pura wana nak muat kau nak kalak nak puja nak muat, maman jenang nak kaya. We ask the good spirit to keep everyone safe here on the Whadjuk section of the Nyungar language group. It's a place where stories are made, shared and passed on, and tonight we create some more stories and share them. And at the end of our presentation, may the good spirit take each and every one of us safely back to our families. Maman jenang ngala kuopen ye. Ngala buje kuopen mari ye ngala jira kuopen ye.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, would you please now rise, remove your hats and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem, to be performed by Stella Kelly.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And despite it looking clear on the map, which I was just shown by Sharad Willingham, there was a little bit of rain that just trickled down. I saw everyone reaching for their ponchos downstairs. It seems to have abated, though. The breeze, for what it's worth, and it does swirl around, is heading to the left of our broadcast position, so it'll favour the team kicking to the Farmer Freeway end in this opening term. Last 5 matches, the Dockers have won the past 3. The Suns, their win in that group, coming back in round 9 of 2022. This is their coach's 17th final. A 9th finals campaign as well for Damien Hardwick. It's the second time Justin Longmuir has been in a finals campaign. This will be his 3rd final together or against each other. Hardwick has won 1. Longmuir has won 3. There's been 1 draw, and we've just had the toss of the coin out in the middle, Mitch.
Noah Anderson of the Gold Coast Suns has won the toss. Clint, the Suns will kick to the city end, which is the right of our broadcast position. The Fremantle Dockers to the Graham Farmer Freeway end, which is the left of our broadcast position.
And as our eyes are all drawn to the top of the roof at the city end, where the Fremantle guitarist will just pump out the last tune before we get underway, I'd soon to ask you all, who wins? Sharad Willingham, Peter Bell.
Fremantle for me.
Yeah, I'll go Fremantle by about a 3-goal margin. I just think it's going to be a fantastic match. Can't wait for it.
Mitch Turner.
Fremantle for me.
Heaven help the Dockers. I'm on the Dockers bandwagon as well. Best of luck to them. Akash Bodadar is with us downstairs. Akash.
Good evening, Clint. Yeah, the atmosphere down here is absolutely incredible. There is not a free seat in the house. Obviously dominated by purple, but credit to the Suns fans, there are a couple of pockets of red as well. So really looking forward to the noise around this stadium as the game gets underway. It's about 13 degrees down here, pretty cold. Blustery winds, as you've mentioned, a couple of gusts picking up and going towards that Farmer Freeway end of the ground, and a few showers throughout this first half. Looking over the benches for Freo, Hayden Young, Nathan O'Driscoll, Sean Darcy and Bailey Banfield, with the veteran Nat Fife as the sub. For the Gold Coast Suns, Sam Flanders, Ethan Reid, Connor Buttering and Joel Jeffrey on the bench, with David Swallow the sub for the Suns.
It's uncharted territory for the Suns. Gold Coast first ever final. Can the Suns shine on Saturday night in the West? Will the Dockers prevail? Let's get this elimination final started. Nick Turner with you on ABC Sport.
Wits for the Suns, Jackson for the Dockers. Jackson wins the palm down, comes though the way of the Gold Coast captain. Anderson bursts out of the middle, kicks on goal from 55. And it was almost the perfect start for the Suns. It's away to the right. It's a minor score. One behind for the Suns. The Dockers yet to score. Took them all of 10 seconds to get their first score in a final.
That was all gas, no breaks. As Ryan for the Dockers with the kicking duties comes towards the commentary wing. Ball hit the deck. Sarong went out after it. Anderson's onto it again. Pressure came from Brayshaw. Hand pass intercepted by the 200-gamer O'Meara. Went back to Sarong for the Dockers. Kicked around the body. Ewan crunched. Boss went the other way. Umpire says free kick.
I don't know about that call, as both players had eyes for the ball the whole time. You're allowed to go back with the flight.
McAndrew has the job on Josh Tracy, Sam Collins, Jai Amos.
Ewan had to put the football boot back on, and now he'll kick the ball into the right forward pocket for the Suns. Brennan Cox up, a fist of the footy up into the air, and then that is walked over the boundary line, and it's going to be okay by Humphrey.
I actually thought that was insufficient intent. Humphrey didn't realise he had so much space. Just walked it over the line. Very casual.
Made no effort to keep it in play at all, and there was absolutely no one on him. In the right forward pocket for the Suns. One down by Jackson against Witts. Emerging with it was Brayshaw. He hand passes into the ground. Sarong nearby. And then a bit of push and shove with Fiorini. The Docker and the Sun going at it with the ball across the boundary line. It's out of play. 50, or let's say 45 out from the Suns attacking goal. They lead by behind in the opening 2 minutes of this elimination final.
Witts in front of Jackson, palms it down, past Anderson, came to Raldo. Fiorini gets a quick boot on it. It's tumbling towards the goal face. It's over the head of Long. And it's once again through for a minor score to the right-hand side. Two behind the Suns. The Dockers yet to score. We've travelled 2 minutes here. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Settled well. Gold Coast just eased their way into the match. Don't seem to be too nervy.
Ryan sends it to Chapman as it left full back for the Dockers. Ryan stands the mark, so he's allowed to go on a bit of a run and kicks beyond defensive 50. Witts was up, and so too Hewlin coming in from the side. He spoils it over the boundary line and into the locker room downstairs. You're throwing just a little bit forward of left half back for the Dockers.
Luke Ryan with the important matchup opposed to Ben Long.
Put in again, Witts front position. Rucks had a bit of a touch. Sarong looks to slap it forward to Bolton on the wing. Kicks the Dockers towards left half forward. Collins couldn't take the mark, but he'll get the free kick. Amos putting the arm across his head, and Collins will have it at right half back, and he'll send it back to Andrew inside his defensive 50. The Suns with the opening two behinds. The Dockers yet to score. 3 gone first term.
McAndrew completes the switch out to Rioli in the left back pocket. There's a little bit of pressure, but he took the mark, and the kick up the line was flirting with it as John Noble trying to keep it in. He managed to get a hand on it, but he dropped the mark, so it's out of bounds. It'll be tossed back in just beyond right half forward for the Dockers. A couple of early nerves for two of their players that have played in finals in John Noble and Daniel Rioli. Ball spun back in. Jackson got to the front, missed it though, allowed Witts to gather. Snaps around the body, up the southern wing. In front, Farah. Before he knocks it out of bounds off the boot. Umpire said that's okay. It goes off hands for a boundary throw in right on centre wing.
He's been a welcome addition, Jai Farah. really impacted matches since he was included in the lineup.
From Halls Creek originally, went to school here in Perth. Jai Farah now playing for the Suns in a final. From the restart, Anderson tries to gather, decided just to go off the deck. Eventually came to Pearce, pushed out of it by Farah, handballed along, under pressure, tumbling ball inside the forward 50 towards goal. It hits the post. And another behind for the Suns. They are peppering Fremantle early. 3 behinds for the Suns. The Dockers are yet to score. 4 minutes played first term here. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Chapman will go on a run to the right back pocket for the Dockers. He'll kick beyond defensive 50. Chance to build up again. Here's Erasmus. Sends it back towards Ryan, who marks in the right back pocket. Trots back in the bright orange footy boots. Here comes Ryan for Fremantle. Stabs it beyond defensive 50. Noble attacked the footy, leapt up over Erasmus and spoils it across the boundary line. Right half back for the Dockers.
Already finding themselves at a little bit of difficulty bringing it out of their defensive 50, Fremantle.
Yeah, very early in the match, but Gold Coast certainly appear the sharper of the two teams to this point.
Spun in. Jackson gets front position, got away from Witts. Brought it to ground, gathered it himself too. Kicks towards Tracy, who can't mark. Pressure came from Andrew. Off hands. To be a throw-in on the southern wing.
What a contest that promises to be. Mac Andrew, Josh Tracy, just the closing speed, athleticism of Andrew, able to get a fist in there.
5 minutes gone opening term. The Suns by 3 behind. Dockers yet to score.
Another boundary throw-in on that southern side. It was shallow. Witts took it out of the ruck. Handballed it straight into the path of Bolton, though, for the Dockers, who shares it with Brayshaw. Now thinks about switching it across half-back instead. Dances between a couple of Suns. Gets the handball back to Brayshaw. Spearing kick inside to Sarong. Couldn't mark it. Dudley, though, got it back to the Dockers' scum. And Sarong delivers inside forward 50 to the cult figure Patrick Voss. And don't the fans love it? Set shot coming. 40 metres out. Slightly worse than 45-degree angle to the right.
And Isaiah Dudley squeezed. I'm going to call it a handball, but I'm not sure. It was blink and you miss it sort of stuff. And what about the crowd noise when Paddy Voss took that one cleanly?
Patrick Voss, what a year he has had for the Dockers. He's built for the big stage. Set shot on the way, and there he goes. He's off and running. Double fist pump. High fives all round. Patrick Voss in his first final kicks the Dockers first, and as he runs to the bench, he gives it to the Dockers fans and says, "Get on your feet," and they oblige. 1 straight 6 Fremantle. The Suns, they're 3 behinds, almost 7 minutes travelled in the first term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Our experts in the box, both plenty of finals experience. Sharrod Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Well, I haven't seen either a knock on or an extremely quick hands from Dudley, but it was also the spread from the stoppage from Sarong. Ball just went over his head, but his ability to get from the stoppage, make his way forward as soon as he saw that Bolton was going to win the footy, it's extremely smart, and you can't let him get away that easily. The prancing pony. Well, Jade said they were going to let him go, and he certainly did that.
One inside 50. 1 goal for the Dockers. They lead by 3 points. Darcy got it down. Sarong immediately kicked towards centre half forward. Murphy Reid battles against Powell. Powell was tackled, split out to Reid, gave it to Sarong. Inside forward 50. Amos can't quite mark. Spills down at the back. Ewan was taken high. He'll get the free kick.
They mounted to nothing, but Murphy Reid has just produced an unbelievable handball.
Wait till you see a replay of that.
Kick from Anderson. Comes towards the commentary wing. Off hands, down to Rao. Tackled by Jackson. Got a hand pass out for the Suns to Miller. Moved it on to Butter. It goes short by hand again to Weller. Great smother Banfield. Diving across. And then there's a little bit of afters between Butterick and O'Meara too. Ball will be put back into play just forward of the wing for the Suns, who trail by 3 points. 8 minutes gone in the opening term.
You saw the replay, Sharrod Belly of the Murphy Reid handball.
Quick.
Little look away, left-handed one for the Rising Star favourite from the restart. Young through traffic. Got the handball away to the Dockers, to Sarong. His kick on the bounce taken by Collins. Handballs it to Weller. Ran into Dudley, was caught. Handballed it straight back to the Dockers. Reid intercepts. Gives it to O'Meara. Kick towards half forwards, a dangerous one. Tracy had to be strong. He was. Gathered at ground level. Kick towards the goal square. Bolton's there. One-on-one with Yulin. Yulin wins out. Was he taken high? Yes. Well done to the Suns defender. Crowd doesn't like it, but it was there. Free kick to Bodie Hewland, who can go into the right back pocket to Jeffrey, who can move it beyond half-back to Noble.
Noble will come down the commentary wing. The kick favours Ryan, though, marks on his chest. Murphy Reid hand pass just a moment ago. The over-the-head no look to find a teammate. He's putting on a show. It's not a clinic. It is a show from Reid. Ryan moves it short to the dangerous Bailey Banfield. Has it on the logo, commentary side. He glances back inboard. Maybe about going to Pearce in the centre circles. Now with the left. Will send it long towards left half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Amos got a hand in. Spills out the back. Powell gathers. Tackled the ground. Dudley got him. And the ball across the boundary line for a throw-in. The Dockers lead. 1 straight 6 to the Suns. 3 behinds. Nearly 10 minutes gone in the opening term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
Momentum flipping the Dockers' way. The Suns had it early. Ball tossed in inside Fremantle's forward 50. Darcy, big fist on it. Jeffrey had a fumble. 20 metres out from his own goal. Collins then got it to Andrew. He fumbled as well. Eventually the looping handball across the Suns' way to Powell, who was wrapped up immediately, and the pressure is rising.
Yeah, just a couple of fumbles weren't there. And Gold Coast unable to deal with the footy. Fremantle's pressure good.
Their first trip to the finals, the Suns. Ball up inside the Dockers forward 50. 40 metres out. Darcy took it out of the ruck. Got it to Jackson. His handball to Young. Back to Carl Warner from 45. Kicks on goal, and Collins is there. Outpoints Amos in the defensive goal square and goes short to Noble, who's called to play on. Does well. It dances around the handballs to Weller in the back pocket.
Weller. Beautiful kick.
It's a great
long
kick.
Towards the commentary wing. Magnificent kick to Reid. Reid again kicks long towards right half forward. 2-on-1 against King. It's been brought to ground, but it's going to be a free kick here going to the Sun. King will go back and take his shot at right half forward, about 60 from goal. See the Suns, they trail by 3 at the moment. King measures the kick to the teeth of the goal square. Big pack up. No mark taken. Warner got a hand pass back. Came to Darcy. To Cox for the Dockers. To Banfield under pressure. Got a kick away. Almost found Brayshaw. Ball was knocked down by Weller. He'll go to gather again, and then he's crushed. Big tackle from Ryan. Took him over the boundary line. Humphrey didn't like it. Goes to try and just return the favour to Ryan. A bit of push and shove. And eventually cooler heads prevail. We've got a ball in about 55 out from the Suns' goal at right half forward. The Dockers still by 3 points. 12 gone in the opening term.
Witts now up against Darcy. Ball spun back in. Darcy just disposes of Witts. The Dockers able to kick it forward. Tracy v. Andrew on the wing. Andrew did well. Got it down the Suns' way. Comes to Weller. Tumbling ball inside forward 50 and onto the chest of Long, who was playing in front. And Ben Long has the chance to go back and have the set shot from about 45 metres out. Just slight 45-degree angle. Chance for the first goal in the finals in the Suns' history.
Yeah, long ball out of D50 from Sean Darcy, but it was Gold Coast that had representation at the...
And the athleticism of
at the
Andrew
feet,
again.
Yeah.
He's one of 3 Suns with finals experience. Ben Long, kick on the way, and mark it down for your trivia heads. The first goal ever in a final for the Gold Coast Suns goes the way of Ben Long. 1-3-9 the Suns. They hit the lead. The Dockers are 1 straight 6. 3-point margin. 13 minutes played in the first term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham, our experts in the box.
You made the call earlier, Belly. Andrew's ability to just influence the contest through his athleticism, and it was exactly that again. Tracy had done a great job of setting himself into position, but the long levers and the ability to get to the contest was what brought the ball to front. Now, you want to play in front as a forward, but not many people are going to catch the ball that came into Ben Long just then. It was an absolute floater that moved every which way, and yeah, he's just read it beautifully off the boot.
In front, the right spot for a forward to be and reap the benefits.
One of just 3 Suns players with finals experience. There's 17 out there for the Dockers who have played on this stage before. From the restart, Darcy got it down for the Dockers to Young, tackled by Davies. Ball jarred out. Anderson sweeping a hand pass forward, the Suns captain. trying to get to it. Miller couldn't gather it cleanly. Wits off the deck. Hand pass intercepted by the Dockers. Brayshaw gave it to O'Driscoll. His hand pass stolen again by Anderson. The Suns captain will put it deep inside forward 50. No mark taken. Spills out into the left forward pocket. Out after it, Chapman. He's tackled the ground. Umpire says we'll have a ball up inside the Suns forward 50. Ted on the text line says, hi guys, listening from Bali. All great calls so far. My daughter's at the game. Go Freo for her, hoping for a close one.
The Suns from the stoppage. Handball comes away. Anderson, long kick towards the goal square. King couldn't mark. Ryan there for the Dockers. Literally carries it over.
He might get a game for the Bears.
It was a try.
Rugby try style. He was crawling like Greg Inglis in the try celebration. It's a rush behind. 1-4-10 the Suns. The Dockers. 1 straight 6, 15 gone.
Well,
14 and a half.
They can't recruit him yet, the Bears, which is one of their issues. If you want to text us, 0437 774 774. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner. Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham, your experts. Finals footy on ABC Sport as Chapman goes beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. It's punched down by Andrews. Young got it. Kicks towards centre half forward. Off hands. It spills down again to Collins. To Rioli for the Suns. The kick finds Weller. It's a lovely foot pass as well. And Weller marks between right half back and centre wing for Gold Coast. Puts it high up into the air. It's a 2-on-2 battle underneath it. Stretching Wits got hands to it. Couldn't mark. Humphries there for the Suns. Immediately tackled by Banfield. We'll have ourselves another ball up. The Suns lead by 4 points. 15 gone in the opening turn.
And with 5 scoring shots to 1, signs are good early for Gold Coast.
Wits in the ruck. Tapped it down straight to Brayshaw, though, the Dockers. To Clark, to Young, and now Banfield. Kicks down the commentary wing. Andrew got in front of Tracy, but did so illegally. It'll be a free kick to Tracy, who plays on, runs himself into a bit of trouble. Has to step around Davies. Handball, not a great one towards O'Meara, who's pushed off it by Weller, and it goes out of bounds right at the interchange gates. Wanted to go quickly, Josh Tracy, and ran straight into the player coming past. The Suns swing the changes. Reed into the ruck, opposed to Sean Darcy. Darcy gets to the front, taps into the path of Bolton. Here go the Dockers on the left foot. Bolton up towards Tracy and Andrew. What a battle it's been. Tracy sticks the left arm out, can't take the mark. Goes out of bounds. He's expecting a free kick, but it's not coming.
He thought he was held.
He really thought he was held, didn't he?
It is a great battle. He was held.
Fair argument too.
Had the big piece of the right arm, did Mac Andrew on the replay. No free kick though. It'll be tossed back in. Left half forward for the Dockers. Sean Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Kicks a tumbling ball towards the goal square. It beats Collins. Interesting looking tap from Hewland. Crowd thought it was a throw. The Suns over clear D50. Into the path of Rowell. Down the commentary wing. Now through to centre half forward. Foot race on. Brendan Cox v Ben King. King in front. Tapping it to his advantage. Sockers off the deck and he can't find the major opening. Looks to be a behind, but they're going to check to see if it hit the far right behind post.
It was well defended by Brendan Cox because Ben King is very, very quick in open play like that, and he just was able to hold King on occasion, just get his arms around without conceding the free kick.
They went end-to-end very quickly, did the Suns.
Their speed looks an issue for Fremantle early in this quarter.
They're not getting caught up having to kick to a contest down the line, are they?
So there is a tumbling ball that's very close to the right behind post. The goal umpire and boundary umpire not in great position. So it's anyone's guess from the monitors we can see here. I can't tell. As we see a couple of angles. Decision on the scoreboard. So
probably a good result for Fremantle.
It'll go with the call of the umpires on the field, which, judging by the position of the players, will be a behind, and it is. So the Suns now move to 1-5-11. The Dockers are 1 straight 6 as they bring the ball back into play 18 minutes into the first turn.
They move it short through Chapman, and then Clark gets it back and tumbles a kick towards left half back. Tracy up, spills down to Jackson. Hand pass gave to Bolton, then stolen away his attempted hand pass. Rioli involved for the Suns. To Weller, kicked around the body. Banfield with the intercept mark. He'll go across half back to Brayshaw, marking with a defensive 50s marked on the ground. Beautiful kick into the middle of the ground. Erasmus. He'll get the free kick. almost completed the mark, but was taken high by Jeffrey. Running by Brayshaw, stabs a pass inside forward 50, bounced off Reed, picked up by Davies of the Suns. Here's Rowell, short hand pass. Ainsworth wrapped up by O'Driscoll immediately. There was no prior, but a great tackle. And there'll be a ball up forward of the wing for the Dockers on the southern side of Perth Stadium.
Jackson harms it down. Couldn't find a teammate initially. Now Erasmus becomes tackler. He's over the top of Rowell. They'll have another ball up.
That last inside 50 from Andy Brayshaw, that's a dangerous area of the ground to turn it over there. Lucky O'Driscoll was there to lay the tackle.
Just forward of centre wing for the Dockers. Ball bobbling around in the middle of the pack. Jackson eventually grabbed it. Handballed out to Bolton. Off to O'Driscoll. The Dockers to half forward. Murphy Reid inside 50 onto the lead of Amos. He'll go back and take the set shot. He'll kick from about 45 metres out. Tight angle to the right. Kicking towards that Graham Farmer freeway end of the ground here at Perth Stadium.
Bolton's work around the clearances at the moment is being really damaging. He's not getting the first hands or the clearance per se, but he's the first one to be able to have some space around there, isn't he?
He's been really impactful, and what a kick from Murphy Reid inside 50. How many times we've seen that this year. Amos would love this because Colin's been the master of this contest so far.
He's a confidence player, Jay Amos. He was young and inexperienced when he played for the Dockers in the 22 finals, and this kick is offline. Minor score, the first blemish for the Dockers, 1-1-7 Fremantle, Gold Coast, 1-5-11, 4-point margin, 20 minutes into the first term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
One concern for the Dockers at the moment is it's gone inside the Gold Coast forward 57 times for 6 scoring shots.
Jeffrey with the kick in to Fiorini. Flare it out to Noble, standing hard up against the boundary in the left back pocket for the Suns. Pauses for a moment, gets told to move it on. Goes on a run and then sends it high up into the air to the southern wing. Andrew in front, couldn't mark, spoiled down by the Dockers. Came to Young, not a great hand pass. Coming the other way, was well run and then holding the ball. Appeal that Jeffrey, but Sarong absolutely got him. Thought he was bursting through. Sarong quickly inside forward 50. Punching it away, Powell only went as far as Reid. And he and his pink boots are tackled to the ground. It'll be a ball up just inside the Dockers forward 50. Jeffrey thought it was all going to go his way, the way he hit that football, but Sarong, terrific tackle. Witts won it down, came to Rioli, almost hand passed it to himself. Instead, Rao had it, hand passed over the shoulder. Ainsworth picked it up to Fiorini. His hand pass into the deck, taken by O'Meara to Clark. Dockers have it now through Young. Beautiful kick to Murphy Reid. He marks it left half back. Bolton's all on his own in the left forward pocket. Reid spots him. That's the way the kick goes, and he marks hard up against the boundary, Shea Bolton. He'll put boot to ball from beyond the boundary if he has a shot at goal. He'll be kicking from about 35 out.
Almost like Murphy Reid hadn't seen Shea Bolton, relied on the crowd to tell him that he was free inside
exactly
50.
Right, isn't it? It's a little bit strange.
A long way out to be doing across the body, but he can get these if he hits it right. Shea Bolton, seen it many times.
8 games of finals experience. Only Nat Fyfe has more as a Docker. His kick, well, nothing in particular. Just goes to the teeth of goal. Big pack up. No mark taken. Davies there for the Suns to Andrew. Then on to Noble, and he finds Butterick.
That's beautiful
well
kick.
Worked.
Beautiful kick.
Yeah, to find that composed possession, that mark in D50 when you're under all kinds of pressure. Pat Voss a bit sore as he got to his feet after that big marking contest.
Might be the kick of the game so far, that from Noble. The Suns look to switch it across their own defensive goal square. Andrew, not a great kick. Straight to the path of Frederick at half forward for the Dockers. His handball set a task for Bolton. Bolton slaps it forward. Back to Michael Frederick. To Voss. He feels okay now. He steps in a couple inside the Suns. Handball to Shea Bolton. Gives the don't argue. The snappy hits it thin. It's marked by Noble at the top of his defensive goal square. And now they look to run it out, the Suns. Butterick down the middle of Perth Stadium. He'll turn it over. The Dockers win it again. Jackson inside 50. Brayshaw. Chaotic from both teams. It ends up in the hands of Andrew Brayshaw. He'll have the set shot just slightly right of centre. He'll kick from about 50 metres or just beyond.
The importance of a fingernail in any game of footy, but particularly finals footy. Alex Pearce just got his hand on the ball and tapped it out towards Luke Jackson, who had the composure to find Brayshaw inside 50.
7 goals for the season. Andrew Brayshaw The Dockers would love another one here. Brayshaw, kick on the way. It's way left and in front. Tracy couldn't bring it in. It's off hands and out of bounds. Ends up slapping into the left behind post.
Might be a little bit of concern for Jai Amos as he comes off the field with a little bit of a limp. Potentially just caught in a contest.
Get a Cash to keep an eye on that downstairs. Still, the Suns lead by 4 points. 23 and a bit gone in the first. Throwing back in. Bounced to Fiorini. Wrapped up. Strong tackle. Bolton got him. Ball up again. Deep inside the Dockers forward 50. Throwing aloft once more. Wits against Jackson. Sun won it down. Young tries to gather. Immediately taken by two Suns. Young will throw it back to the umpire. Will go again. Up into the air as the rain starts to fall. Wits palmed it down. It spilled to Darcy. Well, that was a throw. Indeed it was. A free kick to be taken here by Gold Coast. Still in the hands of Rioli. And the rain really is starting to tumble down now. David from Mount Pleasant. Team, who is the prancing pony, please? And why was the name given? Well, that would be Patrick Voss. And the name was given to him by his coach, Jamie Graham, because of the way that he goes on when he's kicking at goal. And then occasionally kicking goals.
And even when others are kicking goals.
Yeah.
Ball up to the wing. Taken to ground in a tackle. Rowell sits now at the bottom of this pack as the ball's tossed up in the air. Wits v Darcy. Darcy tapped it out into the path of O'Meara of the Dockers, who got it to Young, then to Brayshaw, back to O'Meara. Handball to Young down the commentary wing. Couldn't get it back to him over his head, out of bounds. Well, but tossed in. A Cash photo downstairs.
Yeah, just an update on Jai Amos. It's his left foot that they're looking at. He's got the boot off while they examine it at the moment.
Nat Fyfe, the sub for the Dockers. David Swallow, the sub for the Suns. It'll be the last game for one of them tonight. Out of the ruck, Wits takes it, tries to belt it forward. It's only into the path of the Dockers. Brayshaw gathers, handballs to Chapman. Kick towards left half forward. Jackson in front, held by Collins. Free kick, Fremantle. Luke Jackson won a premiership on this ground in 2021 for the D's. Kicks it inside forward 50. Voss flew from behind, couldn't mark. Rioli was there for the Suns. Bouncing ball, comes out to Murphy Reid. O'Driscoll too slow, run down. Tackled by Butterick, he affects the kick. It rolls out of bounds. The Suns furious, demanding incorrect disposal.
Well, it was holding the ball.
It'll be a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Dockers.
Potentially caught the shin on the way down. Which
did it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's what the umpire saw, so...
Give him a little bit of an off out there.
Still a goal saver. Thrown in again. To the more telling tap down to Rioli. Went back to Wits. Somehow manufactured a short kick along the ground to Noble to Weller to Miller. Kicking the Suns towards the southern wing. Longs out in front of Ryan. Can't mark. Ball off the chest. It's tracked to the boundary line by Farah and over for a boundary throw-in. Saw a shot on the big screen, which is concerning. A Cash photo has probably got more details. A Cash.
Yeah, that's right. Jai Amos has now gone down into the Fremantle rooms for further assessment on that left foot.
Well, I'll be hoping that it's just a contact injury and maybe a little bit of pain relief. Anaesthetic put in there. Yep.
Suns lead by 4 points. 27 gone in the first. Ball on the outer side. Erasmus, one of the Dockers in his first finals, taken across the boundary line. Another throw-in.
Brayshaw continues his love affair of playing against the Suns. He's up to 11 touches already.
It's amazing the performances that he's had against the Suns, Andrew Brayshaw. Seems to go to another level when he takes on the Gold Coast. Darcy palms it down, bounces back towards him. Can't gather, tried to put a boot into it, couldn't do so. Powell picks it up, kicks towards left half forward. Merging with it as Pearce, has it right half back, hands it off to Erasmus, then to Sarong, running by Clark. Long kick inside forward 50. Collins goes back, got a fist on the footy, but it's spilled out to Frederick. The goal at his mercy is missed. Goodness me. He's running along the ground into the right-hand goalpost. It was begging for a major. We've seen the Dockers butcher a few like that this year. 1-5-11 Gold Coast, 1-2-8 the Dockers, 28 gone in the first. You could hear the groan when the crowd watched it again on the replay.
They might get another chance because Noble's kick for the Suns has gone straight onto the chest of Nathan O'Driscoll. One of the two inclusions this week for the Dockers. O'Driscoll inside the forward 50, Voss in front, couldn't take the mark. Bolton's there for the Dockers. Got it to Murphy Reid, his handball. Back outside attacking 50. Clark was dispossessed. Reid in there for the Suns. Rowell Tries to knock the bobbling ball forward. It comes back to Banfield of the Dockers, who's kicked up the line. Trying to get it to Bolton. It goes out of bounds. A bit of confusion. The umpire has paid insufficient intent.
Boundary umpire did. Was it a boundary umpire?
No, it was two field umpires, but they were in discussions looking at each other. I'm sure they were talking.
Not sure what else he
There was
could be there.
it was pinned up against the line. Not sure that's the right call.
Shea Bolton was ahead of the footy. The umpire said, I don't care about that. Kick up the line from the Suns. King in good position, couldn't take the mark. Cox at ground level for the Dockers. Just hoists a handball forward into the path of Noble for the Suns. Gets a free kick for a push in the back. Advantage is paid to Joel Jeffrey, who gives it to Rowell, and now to Fiorini.
Fiorini through the middle of the ground. It's a long kick inside forward. 50. Up! King! Got hands to it. Couldn't mark. The umpire said he was having his arms held by Pearce, and he'll get the free kick. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post. He'll put boot to ball from just inside the arc of 50.
Free kicks 8, Gold Coast way to 4. Frios.
Not sure he was completing that mark anyway on the way.
I don't think he was, but the contact was there from Pearce, so the correct call from the umpires on this occasion.
Ben King took one of the marks of the year at this ground in round 1 against West Coast. An absolute screamer. He's on his way in. Kick is out to the right-hand side and missing. Still looking to continue a run of what is at the moment 28 consecutive games with a goal, Ben King, but not with that. 1-6-12 the Suns. The Dockers 1-2-8. Half an hour gone opening term.
2 behinds for King. 69-19 coming into tonight. He's been incredibly accurate. As the ball goes off hands out of bounds from the kick out. Will be a ball in just beyond right half forward for the Suns. It's incredible accuracy for what has been a very good season for Ben King. He stands forward of the ball here as it's tossed back in. Darcy and Witts go at it. Witts cleverly got to the front. Tapped it down to Anderson. Here go the Suns. Weller. Handball into the path of Rowell. Handball to Fiorini. Kicks it on the right boot. Into the right forward pocket. Warner's there for the Dockers. Sliding out to meet it. Can take the intercept mark. As the siren sounds to end the first term. Elimination final footy here at Perth Stadium. On ABC Sport, it is the Suns 1-6-12 who lead the Dockers 1-2-8.
Goal kickers. This won't take long. Ben Long for the Gold Coast. The first finals goal in Gold Coast history. Long for Fremantle to the boot of the prancing pony himself in Patrick Voss. 1-6-12 as Mitch told you to 1-2-8. And earlier today, in the other elimination final, at Giants Stadium, the Hawks kept their season alive. A 19-point win over the Giants and their first win at Giants Stadium. 16-11-107 to GWS 13-10-88. Our text line, if you'd like to get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. Simon and Sean from the York Peninsula in SA, looking forward to a good game, enjoying the way that Freo are playing. A Freo and Hawks grand final? Question mark? It could play out, but a bit of work to go under the bridge yet. Neutral supporters, both Simon and Sean, thanks for texting in. Dan from East Perth, I'm at the stadium. I can tell you there probably isn't even 1,000 Sun supporters here. We're going to be around. There's
a very tiny pocket, isn't it?
Tiny little group behind the goals at the Farmer Freeway end. And over to the right-hand side, there is a big section of red that you can see. There's probably 500-600 people there, and there's one or two other little smatterings around. But
that big section to the right that you're talking about is exactly where Ben Long ran to after he kicked that goal, really trying to get his small number of supporters up and about.
They're small in number, but they've had a long way to come. Good on the Gold Coast Suns fan who have made the effort to make their way across the country. How many of these Suns fans we're getting TV close-ups of are actually West Coast fans that can't let Freo have a moment? That's from Rob in Greensborough.
Well, I actually saw a funny clip about that today because it was brought to some West Coast members or supporters' attention that when West Coast and Collingwood played in the grand final in 2018. They did a pre-game interview with Nat 5.
Yep.
And he said he was well and truly going for Collingwood.
Yeah, with the greatest respect. And I know that Paul Roos said that, you should get behind it. the whole state. That's just not how it works in two teams town. I'll guarantee you, most West Coast supporters, I'd say 99.8%, will be desperately cheering on the Suns today. And they do lead by 4 points at the break, 1-6-12 to 1-2-8. Wherever you're listening around the nation, good to have you with us on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Gets the handball back to Brayshaw. Spearing kick inside to Sarong. Couldn't mark it. Dudley, though, got it back to the Dockers. And Sarong delivers inside forward 50 to the cult figure Patrick Voss. He's built for the big stage. Set shot on the way. And there he goes. He's off and running. Double fist pump. High fives all round. Patrick Voss in his first final. Kicks the Dockers first. Got it down the Suns' way. Comes to Weller. Tumbling ball inside forward 50. And onto the chest of Long, who was playing in front. He's one of three Suns with finals experience. Ben Long. Kick on the way. And mark it down for your trivia heads. The first goal ever in a final for the Gold Coast Suns goes the way of Ben Long.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Some good news for the Dockers fans. Jai Amos is back out there. Nat Fyfe for the moment, still in the tracksuit. He's the sub. Also David Swallow, the sub for the Gold Coast Suns. They lead by 4 points, but goodness me, the Dockers left one out there. Through Frederick.
Oh.
A terrible miss that was.
Poor miss, open goal, and he hit the goal post. Gold Coast settled into the match, so no finals nerves so far. And as Sharad Wellingham pointed out, 9 inside 50s for 7 scoring shots. So looking really dangerous, but probably left a couple out there. Fremantle had their moments as well, but at the moment just a gripping finals contest. I do think, Shaz, that at times, particularly when Gold Coast have their forwards up high, their speed looks to really be a concern for Fremantle. So perhaps something that Damien Hardwick and the team can exploit.
I definitely agree with that. I think that's what's enabling them to not get caught and pinned in their defensive 50. They're all getting up nice and high, and while it might look pretty dense, their game plan is to really expose them and use the width of the ground and the length and try and really get those isolated one-on-ones into space. But it really was a pretty hot start from the Gold Coast Suns, which I'm a little bit surprised by and impressed from them.
I thought they had the better of it,
yeah,
that's for sure. And just on clearance watch, it's not Rowell, it's Anderson. Anderson's had the 4, Rowell with just the 1.
The clearances for the teams are 12 apiece. The tackles, 20-11 the way of the Dockers. The inside 50s, Fremantle lead that 14-9. Individually, as mentioned, Andrew Brayshaw has 11 for Fremantle. Shea Bolton with 8 disposals. Luke Jackson, Caleb Sarong with 7 apiece. The Suns, Matt Rowell with 8, and then 7 to Weller, Noble, and the captain, Noah Anderson. 1-6-12 the Suns. The Dockers 1-2-8 at quarter time.
0437 774 774. If you'd like to get in touch with us here on Finals Footy on ABC Sport, I found the 0.2%. That's Sarah from North Beach. Sorry, guys, we're crazy Eagles fans and cheering on the Dockers. Good on you, Sarah. Nice to know that there are a couple out there. Great calling, guys. Telly and Trudy from the Gold Coast, but they're very happy Pies fans. They've been listening to all the games. They're on a cruise ship going through Spain and Italy at the moment. Enjoy.
How good.
And stick with us. With this second term about to get underway, the Suns lead by 4 points over the Dockers. Second term of the second elimination final. Witts wins it down for Gold Coast to Davies, tackled immediately by Brayshaw. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Commentary edge of the centre circles. Wait for Witts. Jackson goes to join him, and it's Jackson that palms it down. Tapped by Davies to Rowell to gather. Kicks around the body, takes the Suns towards centre half forward. Chapman there. Farah against him. Ball jars out. Still there to be won. Putting his head over it was Humphrey. And he's tackled by O'Meara, so we'll have ourselves another ball up at centre half forward for the Suns. Heading towards the Farmer Freeway end in this turn to the left of our broadcast position. Jackson got it down. Rao had it. Broke away from Sarong. Gets a kick around the body. Inside forward 50. Bounced off long at full forward. Couldn't gather. Humphrey emerges with it. Oh, all power. Kicks around the body. That is incredible. What a goal. Bursting his way through the pack. 35 to 40 metres out, was able to twist and turn and snap and goal. The Suns have got their second, and it is a beauty. 2-6-18 to 1-2-8. The Suns up by 10, opening 70 seconds of the second term.
Easier said than done, but 2 broken tackles. I thought Shaz Rao got out of a couple, and then Humphrey, powerful guy, but there was a chance to lay an effective tackle, and he was too strong, too powerful, and a great finish.
And it was almost identical to Rao's, wasn't it?
His first touch of the game for Bailey Humphrey.
It's a telling one.
Not a bad first touch.
His first touch in a final. It's a goal.
Rao got away from Caleb Sarong, and then Humphrey just burst through.
Yeah, burrowed, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was Jordan Clark.
He is a heart and soul player. This Gold Coast outfit, they love him. Ball back in the middle. Rao head-to-head with Bolton. Bolton taps it to Sarong for the Dockers. Here they go inside 50. Fremantle. Voss found himself behind. Big fist from behind. Comes away the Suns. Mac Andrew. Handball out into the path of Fiorini, who was tackled by a couple of Dockers as he was exiting half-back. There is the ball up. Just beyond right half-forward for Fremantle. Jackson and Witts, the 2 rucks, they nominate. Ball tossed in the air, tapped down. Bolton through, was tackled by Rao. Lost the ball in the process. Comes to Fiorini. Kick around the corner's a good one, a short one. And it finds the captain in Anderson. Bolton's a bit sore after that collision. Dangerous kick. One of the Suns into the middle. Spoiled by a couple of Dockers. Rao just continuing to work. Gathered at ground level. Handball to Fiorini. Now out to Witts. Commentary wing right in front of the interchange gates. He kicks up towards Ben Long. Ryan fists from behind into the path, though, of Davies, who gathers to the Suns but is tackled by Clark. And we'll have a ball up just outside 50, left half forward. The Gold Coast Suns, they lead by 10 points.
Ooh. Throwing up again. Jackson got fingertips to it, came down to Witts, and as he spun, was able to just soccer it forward inside the attacking 50. Pearce battles there. Again, I'll try to work it out here, the Dockers. Sarong, clever hands. Back to Chapman, now to Ryan. Composed kick towards the commentary wing. And Tracy, a good mark in front of Andrew. Fremantle needs something. Tracy towards right half forward. Voss flew. Ewan went down. Voss stayed on his feet. Hand pass to Frederick. Runs to right half forward. Hits Amos on the chest. 25 out from goal. Deep in the right forward pocket.
Great recovery from Pat Voss and terrific kick from Michael Frederick. Amos will kick this straight on with a drop, or is he shaping for the across the body? He usually goes just drop punt. Across the body.
Takes a deep breath too. Drawing in the oxygen. He'll look to work it around with the left. It looks magnificent, it is. Gee, like that. It's a high five-a-thon downstairs for Jai Amos. No problems for him after early injury concerns, and no problem with the set snap for Fremantle's second. They draw to within 4 points. 2-6-18 the Suns, 2-2-14 the Dockers. Nearly 5 gone in the second term. Steve listening in. Send us a text on 0437 774 774. Listening in from China. Great call, fellas. Go Dockers. You'll be happy with that, Steve.
That's a great little confidence booster coming in off a little bit of a assistance from down at the change room.
Well done to the Fremantle medical team.
But for me, that was the contest between Tracy and Andrew. So they've been going against it, and I feel like Tracy just timed his contest, didn't get caught up getting too close to Andrew, who's got the amazing reach. That contest enabled them to get it out the back and have that inside 50 and be effective.
Big moment for Jai Amos. His second game ever at the top level was a final here at Perth Stadium against the Dogs in 2022. Fremantle in the middle, try and rush the ball forward, just knocking it along. Comes out the way of Young. Nice handball to Brayshaw. Kick towards Tracy. Andrew is there. Big fist from behind. Then became Rover. Couldn't gather. Murphy Reid could. Handball to Erasmus. The young Docker sets his sights on home. And drives through another one for the Purple Army. Dockers are back in front. 3-2-20 Fremantle. Gold Coast 2-6-18. Almost 6 minutes travelled in this second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell, two men that know what it takes to win a final.
Great finish from Erasmus. Murphy Reid involved again, but there was another unbelievable handball, this time from Hayden Young. He just got it off the ground, got it into space, and it's going to be a key part of this game, isn't it? That ability to get the ball from inside the contest to players that are free on the outside, and that time it was Hayden Young.
Tell you what, he might need a concussion test after the head roughly got from the pants and prony.
You don't want a head ruffle from a pony. Bad things can happen from that, as we've found out in the past. Suns win it out of the middle. Witts got it to Rao, then to Davies. Sweeping hand pass. Goes again to Weller. Takes a bounce. Runs the 50 out. Heads towards Humphrey. Here he is. Marking just to the left of the goal square. He plays on. He's got his second. The Suns with the immediate response, and they're back out to a 4-point lead. 3-6-24 to the Dockers, 3-2, 27 gone in the second term.
Very uncomfortable spot to be as one out in the cage against someone as powerful as Bailey Humphrey, and Carl Warner was all at sea, to be perfectly honest.
Didn't he?
Wrong-footed, facing the wrong way, and that'll be a match-up that Gold Coast will love. And the other key part of that was Fremantle wingman collapsed into the contest and left Dan Riol, I think it was Weller completely free on the outside.
And again, it was the handball just before that. I think today is going to be really telling who can get this handball from inside to out and be effective. We saw it just then, Young to Brayshaw.
That time was Alex Davies.
Alex Davies on the outside. So it's really quite rough and tumble on the inside, but if you can be clean and find someone on that first receive, might be able to expose the opposition.
It was Neil Erasmus who got sucked into the contest, and Weller had too much space on the outside.
Suns ahead in the clearances, 17-14 as the ball goes back up in the middle. Rowell and Brayshaw, two hard nuts going at it. Neither could take it. Jackson tapped it forward. Rowell, though, steals it for the Suns. Kicks inside the forward 50. Couldn't find a target in King. He was pushed off it. Pierce back there for the Dockers inside his own defensive 50. Handball to Warner. Now Clark. Now Banfield. Working in tight confines. The Dockers couldn't cleanly get it out. It goes out of bounds. Right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns.
Rowell's been brilliant in the start of this second quarter, up to 13 touches. He had a reasonable first quarter, but he's been really impactful.
He's stalking once again. Ball spun back in. Witts to the front. Took it out of the ruck. Little chip kick forward. O'Meara. First one there. He was dispossessed. Now it goes back in on hands and knees. Butterick gets it to Reid, who's tackled to ground by Erasmus. No clearing that. They'll ball it up again. 40 metres out from the Suns' goal. Right forward pocket. They lead by 4 points.
Got some great people listening in from all over the world. We'll run through one in just a moment as Darcy wins this down. Hacked by Weller forward. Pierce goes up. Not far enough to be a mark. He's tackled immediately. Had to get rid of Erasmus. Tapped it to Ryan. Then to Banfield. Hard up against the boundary to Brayshaw. Wobbles a kick beyond defensive 50. Dudley went up for the mark. Missed it. Didn't matter. Tracy was there. Immediately kicks towards centre half forward. Amos can't drag it in. It bounced to Collins for the Suns. And they can set up again here, Gold Coast. Going on a charging run. Out towards commentary wing. Coming out there is Jeffrey. Took a couple of bounces and moved it short to Ainsworth. And get his fluoro green boots in motion. Kicks back inside forward 50. They come from everywhere. No mark taken. Butterick at the back. Sockers it through for a goal. The Suns have got their fourth. And they go out to a 10-point lead at the 10-minute mark of the second term. Gold Coast 4-6-30. Fremantle 3-2-20. And a big g'day. We've got the photo as well. Watching and listening to the Dockers versus Gold Coast at the Antarctic Haven Bay in Greenland on the MS Fram, which, by the way, if you're wondering, is a passenger vessel that's operated by a Norway-based group. So the photo's there. What a magnificent background that is. Thanks for sharing it with us here on ABC Sport. This is finals footy. Let's hear from Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham, our expert.
Big Fremantle contingent in Greenland. That ball can't get over the back. No Fremantle defender got
all
hands
sucked
on
in.
it. All sucked into the contest, and Butterick pounced.
These young Suns.
It's a really hard balancing act, isn't it, between wanting to impact a contest and holding your position to somewhere where you can cover the contest.
Well, it's the old adage, if you go, you have to impact the ball.
Dark night here at Perth Stadium. Back in the middle, Young. Got it for the Dockers. Fought off a tackler, handball to Brayshaw, now to Sean Darcy. Kick inside, 50, Voss out to meet it. Takes it on the chest. We'll have the set shot from pretty much directly in front. Will kick from around 45 metres out.
Great work from Hayden Young again. Hack kick forward from Darcy out of the centre, and Voss was the late man into the contest. Unconvincing, but he marked
didn't actually have his eyes on it when he got
closed his eyes at the point of contact.
They need a little spark here, the Dockers. To back-to-back goals to the Suns. Patrick Voss, set shot, never in doubt. That's two for the prancing pony, Patrick Voss. And the celebration was a bit more business as usual on that occasion because they've got some work to do, the Dockers. They closed the margin to 4 points. 4-2-26 Fremantle. Gold Coast 4-6-30. 12 minutes played in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Sharrod Wellingham, Peter Bell.
Actually questioned the rush kick from Darcy because he had a player just out in front of him on his left-hand side, Luke Jackson, who was running forward really hard. But it's a final. Getting inside your forward 50, there's nothing wrong with that. And what we saw from big Patrick Voss is exactly what you want. You want your big forwards coming and hitting the contest hard because hopefully you've got your mids following that in and you can cover it up nice and easily, but not necessarily after he goes back and kicks his second. Not sure about that celebration from Voss.
A bit more low-key.
Yeah, we don't like the understated.
No, get up and about. Darcy won it down. Sarong out after it. Tapped it to O'Driscoll. Gave it to Young. He'll kick the Dockers inside forward 50. It's a thumping kick. Collins got fish to it. Punched it down. Jeffrey tackled immediately by Dudley. They wanted holding the ball. The umpire says no. We'll ball it up instead. About 55 out from the Dockers goal. They're heading to the city end or the right of our broadcast position in this, the second term. Wits with the more telling tap. It'll come back to him as well. But they out to Flanders. Where's Cooper Simpson when you need him? Kick towards right half back. Reid couldn't mark. We'll get the free kick though. It's going against Ryan, who can't believe it. That's a matchup I so desperately want. We haven't had it yet, Simpson and Flanders. Up against... He finally got it, Billy.
Sorry.
The right back pocket. It's
concentrating on other things.
Right half back. Here's Reid. Towards right half forward goes the kick. Erasmus went underneath it. Banfield drags it in. Tackled by Butterick. Got a hand pass out in the direction of Darcy. Surrounded by traffic. Went back to Cox. To Chapman. To Cox again. When the 50-metre arc meets the boundary at left half back. Kicks the Dockers towards the southern wing. Reid got hand to it. Couldn't mark. That's the Gold Coast Reid. Spilled off him and went down to Murphy Reid. And then he's tackled and will ball it up between the wing and right half forward for the Suns. So up by 4 points on the scoreboard. 13 gone in the second turn.
Wits, decisive tap down though, straight into the path of Erasmus for the Dockers, who was tackled immediately by Humphrey. We'll have another ball up. Slightly favouring the attacking side of the southern wing to the Suns. Again, Wits, decisive, tapped it down. Couldn't find a teammate. Sarong was tackled high and he wins the free kick. So Sarong will have it just beyond left half back for the Dockers. The Suns look to shut down the ground. Taking his time. Three-time All-Australian now, Caleb Sarong. High kick up the wing, looking for Tracy in front. Couldn't mark out Andrew for company. Falls the way of Murphy Reid. Handball out of the path of Hayden Young. Under pressure from Powell and Flanders. Flanders did well, knocked him off the ball. Allows Powell to gather, who was tackled by Erasmus. Ball stays in on the southern side. Eventually ends up with Weller. His tumbling kick up the line, looking for Humphrey. Punched away by Banfield. Did well, Humphrey, to squirt it out. Ball in congestion in the middle of the southern wing. Brayshaw dispossessed by Miller. Now Anderson to the Suns. He's dispossessed, holding the ball. Free kick, Fremantle going the way of Sarong.
A couple of big tackles from Caleb Sarong. And the tempo, the intensity has lifted again.
Suns by 4 points. 15 gone in the second. Sarong out to Banfield. Just shy of the southern wing. Back to Ryan, who marks. No one stands anywhere near Ryan. To go in a little bit of a run. Now we'll kick towards left half forward. Pack of 4 underneath. Tracy got a hand to it, spilled out the side. Young Soccer's off the ground, but into the path of Rioli. 3-time premiership
50
player.
against
50
Dudley.
again.
Just cribbed over the mark. It was very quick, wasn't it?
Very quick.
A lot of opportunity to get out of the way for Dudley. So Rioli has been brought into the centre square. He's shy of the centre circles. Looked to his right and decided to go to his left, and he found Andrew, who marks.
I think the umpire called 50 before he called mark.
And comes back to Jeffrey. Has space in front of him to go on a run. Instead, kicks into the left forward pocket. King from the side. Got a fish to it, knocked it to ground. And then the short hand pass, originally from Ainsworth to Fiorini, is then taken over the boundary line thanks to the pressure of O'Driscoll. There's a throwing 55 out from the Suns goal. They lead 4-6-30 to 4-2-26, the Dockers. 16 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
Wits, he is having his way in the ruck. He tapped it down. Anderson couldn't gather. Then he cut off the deck. Spinning out of trouble. Noah Anderson. Kick from 50 towards the goal face. Big fist comes. King and Cox going out. It's off hands for a minor score. 4-7-31 now, the Suns. The Dockers are 4-2-26. Margin 5 points. Approaching the 17th minute mark of the second term.
Marcus in South Melbourne. My Dockers are very jittery, or is it just me? Gold Coast sticking to their system, well under pressure. Thanks, Marcus, for getting in touch. 0437 774 774. Dockers move it towards the wing. Murphy Reid gave it to Bolton, who fumbled and then found Erasmus. The kick is towards right half forward. Davies got it up to Jeffries and then gave it to Miller. Sweeping hand pass forward to Reid for the Suns. Kicks towards centre half forward. Going out the soccer away is Ryan. Worked out okay. I'll move it on quickly. Dudley inside forward 50. Murphy Reid went up. Taken to ground by Ewan. Reid will get the free kick for the Dockers. 45-degree angle from the right-hand side. He'll put boot to ball 45 metres out.
Great courage from the young man.
The umpires allowed Fremantle the advantage for a long time, didn't they? They allowed Dudley to take it cleanly, which was about 20 metres away from the point of contact from where the first free kick was given, or 30 metres away, which was interesting, and courage to stand under that ball.
There's no opportunity to go through all that because it just happened so fast that inside forward 50 it went. Murphy Reid. Huge chance for the rising star. Boots cross the 50. We're right behind the kick. It is through for a goal. He holds the arms out wide to say, how about that? Murphy Reid gives the Dockers back the lead. It comes at the 19-minute mark of the second term. Fremantle are 5-2-32. The Suns are 4-7-31. Good you're with us wherever you're listening around the nation on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app around the world. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham.
And with that goal, Shaz, Murphy Reid becomes the number one rated player on the field with his 10 disposals. He just has impact.
I was looking at his stats. He's feeling like he's had an amazing impact, but he's only had the 3 kicks. We're so used to him being really effective with his inside 50s, but his hands have been lightning fast and really, really damaging. So, and that courage, that'll get his teammates up, won't it? That is absolutely amazing from a first-year player to stand under a kick like that.
Crowd finds its voice again out of the middle. Jackson for the Dockers. Handball to Bolton, who had a fumble. And in there is Reid. This is Ethan Reid for the Suns. Handball to Davies. Snaps inside the forward 50. Long taps it down. Miller couldn't trap it. Coming through O'Driscoll. He spills it. Miller on hands and knees. Knocks it out the Suns' way. Fiorini v Chapman. Chapman gets there first for the Dockers. Tackled by Fiorini. Taken to ground. Umpire said that's okay. Ball up right half forward. Sometimes it hinders when the second teammate comes in and lays the tackle, because he had one arm free then. Chapman, he might have been in trouble as the ball's tossed up close to the boundary line. Gathered by Ethan Reid for the Suns. Snaps into the pocket. It's a bouncing ball. It bounces out of bounds.
Exactly the same kicks we saw from Banfield.
In similar fashion to the first quarter, the crowd thought there was a bit of humour in it. It'll be tossed in right forward pocket of the Gold Coast Suns. They now trail by 1 behind.
Ball spun back into play. Ethan Reid took front position. Jackson at the back, though, palmed it down straight into traffic. It's not coming out of there. Ball up the call.
I do think this is an opportunity when Jackson is opposed to Reid in the ruck.
Really big anchor being set by Gold Coast, with Collins sitting about 30 metres on his own behind everybody, so no fast play coming up.
Off hands down to O'Driscoll, tackled by Butterick. Will ball it up again, still in the right forward pocket here for the Suns. Cox stands alongside King in the goal square. Jackson tried to take it away himself, knocked out of his grasp. Ball hits the deck. Still there to be won. Anderson was over the top of it. He's tackled the ground. And ourselves another ball up. It's barely moved in this spot in the right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns as Jackson palmed it down. Umpire spots a kicking in danger. Call. It's going the way of the Dockers here, and Bolton will have it in the left back pocket. It's against Anderson, and Bolton will move it short. And here's Warner. By the way, Brayshaw with 14 disposals, Rao with 13, and a free kick being paid here for the Dockers.
Did their player move away from the protected area after being called to stand? Be my guess.
I think it might have been Anderson running through the protected area. And now there's been a free kick downfield.
So it's against Fremantle.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's against Fremantle. It's against Patrick Voss. Going to ground inside their forward 50 was Will Powell. We saw this last night. The ball's turned over in the middle of the ground. The Suns have caught the Dockers napping. Miller inside 50 towards Long, and Clark gets back. Punches it through. But he's hurt Jordan Clark. He's down. He punched it through for a rush behind, and he is in some serious trouble at his own defensive goal square, the All-Australian. As we see the replay, there is nothing in that for mine as Patrick Voss
pushed someone in the chest.
Will Powell to ground, who tried to check his run. But Jordan Clark, this is distressing. He has landed.
He landed very awkwardly.
Right on the back of his head, top of his back. He was tumbling backwards as he's made the spoil, been twisted in the air, and he's come down, landed flat on the back with his head ricocheting into the turf of Perth Stadium. He's giving a nod saying he's okay, like he may have had the wind taken out of him.
You've got to hope that that's a winding.
Yeah.
I suggest it's more a winding issue as the fans rise and cheer for Jordan Clark. In amongst it all, it is a minor score. 4-8-32 the Suns, 5-2-32 the Dockers. Scores levelled.
Ryan with the kicking duties. Comes towards the commentary wing. Tracy in front of Andrew. Won it out to the side. Suns looked to work it forward, but it came to Sarong immediately. To Erasmus by hand. Then on to Young. To a one-on-one inside forward 50. Diving out to the side. Amos up against Collins. Couldn't mark. Collins off the deck to Miller. Then to Jeffrey. Hand pass to Rao. Tracy! Got him! Wrapped him up holding the ball. Frederick tried to play on, and then he gets run down, and that's holding the ball as well.
That's a really poor decision to take the play on.
And Anderson got him, and the captain for the Suns has it in the left back pocket.
It's a rush of blood.
Rush of blood.
Two poor decisions in critical moments from Frederick so far. One in front of goal and then playing on under those circumstances. Andrew for the Suns will kick them towards the commentary wing. Score still level, 32 points apiece as Wentz in a strong marking contest against Jackson.
The former captain, ball in hand, handballs off to Noble. Spearing kick towards half forward, just outside half forwards where Long takes it. Now he can turn Ben Long. Kicks it inside 50. Big fly from the back. No mark, Ethan Reid. Jager O'Meara, the former Sun. Now Docker cleans it up for Fremantle. Ball ends up with Luke Ryan. High ball trying to clear defensive 50. It won't make it outside the paint. It falls down the Suns' way. Davies looking for Long. It was taken by O'Driscoll. Tried to spin through traffic. Caught holding the ball. A free kick will go to Alex Davies. And that's how quickly he can turn around. The Dockers could have been looking at a scoring shot at one end. Frederick was caught holding the ball, and now Alex Davies has ball in hand. Tight angle, just inside left half forward, 40 out. From Wollongong, New South Wales, raised in Cairns, now a Gold Coast Sun. Alex Davies in his first final. The kick looks good off the boot. It holds its line. And the Suns fans at the Graham Farmer Freeway end, they celebrate loudly. Small in number, but they're making up for it with the noise. The Suns hit the front again. 5-8-38 Gold Coast. Fremantle 5-2-32. 25 played in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell, our experts.
Terrific tackle from Davies. And, just Michael Frederick, he just needed to understand the situation a bit more. It was unrealistic that he'd be able to have enough space to be able to take a play on in those circumstances. So a bit of good work from Josh Tracy undone, but full credit to Alex Davies. Lays the tackle, but even better, kicks the goal from 40 metres out.
Not a bad time to get your second goal of the season. Alex Davies, just his 7th game of 2025. 23-year-old, utterly delighted. And it was a wonderful kick. We were right behind it all the way. And the restart, Darcy was able to win it down. I'll take the advantage. He was being held anyway. Sarong goes bursting away from 55 out at centre-half forward towards goal. Jackson up, couldn't mark it. Spills to ground, out towards Noble. It's been locked in, ball up the call. And then there's a bit of afters here between Collins and Voss. Collins being told just to calm it all down by Powell. As Jackson drags himself off the deck. Rucks go at it. Darcy punted down. Here's Frederick, threw it on the boot to Young in the goal square. Couldn't mark or play on. Wouldn't have been far enough anyway, to be honest. He was immediately set upon Fiorini, one of 2 sons, the other Ewan, who tackle him. Ball up at the top of the goal square. Attacking side for the Dockers. Umpire spots a free kick. It's
Darcy just blocking out the ability of Witts to get at the ball in the ruck contest.
That's exactly right. Immediately showed it. So Witts towards Noble into the left back pocket. He finds Jeffrey, who marks. Run through your texts at half time. Plenty of an opportunity to hear from you wherever you are around Australia, around the world. 0437 774 774. The kick, the Suns towards the commentary wing. They'll win it through Davies. Hands it on to King. Bursts through the middle to the logo. Kicks inside, forward 50. Alex Pearce went, couldn't mark. Farah sockers it on, gave it to Butterick, back to Farah. Hand pass into the goal square. Socker through. Fiorini punches the air in sheer joy. And the Suns went coast to coast. And they find themselves with a 12-point lead. 28 gone in the second. They're 6-8-44, the Suns. 5-2-32, the Dockers. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
You think back to your playing days and you always go to the source, and once again Cox just got caught getting drawn under the contest. I know that he was going to try and win the ball, but you can't get done under the contest, can you, Billy? Because as soon as it happens, you're going to get done out the back, and his opponent ended up being the one who puts it inside forward 50. But a beautiful bit of play with the players in the forward 50 finding space for each other. And we saw it last night with Dempsey, who that beautiful half volley wasn't quite as clean
pretty
as that.
Similar. Yep.
But put it out in front, and a beautiful finish from Fiorini. Through ball executed perfectly.
The through ball, I love it. That's exactly what it was. Like a good striker, he pounced.
It sounds like a name you'd find in one of those European soccer leagues. Fiorini. And he finished well out of the middle. Tackled, caught, holding the ball. Anderson, Sarong got him. He has tackled well tonight, Caleb Sarong. Has the free kick in the middle of the ground. Kicks inside the 450. Tracy, distracted by Witts. Couldn't take the mark. The kick was perfect. Now the Suns off half-back. Anderson received from Rao. Kicks it towards the commentary wing. Bad bounce for Chapman. Warner's there for the Dockers, though. Stepped inside traffic. Got it back to Chapman. Forward handball through the centre square to Brayshaw. Now O'Meara. He's caught. Just gets a handball away. Under pressure, the Dockers. Here comes Rioli for the Suns. And he's tackled.
The intensity is great. The intensity from both sides is great. I feel like it's gone up another notch.
Should have been holding the ball on Jager O'Meara. That was not a handball. Got away with one from the restart. Ball comes out to Bolton for the Dockers. High kick towards the attacking goal square. Hewland. Redder Best takes the mark opposed to Young and has it the right-hand side of the goal face of the Suns. He can switch to Andrew in the left-back pocket, who can go further left to Noble. The Suns, 12-point lead, 30 minutes played in the second term Friday. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Feels like a Friday night. It's that intense. Noble be on defensive. 50 at the back. Witts couldn't mark. Hand pass there to Humphrey. Now to Farah. Pops one over the top. Beautifully weighted to King. Now King had played on. Almost tackled by Cox, but got away, leapt to his feet, found Flanders, kicks into the left forward pocket, sliding out Ethan Reid, couldn't mark. The pressure came from the Freo captain in Pearce. The ball's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
And a good move, having Ben King up the ground on occasion. He's just too quick for Brennan Cox. They look really dangerous, don't they? They're getting a lot of energy off those long down the lines at the moment, Gold Coast.
In their first final, they're playing like experienced campaigners from the throwing out the back. Oh, Humphrey! He's got his third! He just bobbed up and said, I'll have this, and was able to find the major opening. The Suns, as we close in on half-time, lead by 18 points. That's a terrific snap with the right, about 40 out from goal. What a ripper.
We highlighted
7-8-50 to 5-2-32. Sorry, Billy. Suns over the Dockers, 31 gone in the second.
Highlighted in pre-match, didn't we? Bailey Humphrey, and just what a difficult matchup he is. That was a failing at that stoppage there, but Humphrey just pounced and clinical finish.
Clinical finish, but the quarter. I don't think he had that much of an impact in the first quarter. Comes out, he's had the 3 goals and made a huge impact.
They have said all year over there on the Gold Coast, everyone who's watched them, everyone from the club, he's built for finals football. And he's got 3 goals in the first half of his first final. What a game he is having. Bailey Humphrey, ball back in the middle. Sean Darcy taps it down to Sarong, worried off it by Rowell. Then Bolton, he was dispossessed. Rowell back onto it, shows a clean pair of heels, just powers out of the middle, kicks inside the forward 50, looking for a marking target. Cox fisted down. Farah gathers for the Suns. Handball to Weller. It's like something inside forward 50. Kicks towards King, and Warner is there for the Dockers. The momentum's with the Suns here.
I'd be well advised to try and slow this down and get into half-time, Fremantle.
Warner short, up the middle of the 50 to Clark. Warner continued his run and now marks the ball just inside the 50 at left half back for Fremantle. They find themselves trailing by 18 points. The Suns in command at the moment. Warner goes up the southern wing. Amos flew high from the back, couldn't mark. Anderson at ground level gathered. He was tackled, lost it. Spills the way of Jeffrey for Gold Coast. Kicks up towards left half forward or right half forward, and Warner comes across and double fists it out of bounds. Long quarter, 33 minutes gone. The Suns, they lead by 3 straight kicks, 18 points. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
6 goal to 4 second quarter in Gold Coast favour. Bailey Humphrey with 3.
Sarong with 16 disposals for the Dockers. Rowell and Anderson with 15 apiece for the Suns. From the restart, the Suns win it down. Witts shed it to Weller, then to Anderson, to Fiorini, back to Anderson. The captain for the Suns kicks into the right forward pocket. Cox flew, couldn't mark. Farah tried to tap it to his own advantage, stolen away by Ryan. Gets the Dockers towards left half back. Darcy diving forward, couldn't mark. Anderson, here's another disposal. And then to Rowell with another disposal, and he's shot at goal. 45-degree angle to the right-hand side, and from 45 out, misses left. A minor score. 7-9-51 the Suns, 5-2-32 the Dockers, 33 and a bit gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside Mitch Turner.
Second terms, the only quarters this year the Dockers have a losing record in. 9-1-13. They have not been their friend. The Suns, they're ahead of the ledger in every quarter. In 2025, as Fremantle move it by a foot outside defensive 50. Just beyond right half back, Warner. One of 6 Dockers in his first final. Kicks up the commentary wing. Tracy 1-on-1 with Andrew. Did well, took the mark. Still time left for another goal. Inside 50 goes Tracy out to meet it. Read it beautifully, Ewland. He's played a solid game so far. Takes a defensive mark for the Suns. Thought about going short, and instead he'll kick it back to where it came. Up the commentary wing, Tracy goes back, can't mark, falls to Rowell for the Suns, to Farah, clever little tap onto Humphrey, kick inside the forward 50 for Gold Coast, King going back, can't mark, spoiled by Cox, it spills the way of the Suns, Butterick runs in, slams it through, and Gold Coast have 4 in a row, and it's Connor Butterick's second goal. That puts the margin out to a game high 25 points. Red time goal for the Suns. 35 gone in this second term. Sharrod Wellingham and Peter Bell are our experts. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
They're just on top of the ground. I really feel like Fremantle have tried to go inside their shell and conserve the quarter. The Gold Coast is still taking it to them, aren't they? And that's the beauty of momentum, like we discussed pre-game. It's really hard to halt. Gold Coast are just willing to knock it on, play the advantage and take a little bit more risk. Gone inside their shells a little bit too much.
The Gold Coast are destroying Fremantle on those long down the lines by getting good representation at the fall of the ball and then just velocity off the back of it. Fremantle just not dealing with that situation at all well.
Too stagnant around that contest because they're trying to just block it in there.
Darcy against Witts. Darcy palmed it down to Young. He's going to be tackled immediately by Rowell. Held to him. Ball up. The Suns. Red time goals for the team in red. Darcy won it down again, but went to Rowell. His hand pass backwards to Frederick. Couldn't gather. Anderson was there. Tapped to Flanders. Hand pass forward to Humphrey. Might have been taken high on the deck. Flanders plays on by hand. Ricochets away. As far as O'Driscoll, he looks to work it forward to Dudley. Can't get away from Noble. Hand pass over the shoulder. Look away. Beautiful to Brayshaw. Stabs it forward. Tracy Marks. He is going to kick this from about 58 out from goal. It's tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. This will take everything he's got, Josh Tracy.
Got to be a barrel.
Got to be a barrel. No?
He's got the drop punt in him.
He does.
Can he arc?
He's going the barrel.
He does. He's put it in the barrel. This would be a crowd lifter. It's turning towards goal. It's not going to have the carry. Hewlin comes out and makes sure of it, punching it forward. No score. Half-time. And it's the Suns in their first final who lead 8-9-57. So the Dockers 5-2-32. Goal kickers for Gold Coast. 3 to Bailey Humphrey. He was simply outstanding. 2 to Connor Budrick. Singles to Alex Davies, Braden Fiorini and Ben Long. For the Fremantle Dockers, 2 goals to Patrick Voss. Singles to Reid, Amos and Erasmus. Gold Coast led by 4 points at quarter time. They lead by 25 points in this do-or-die game. Wrapping up week 1 of the finals here at Perth Stadium, the second elimination final. It's advantage to the away side as both teams make their way down to their respective rooms. The Dockers are unhappy with the umpiring, but I'm not sure that's the problem for the Fremantle fans that have come along in big numbers tonight. What do our experts make of it? Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham on ABC Sport.
Well, my big thing is that they just went inside their shells too early, weren't willing to hit contests at pace and take the game on. I know you said towards the end there that they've got to just try and get to to half time. I feel like they probably started doing that about 5 to 7 minutes before you even said it. So all credit to Gold Coast, really. They took the game on. They had pace around the contest. Early on, both sides were doing an even job at clearances and stoppage, at finding the spare one outside and taking advantage of that and getting it inside 50 and being quite effective with it. But as the game rolled on, it was, as you said, the long down the lines where it was a contest. Fremantle a little bit flat-footed at those contests, and you've got a Gold Coast player coming through. It's really, really hard to stop, and it catches your defenders offside, doesn't it? Because they're also trying to, be in a defensive position behind their player, quickly turn and trying to catch them while they're going towards goal, and your defender trying to watch the play. It's almost impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, they certainly energised Gold Coast off those long down the lines, and Fremantle, like you say, were just caught flat-footed. So that is something that Justin Longmuir will have to address. And even if it's something as basic as there can't be any soft drops. Any long down the line, we've got to get a big fist in if we're the defending team and get it out of that inner circle, if you like, because Gold Coast are just getting good representation there. And then once they're goal side and going and the offside winger is getting towards the goal, they're just too quick for Fremantle. They look really dangerous.
And I feel like the Fremantle defenders are really opponent conscious as opposed to just playing the ball. They're grabbing and really trying to make sure that their opponent isn't able to have a free run at the ball. I want them to just attack the ball and play the way they have all year. Be, slightly proactive, I guess, that is not what they're doing at the moment. They're being far too defensive and opponent-minded. So all credit to Gold Coast. I mean, they have come out, started with a huge momentum boost and confidence boost for themselves, wrestled it back from Fremantle's point of view. But that second half of that second quarter was just complete dominance from the Gold Coast.
It was. They've had 9 scoring shots from stoppage and 8 from turnover. And Damien Hardwick would be thrilled. A couple of goals to Butterick in that second quarter, 3 to Bailey Humphrey. And he's just a really difficult matchup. So I'm sure that Fremantle put some work into him. They've been in this position many times this season, Fremantle, but full credit to Damien Hardwick and the Suns. Advantage Gold Coast.
And you can see it in the stats in terms of marks inside 50. It is 6-2 in favour of Fremantle. So there's no go-back set shot. Everything has been either through a contest or on the run out the back from Gold Coast point of view. And so I don't know how Fremantle coaching and players can halt that momentum. I think that they can't try and halt it. They've got to go and play their way and be slightly more aggressive. And I know that they're going to have some coverage behind that, but it's at the source where they're being slightly too passive.
Yeah, and their ability, Gold Coast, particularly in that second quarter, to get numbers to the footy. They've almost doubled Fremantle's ground ball.
That's exactly what it is, isn't it?
So that's just work rate and getting an extra to the contest, keeping it around the contest, but then once you win possession of it, getting it to the outside and getting it forward. A typical Richmond / Damien Hardwick style of footy that they're doing. Just surge it on. They've been really damaging. Yeah.
Lots of texts from lots of places around the world. From where you'd rather be. No, I'd rather be nowhere else. But maybe as soon as this game finishes, if I can be magically transported. From Split, Croatia, Robin and Norm say we're nervous wrecks listening in. Is that because you're Suns or Dockers fans, Robin, Norm? Let us know. 0437 774 774. As always, on ABC Sports. So good to hear the Suns playing so well in their first final. Michelle is on the bus to Barcelona. That must be magnificent. Hi, guys. Go Freo. Travelling from Verona to Cortino d'Ampezzo, the Dolomites. I'm sure I've absolutely stuffed up that pronunciation. I apologise. How do you say it?
Dolomites.
No, Dolomites. We're listening on the bus through the Italian Alps. Go Freo, says Mark. Hey?
Cortina. That's where Cortina is, a beautiful skiing village.
Ah, okay. I've been to
where James Bond was shot.
Okay, I've been to Asiago myself.
Someone shot James Bond. Oh, you mean?
Oh, the moon. Yeah, okay. I still can't believe it took you so long to get the Simpsons.
I wasn't. Clint, don't take this personally. I wasn't listening at
well, you can join my wife and my kids in that category.
And I love the Simpsons.
I know, that's why I was so devastated. I thought if there's one person, it'll be you.
A friend of mine's just text. Now, Lou said, Dolomites, you reckon?
Well, again, you reckon. Sorry, I'll be serious for a moment. Craig Edwards in Lerwick. G'day, guys. Listening here in the sunny Shetland Isles. Currently harvesting my onions as I listen. G'day to Sharad. I'm mates with Eileen, his mum. Old schoolmates from Newman days. Eagles fan myself, but happy enough to see the Dockers flying the West Aussie flag. Great call, fellas. I found the other one of the 0.02%.
Aileen.
Sorry. Aileen. Sorry, Sharad's mum. John and Peter from Canberra enjoying the coverage whilst sitting on the beach in San Sebastian in Spain. Oliver's here listening while washing the dishes at the casino. That's not as cool, but someone has to keep the economy rolling. Thank you, Oliver. Is the wind favouring anyone tonight? Oh, I would have thought it is favouring the Farmer Freeway end, the left-hand side.
Yeah, I would say so, but as you know, it does get quite swirly.
Yeah, ground level. So the flags are definitely going that way, but at ground level.
It almost flips around.
And interestingly, Gold Coast won the toss and chose to go the other way, so maybe it feels a bit different on ground level. Doesn't seem to be affecting the distance that the ball is travelling to any great degree either way.
Grant's working in the Mediterranean near Cyprus. He says, great coverage, guys. Adam is from North Perth normally, but says he's listening from Zurich during an ill-timed work trip to Switzerland. I imagine you're a Dockers fan. Michelle, who's a Lions fan from Melbourne, says, thank goodness for the ABC Listen Apps footy call. I'm on a bus ride from Lyon in France to Barcelona in Spain. Hopefully, well, we're keeping you company, as is. I would imagine that the scenery would be fairly interesting between Lyon and Barcelona. Kate and Glenn listening from Santorini in Greece, cheering on the Suns in the sun. Richard from Geelong, I'm a neutral in this game, but were I a Suns fan, I'd be very proud of my boys. Win or lose, they've shown no nerves and they've bravely attacked the game. Other people listening in from wherever you are, Shelby and Tim travelling across Germany on a train. Chris the truckie is driving a road train from Darwin to Perth. Shout out to all the truckies. You keep the nation moving. Good on you, fellas. Thank you, Chris. Daniel's listening in from the Philippines. Jules sitting in the sunshine in a beer garden in Munich, which is something that I have done and I highly recommend. And Terry listening in to the call from Thailand. Thank you, Terry, and thanks to everyone who got in touch. Keep them rolling in, 0437 774 774. It is halftime here at Perth Stadium, and the Suns in their first ever final. Are they up and about? They lead the Dockers 8-9-57 to 5-2-32. Let us pause, though, right now and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Authorities say the victim of a fatal shark attack on Sydney's northern beaches leaves behind a wife and young daughter just a day before Father's Day. The 57-year-old DY man was pulled from Longreef Beach just after 10 o'clock this morning, suffering catastrophic injuries and died at the scene. Police say the man lost a number of limbs and 2 sections of his surfboard have been recovered. Inspector Stuart Thompson says authorities will work to identify the type of shark responsible.
So we had a number of police boats for life-saving. There was a number of jet skis. They were out looking for, obviously, the shark. Obviously, we passed that information on to the Department of Primary Industries, who will be the key agency in terms of, obviously, locating the shark and then working out what to do next.
The search for accused cop killer Desi Freeman continues, with police offering a $1 million reward for anyone who has information that leads to his arrest. Shannon Schubert reports from Paulpunka.
There have been no confirmed sightings of Desi Freeman since he fled into dense bushland in Victoria's high country late last month, after allegedly shooting dead 2 police officers on his property. Police are offering a historic $1 million reward for anyone who has information that could lead to Mr Freeman's arrest. Detective Inspector Dean Thomas says it's not a last resort.
It's not an act of desperation and it's far from it.
Police activity has been quiet around Paulpunka today, but Victoria Police say there are no plans to scale down the search.
Authorities say they've targeted a black market in steroids and synthetic drugs operating across Queensland. Details from Joshua McIntosh.
An investigation led by Australian Border Force has resulted in the arrest of 17 people and the seizure of $1.5 million worth of performance and image-enhancing drugs and other illicit substances. Border Force officers intercepted packages containing the drugs destined for private mailboxes, parcel lockers and post office boxes around Queensland. 13 shipments were received from overseas, linked to 4 properties on the Sunshine Coast. Police and Border Force searched the properties and charged 4 people with drug importation and trafficking offences. Border Force says the 6-month operation was supported by Sport Integrity Australia.
The US Defence Secretary says renaming the Department of Defence is about restoring the warrior ethos. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order changing the name from the Department of Defence to the Department of War. Mr Trump's move represents his latest effort to rebrand the US military. Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth says the department will fight decisively, but not in endless conflicts.
We changed the name after World War II from the Department of War to the Department of Defense in 1947. We haven't won a major war since, and that's not to disparage our warfighters, whether it's the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or our generation of Iraq and Afghanistan. That's to recognize that this name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring.
Earthquake survivors in Afghanistan say they're in urgent need of assistance after entire households were buried under rubble, leaving people homeless. The week's first earthquake of magnitude 6 hit on Sunday was one of the country's deadliest and was followed by 2 others, including a magnitude 6.2 earthquake Thursday morning. Authorities say around 2,200 people have died so far. This local farmer, who has been displaced, says people are living in fear of further quakes.
Don't even ask about the fear. If a car passes by here, the children get scared and start crying, and they don't calm down. I carry this one in my arms all day long. Even a slight shake makes them afraid.
UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has refused to comment on corruption in Papua New Guinea in an historic visit to the country. PNG correspondent Marion Farr reports.
It was an uncomfortable end to a 4-day visit. Antonio Guterres departing PNG with words of admiration for the country, but refusing to respond to a newspaper editorial urging him to cut the crap and call out corruption in PNG. It's the first time a sitting Secretary-General of the United Nations has visited the Pacific country. But in a highly critical op-ed, a leading national newspaper told the UN boss to stop paying lip service to PNG politicians, saying corruption is the biggest hindrance to the country's development.
And Hawthorn have survived a GWS Giants fight back to claim their AFL elimination final by 19 points at Sydney Showgrounds. The Hawks were out to a 42-point lead midway through the third quarter before the home side kicked 7 goals in a row. The Giants had the lead early in the last before Sam Butler and Marbior Chol scored late goals to get Hawthorn to victory. They'll play the Crows in a semi-final at the Adelaide Oval next Friday, while the Giants' season is over. And you're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Nocturnal Worlds. This podcast invites you into a world of relaxation and wonder. Search for the Nocturnal Worlds podcast on the ABC Listen app.
September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr. Smith thumps that through cover point away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Saka rumbles in and bowls it down. Bowled it. He's bowled it. First bowl.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Humphrey emerges with it. Oh, all power. Kicks around the body. That is incredible. What a goal. Bursting his way through the pack. 35 to 40 metres out, was able to twist and turn and snap and goal.
Kick towards Tracy. Andrew is there. Big fist from behind. Then became Rover. Couldn't gather. Murphy Reid could. Handball to Erasmus. The young Docker sets his sights on home. And drives through another one for the Purple Army.
Goes again to Weller. Takes a bounce. Runs the 50 out. Heads towards Humphrey. Here he is. Marking just to the left of the goal square. He plays on. He's got his second. Kicks back inside forward 50. They come from everywhere. No mark taken. Butterick at the back. Sockers it through for a goal. Murphy Reid. Boots cross the 50. We're right behind the kick. It is through for a goal. Murphy Reid gives the Dockers back the lead. Kicks inside forward 50. Alex Pearce went. Couldn't mark. Barra sockers it on, gave it to Butterick, back to Farah, hand pass into the goal square, socket through, Fiorini! In their first final, they're playing like experienced campaigners from the throwing out the back. Oh, Humphrey! He's got his third!
Kick inside the forward 50 for Gold Coast. King going back, can't mark, spoiled by Cox. It spills the way of the Suns. Butterick runs in, slams it through. And Gold Coast had 4 in a row.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Not far away from getting the third turn underway. The Gold Coast Suns lead at half-time, 8-9-57 to 5-2-32. Clint Wilden with you here at Perth Stadium as week 1 of the finals is about to wrap up. Who will survive, the Dockers or the Suns? And again, of course, Gold Coast, so impressive in their first ever finals outing. Got a pop quiz for everybody. David Swallow remains in the subs vest, so too Nat Fyfe. He'll be the 112th person to play in a VFL AFL club's first home and away game, and also in their first final. There's a 14-year, 157-day gap between the two matches. It's a new record. Does anyone know who holds the previous one? Blank looks all around. Blank looks. Blank
Repeat the question, please.
David Swallow 112th person, you don't listen to me either, you can join my wife and Peter Bell, to play in a VFL AFL club's first home and away game and also in their first final. The gap for David Swallow, 14 years and 157 days between those two matches. His first game for the club and the club's first game, and him playing in their first final. Do you know who held the record previously?
Had to be someone from GWS.
Nope.
No? Or Alistair Lynch.
The Giants didn't take that long to play finals football.
No.
True. Alistair Lynch.
Which is a team that took a while to play their first final?
It took them about eight years.
Who?
Freo.
Fremantle.
Maybe. Was it you, Belly?
Yes, it was.
It was Peter Bell, 8 years, 157 days.
There you go.
And a career at North Melbourne in between.
That's right. A couple of premierships along the way as well. I love that stat. That's from Sir Swamp Thing, who, of course, comes up with the very best stats. And I do have to thank Steve Allen from our friends at Network 10 who reminded me of it just to have another look at it. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Sir Swamp. Let's have a look at some of the numbers quickly. Mitch Turner.
The clearance battle going the way of the Suns now, 26-23. The Dockers 41 tackles to 28. Inside 50s, 29-26 Fremantle's way. Individually, Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson are up to 18 touches. Jared Witts with 13, 12 for Lockie Weller for the Suns. For the Dockers, Sarong and Brayshaw with 16 apiece. Luke Ryan, 14. Hayden Young with 12. But it's the Suns by 25 points heading into the second half of the elimination final.
Anthony and Lachlan, disappointed GWS fans heading home. Sydney, they're going to jump on the bandwagon of whoever wins tonight. Thanks for getting in touch. Third term about to get underway. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Witts in the ruck, palms it down into the path of Rowell. He spilt it under pressure. Sarong for the Dockers. Managed to get a handball to Hayden Young. High up and under kick. Reid and Noble are under it. Coming out, Powell. He fists it into the path of Erasmus, who gathered it. Was taken high by the ruckman in Witts. Free kick to the Dockers. Erasmus has the ball. Inside the centre square. Goes for a trot. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Frederick in front. Had a big piece. Couldn't mark. Spills to Tracy. Snaps around the body. And the Dockers have the first goal of the second half inside 40 seconds. Tracy with his first. Quick response from Fremantle. Margin back to 19 points.
Probably not the play that Justin Longmuir was drawing up at half-time. The long ball in from Michael Frederick to contest the mark, and Josh Tracy fronted square, but you take the result. Great start for Fremantle. Nice play from Tracy. And great ground ball from Neil Erasmus.
That was
Put
really
his head
good.
over the pill, topped the treatment, won a free kick and got it in deep.
It's really difficult position, isn't it, when you're on that wing and you've got 12 or 14 players running at you and you know you're going to cop one straight at you, but really strong over the football and drew the free kick. I thought he may have missed the hit up of Tracy, but great work by Tracy to get front and centre.
Here's a run of 4 unanswered goals from the Gold Coast Suns. Great start for the term for Fremantle. Jackson rises, wins it down against Whips. Sarong tries to get a kick away, stolen again by Anderson. Gave it off to the fellow son in Rowell. Kicks inside forward 50. Ryan went down, couldn't mark long. Works it on to King. Not sure what King was doing. Didn't have a shot at goal. Tried to put it to the top of the goal square, and waiting there was Warner to take the defensive mark. That was not on my bingo card for things to happen early in this third term. King with a great opportunity to kick an immediate reply. The Dockers threw Warner out towards right half back, and it's marked there by their skipper in Alex Pearce.
He ended up with more time than he thought he was going to get, big Ben King, and he panicked a little bit. Could have kicked a goal. Up the wing goes Pearce, floating across. Taking the intercept mark is Will Powell. One of the West Australians out there for the Suns. It goes laterally to Collins, who goes further back to the defensive side of the centre square to Mac Andrew, who can hit up the short lead to Miller. Tuke Miller has the ball. Right-hand side of the centre square between the logo and the paint. Can kick it high inside the forward 50. Who's going to take the mark? Big fly. Farah knocks it into the path of Anderson. Quick handball to King, to Ben Long. He's so dangerous, Ben Long. And he celebrates. He's got his second goal. Celebrates to the Suns faithful. The Suns answer straight back. 9-9-63 Gold Coast, 6-2-38 Fremantle. 3 minutes played. Third term finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Gold Coast Suns are just letting the Fremantle defenders all compete, and no one's really taking a clear contested mark. And once it hits the deck, as I said at the break, so much pace and change of directions and ability to find somebody in space for the Gold Coast Suns. It's really, all the Fremantle need to do is create a contest there where they're not all getting sucked in.
The Dockers fans realise their team needs a boost. Can the players respond? Bounce in the middle. Witts wins it down for the Suns, but onto it immediately is Brayshaw. Hand pass to the Dockers forward. Noble coming the other way. Hit his chest, couldn't gather. Young on the deck. Stolen away Davies. Got a hand pass beautifully. On in turn to Anderson. Will kick long inside forward 50. Big pack up. No mark taken. Trying to get to it. Farah. Long got there first. Hand pass for the Suns to Humphrey. Wheels around, kicks up in the air this time. The snap didn't go that far. Towards the left forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle. It's off hands. Brennan Cox providing plenty of defensive support for the Dockers. It'll be a throw-in about 15 out from the Suns attacking goal. City end of Perth Stadium in this, the third term, to the right of our broadcast position. And they lead by 25 points. 5 gone in the third.
Witts in front of Jackson, palms it down, straight to Warner of the Dockers, who's tackled immediately by Butterick. Taken to the turf, they'll have another ball up.
They've managed to strip Fremantle at centre clearance in this third quarter twice, which is terrific work from Gold Coast.
Ball tossed up in the air, tapped down, overrunning it was Anderson. Now lays on top of the ball, O'Meara extracts it, kicks it out. Wasn't clear defensive 50. Noble's able to gather for the Suns. Handball to Fiorini. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Jackson floating back. Takes the defensive mark for the Dockers. Has it right in front of his own goal face. Does Luke Jackson. Spins the ball in his hands and now will run his measure and kick it long outside defensive 50. Up to the southern wing. Voss. Good mark in front. Desperately needed one for the Dockers and Voss has it just beyond right half back.
Did well, protected the drop, cradled it into his chest. So from right half back, Voss gets told to move it on. Kicks high and long towards right half forward. Hewland went up with a fist to it, spilled down immediately to the Sun. Underneath it, Powell. He's tackled by Tracy. Ball up the call. Jackson against Witts. Jackson palmed it down. Sarong there at the drop. Quick hand pass to Brayshaw, then to Murphy Reid. Bounces inside forward 50 to Bolton. Not a great hand pass to Frederick. Lost his footing. To be stolen away by the Suns through Fiorini. Hand pass out to Rowett, left half back. Missed it first time. Went back trying to gather. Shoveled a hand pass back into traffic. Ball's going to be locked in here. Underneath it, Davies. Young holds it to him. So to O'Meara. Ball up at right half forward for the Dockers.
It's a handball Shea Bolton has to hit.
Witts won it down. Anderson there. Tried to go to Noble. Stolen away by Brayshaw. Got it on to Jackson from the right forward pockets. And then rushing it through. Andrew was right there. And Mac Andrew went up and slapped it through for a rush behind. A minor score. 9-9-63 the Suns. 6-3-39 the Dockers. 7 gone in the third.
Andrew handballs out into the path of Hewland, who had to gather on the bounce. Then was taken high by Bolton.
The officiating umpire was about 5 metres away, directly in front.
Perfect view of it.
Perfect view of the contest.
Hewland was trying to gather the ball and Bolton just stood there. He got him high. It's fair enough. Interesting that there was confusion between the umpires. Kick out the wing from Hewland. In front, Ben King. Thought he had his arm chopped. Umpire said play on. Rowell is tackled. Ball up below our commentary position on the logo of the broadcast wing here at Perth Stadium. Chilly night here in the west. Witts and Darcy go at it. It comes the way of the Dockers. Sarong, tumbling ball to half forward. Out past Tracy. Collins just tries to punch it away. It ricochets off Flanders. It comes to Murphy Reid. From 45, he misses. The Dockers needed a response, and Murphy Reid couldn't give it to them. 6-4-40 Fremantle, 9-9-63, 23-point margin. 8 minutes played as the ball's turned over in the middle of the ground.
Trying to get to it, the Dockers. over the top of it is Sarong. Tackled in there by Miller. Ball up in the centre square.
It's not taking their chances at the moment. Fremantle, they're getting a few looks as Rao gets some attention for a potential blood rule. Just haven't been clean enough, Fremantle.
Umpire hurls it up into the air. One down by Witts against Darcy. Ball ping balls around. Young trying to just hack it out of midair. Murphy Reid picked it up. Great hand pass back to Jackson. Kicks the Dockers towards full forward. Travels the pack. Andrew will get there first. Can't pick it up cleanly. Had another go at it. Eventually gathers it. Hand pass to Ewan. Hand pass away from Tracy. Flanders dropped it. Had time to regather. Meshes the kick to Rioli. Three-time premiership player, most experienced son in finals out there, and then finds Miller, who marks it right half back, hard up against the boundary line. Pete sends us a text from sunny Scarborough in the UK. I'm a Magpie fan listening to this exciting game. Go Freo, he says. Building an ensuite currently for my wife. Interesting way to spend the day. Glad we can be helping you get through the job.
Does that mean he's not allowed to use it?
Rowell on this occasion was held up. He is bleeding from the side of the head. Rowell, he just knocked into the umpire. That's one to be looked at. Sarong tackles him to ground.
Anderson is also the one wiping the blood off his face.
Yeah. He actually ran into the back of the umpire a little bit there. He's got to be careful because he's on the edge, Matt Rowell. He's been running into umpires all year, and that one wasn't too bad, but it might be looked at. Rowell extracts it from the stoppage. Blood streaming from his face. Handball to Anderson. Handball to Weller. Over the top. Ainsworth sells the candy. Steps inside on the left foot towards goal. Ainsworth can't quite get it there as Humphrey on the line tried to gather and knocked it through and crashed into the right behind post. 9-10-64 it should be. 6-4-40.
It's a little bit of gamesmanship, but I would be alerting the umpire to the amount of blood that is coming out of blood.
Absolutely. I was saying, how has no one let the umpire know that Matt Rowell has blood all over his face?
And his hands.
How did the umpires not see it? Suns win it back again, and here is Rowell getting it from Miller. Rowell went to Anderson, stabs the kick inside forward 50. Clark diving out, couldn't mark, tapped it in the direction of Ryan, moved it to Pearce, the Dockers captain, to Jackson, spun away from Noble. Well done to Pearce, got in the way to help out. Came to Tracy, worked it forward towards Bolton, slapped it back towards Darcy, tackled by Ewan, ball jarred out, Suns play on, Andrew with it, moved it to Flanders, kicked short towards right half forward, no mark taken. It's in the hands of Ainsworth, out of his grasp from Ryan, across the boundary line for a throw-in. There is Rowell, is he still out there?
He is.
Yep, certainly is, front of the contest with Young there.
There he is, remaining there, and still no one has said you might want to get that looked at. Throw it in. Both rucks really missed it. Comes out to Clark for the Dockers. To Sarong across half back. Moves it to Ryan. He'll kick Fremantle to the southern wing. Waiting underneath it, Powell. And he takes a good mark for the Suns. 9-10-64 the Suns. 6-4-40 the Dockers. 11 gone in the third.
Quick kick by Powell to Miller, who goes into the middle of the ground to Noble. Has a runner in Jeffrey coming past. Under a bit of pressure. Kicks a high ball inside the forward 50 for the Suns. Big fist from Cox. Free kick going the Dockers' way. It's going to Alex Pearce for a push. So Fremantle trying to regain a little bit of control on this contest. Down by 24 points as Pearce goes wide to Cox at right half back. The crowd getting restless. Cox up the southern wing. Jackson floating across, takes a strong mark. Wants to move it quickly. Handball across to Sarong. Handball over the top to O'Driscoll. Back into Jackson. Back to Sarong on the southern wing. Kicks it inside the forward 50 in front.
Down the ground, I reckon, is it?
He was hit late. Caleb Sarong was whacked late, and it'll go to Patrick Voss. And there's the cheer, probably for the free kick and for Patrick Voss.
Well, it all started just there because Jackson was willing to handball to somebody. We don't have it in front of us, but there would be such a minute number of handball receives on behalf of Fremantle tonight.
There was nothing in that against Ethan Reid. He was standing still. Sarong kicked it, ran into him. There wasn't a lot in that. A bit stiff there, the Suns. Patrick Voss has 2 goals already. Can he light the fire of the Dockers? That is not a great kick. Way right, out on the full. and probably a bit of justice. I'm not sure it deserved a down the field free kick, and there's no score. Margin remains at 24 points the way of the Suns.
So Powell, that's a massive kick from left full-back, well beyond left half-back, offhand, spill down towards O'Driscoll, was able to work it on in the direction of Murphy Reid. He's taken over the boundary line by Noble, and there's been a bit set here as well. Sarong goes in to lend a hand to his young teammate.
Matt Fyfe heading downstairs to begin warming up. Hopefully he can warm up a bit quicker than what he did last time.
Or indeed actually get on the park, as we saw through one of the halftime interchange where he got hurt. Gone down by Witts. Went to Brayshaw, tackled, hand pass went awry. Davies gave it to Miller. Now Jeffrey beyond defensive 50, wobbles a kick towards centre wing. Trying to get out to it and soccering it forward Banfield. Didn't quite work like he was hoping for. In the way Powell moved it for the Suns forward. On into De Flanders, then to Andrew at right half back. Long kick towards Ethan Reid, who marks at right half forward. Puts it towards the junction of the 50 and the boundary line at right half forward. Long was in pursuit, couldn't mark. It's over for a boundary throw-in. 9-10-64 the Suns. 6-4-40 the Dockers. 14 gone in the third term. Earlier today, Hawthorn ended GWS's season, a 19-point win for the Hawks in the elimination final at Giants Stadium.
Ball tossed back in, over the back, Miller for the Suns, trying to tap it to a teammate. Witts just bounced it to himself, and then a handball to Flanders. Now to Rowell, to Noble. Noble's kick inside the forward 50, looking for Long, strong mark on the lead. Takes the mark, and if he wants, will have the set shot from a very tight angle in the right forward pocket, right in front of the Suns fans. He'll kick from 45 metres out.
Terrific skill from Jared Witts, wasn't it? Ball control, dexterity, and Ben Long presented and had the better of, I think it was opposed to Luke Ryan. Mark, yeah.
He's played in one final for St Kilda. They won it and he missed the next game. This is Ben Long's second final. He has 2 goals. He's had a wonderful year. This kick is across the face. Big back flies off hands. Out of bounds. It'll be tossed in. 5 metres around from the left behind post in the Gold Coast Suns forward 50. They still have that 24-point lead. 15 and a half minutes gone in the third.
Jared Witts off the ground now, so perhaps this presents as an opportunity for Fremantle.
Throw it in. Ethan Reid got there, got a fingertip to it, but was Darcy who was able to work it away for the Dockers. To Dudley beyond defensive 50 through Brayshaw to Hackett forward. Andrew got in the way. To Rioli, to Miller by hand. Suns on the attack. Kick up in the air by Jeffrey inside forward 50. King stood in front of Cox and takes the mark. 35 from goal. 45-degree angle to the right.
Just a wave, wasn't it, of orange and yellow coming through the centre of the ground. Really hard to stop, and it feels like Fremantle are just guarding a little bit too much grass around the contest. Beautiful mark. Took care of Coxon and beautifully timed check. Get him offside. Off balance.
Ben King without a goal tonight. He's on his way in. It's out to the right-hand side and it misses. So still looking for a major to continue that run of what is currently 28 consecutive games with a goal. A minor score, 9-11-65 the Suns, 6-4-40 the Dockers, 17 gone in the third. You've sent us a text. We'll try and get through a few more at three-quarter time on 0437 774 774.
Long click out by Clark. Beyond left half back, the mark taken by Sean Darcy. There's a restless crowd here, the Purple fans. The Suns are enjoying it. Darcy kicks up the wing. Hewlin, too good, punches it away from Bolton. Banfield was strong for the Dockers. Won the ball, handballed to O'Driscoll. Chiseling kick up the broadcast wing, found Brayshaw. He ran into Rowell, managed to get a kick away around the body into the path of Murphy Reid, who marks. Dangerous switch in the middle of the ground, over the head of Sarong, straight to Farah. And now they stream forward the Suns, but he just takes his time. It's the young man from Halls Creek. Eventually he points long. Says he'll send it in that direction. Kicks up towards half forward. In the pack is King. Banfield has the fist for the Dockers. Goes out towards the boundary. Ryan cleverly walks it over. And there'll be a boundary throw in just outside the paint of 50 at right half forward. Not many mistakes this year from Murphy Reid. That might be the first one.
That was a bad one.
Yep.
Worryingly for Fremantle, 20 scoring shots to 10 Gold Coast way. And I just wonder whether Fremantle have the dare to actually try some bolder ball movements, some handball chains, bit of overlap. At the moment, it's all pretty plain.
Here's Erasmus on the deck, handing it off to Sarong. Got it back again to Darcy. Kicked the Dockers inside, forward 50. Wanted Dudley, couldn't mark it. Here's Murphy Reid again. Went to ground. Has a second go, trying to shovel it out the back. In the way, though, was Miller for the Suns. Handed it to Jeffrey, kicked into the right forward pocket. It's ricocheting away and over the boundary line for a throw-in. Murphy Reid, by the way, for whatever it is worth, which is probably not much, has changed his boots, or did change his boots at half-time. He's gone from the bright pink now to the bright white.
I did notice that, and he did it in the second quarter. I don't know why.
They don't work.
Didn't like the pink ones earlier.
Oh, I like the pink ones.
Thrown in again. It's not like Gold Coast are wearing the pink tonight either. Darcy got it down. Here's O'Driscoll. Getting it up off the deck, throwing it on the boot, kicking beyond defensive 50. Andrew with the spoil, trying to work it out to the side to Weller, former Docker himself. Tackled to ground by Sarong. 9-11-65 the Suns. 6-4-40 the Dockers. 19 gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and as always, the ABC Listen app.
A restart. Ball goes out of bounds. I'll toss it in.
Exactly right, Billy. It's almost that inflection point now where they've got to make that
try
call.
some things. The hack kick out of there, or the long down the line from Sean Darcy when he's got runners streaming past. Just try some things, be a bit bolder, get some overlap going.
They have been the AFL's comeback kings this year. They've come from behind a number of times to win, and against some good opposition too. They did it against the Pies at the MCG.
The margin's only 25.
Would like another couple of goals in this third term. No one contests the ruck beyond half back from the Suns, so Darcy takes it out for the Dockers, kicks it forward. Big fist comes on the commentary wing. Sarong was clean, got it to Frederick, didn't see Miller, wraps him up, dispossessed. The Suns have it back. Anderson taps it towards Noble, back to Anderson. Here goes the Suns skipper, sets his sights on home. It's touched on the line. Oh, that would have been a big blow. Luke Ryan stretched and stretched. He got a fingertip to it.
Great work from Ryan. Michael Fredericks had a dirty night so far. He had no idea that he was under pressure and got absolutely crumpled.
Margin now 26 points. The kick out comes wide, goes off hands. Out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. 9-12-66 the Suns. 6-4-40 the Dockers.
G'day guys, on the way home to Canberra after seeing the Giants go down to the Hawks, we've got a Gold Coast fan driving us home and a Freo fan in the passenger seat. That would be tense. Enjoying the call. Let us know who you are, of course, and thanks for sending us a text. There's the ball in play on the commentary wing and picked up here by Rao. Got a hand pass out the side under pressure to Miller. Works it by hand again to Weller. Now to Witts. Back again towards Rao, who'll kick inside forward 50. Ball hits the deck again. Trying to gather it Rao a second time. He's followed it up all the way to the top of the 50. Clark emerges with it for the Dockers. Hand pass to Chapman. Wrapped up. That's a ripping tackle. Farah came in from the side and got him. No prior. Ball up the call. Right half forward for the Suns, who lead by 26 points. Closing stages third term. Hacked out of trouble here from the Dockers by Brayshaw towards the wing. On the logo, gathered there by Tracy. Immediately kicks towards left half forward. Bouncing ball should favour Collins. He gathers for the Suns. Throws it on the boot. Bounces into the chest of O'Meara. Couldn't take it. Erasmus could. Picks it up for Fremantle. Steps aside away from Rao. And a perfect kick finds Brayshaw at centre half forward. Wanting it over the top is Frederick. Brayshaw runs and finds Dudley, who is unmarked. And Andrew puts his arms out to say, how has this been allowed to happen? I mean, I know you can miss blokes that are 168 centimetres occasionally when it's busy in defence, but there was no one near Dudley.
Well, every Gold Coast player had started making their way down to the goal line and dropped off him far too early. Popped up like a sprinkler.
First final for Isaiah Dudley in his first season. And he kicks the goal. And Dudley does right by by the Dockers fans. Cutting the margin to 20 points. Isaiah Dudley, one of the inclusions this week after the injury. Switkowski sees the Dockers 7th on the board at the 23-minute mark of the third term. Fremantle 7-4-46. The Suns 9-12-66. A 20-point lead to Gold Coast. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well done, Neil Erasmus. He used the ball really well. He's had a pretty good night, I think, Erasmus. Besides collapsing into a few contests on occasion, but he managed to brace through a couple of tackles and the inboard kick to Brayshaw, who found Dudley inside 50.
It wouldn't feel that way, but the Dockers are up in the clearances by 3.
Is it the spark they needed?
Ball in the middle. O'Driscoll's in the guts of the Dockers. Tackle, taken to ground, not coming out. Humphrey got him.
I like this. It's just a change. Throw a different person in there.
All tossed up again. Witts and Jackson both got a hand to it. Jackson brought it down, though. Off to Clark. His kick smothered. Fell to Young. He fumbled in the centre circle. Tries to tap it out to O'Driscoll. Off the deck went Anderson. It spills now to the Dockers. Brayshaw breaks the tackle. Tumbles a kick inside the 450. No mark taken. Tumbling ball on the deck. Rioli gets there first. Handball into the path of Powell. He keeps the ball in play. Allows Bolton to gather it just beyond left half forward. Runs into trouble. Gets a handball away. Rioli stops play. The non-officiating umpire from 70 metres away just called that free kick when 2 umpires next to it didn't. Interesting call. Free kick to the Gold Coast Suns at right half back. Goes up to the wing, does Jeffrey. All over the back, Farah. Nice handball into the path of Butterick. Chips forward looking for Miller. It bounces in bounce, stays in play. Clark's able to gather with the Dockers. Give it to Chapman. And O'Driscoll back to Chapman. Long handball in the middle to Brayshaw.
Brayshaw in space. Long kick in towards Dudley. And he marks again, 49 out from goal. Reed desperately wants it. He was running into space inside forward 50. About 35 out right in front. That's ignored.
You don't turn your back, particularly when you haven't got the range yourself. You just block off the field of play. Look, hopefully he can go back and make the distance, but I'd be surprised.
He's going to kick it from 50 at least, Dudley. Not sure he's got the carry. Let's find out. He's given it everything he's got. He's given it enough! He's got his second, and he has provided the spark. And my goodness me, Freo has awoken. They're right back in this, the Dockers. And Isaiah Dudley, he's given them the wake-up call they desperately needed. The Suns leaders cut to 14 points. Gold Coast 9-12-66. Fremantle 8-4-52. 26 and a bit gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham.
Oh, I thought that they were done there when Tuke Miller was breaking out towards the boundary. It stayed in bounds. Chapman's ability to take the game on and find that 30 to 40 metre forward handball to Brayshaw in the middle was what broke that completely open. I thought, you're exactly right, Billy, I thought that he turned his back on the game and the play too quickly, but he's been the spark and he's lit it at exactly the right time.
I think he had the distance. Apologies, Isaiah.
Luke Ryan was furious. He didn't handball it to him around the back, and then was the first one there to pick him up and celebrate. The Dockers out of the middle again. Erasmus towards Dudley, couldn't take the mark. Well done. Powell did brilliantly for the Suns. Now running through the middle of Perth Stadium. Takes a couple of bounces. Spears it inside 50 and all on his own. You wouldn't think he'd be left like that. He's being dangerous. It's Bailey Humphrey. A man with 3 goals, left by himself in the forward 50.
Not sure how he had that amount of space. Well done, Will Powell. Wasn't it crucial springboard off half back, and I think as opposed to Bailey Banfield, Humphrey just ticked back up at the kicker.
Bailey Humphrey is a man for a moment. He is loving the big stage. From outside 50, sinks the slipper into the ball, but he pulls it away to the left this time. It's a minor score. 9-13-67 Gold Coast, 8-4-52 Fremantle, 28-minute mark coming up in the third term finals footy on ABC Sport.
3-goal to 1/3 quarter, Fremantle's way.
Anderson, by the way, 26 disposals, Rao 24, Sarong and Brayshaw with 24 apiece. leading possession winners on the ground as the Dockers through Chapman bring it beyond defensive 50. 2-on-2 battle on centre wing. Andrew was there. Tracy 2. It's off hands. Over for a boundary throw-in.
Witt's back out there as well just to steady up the midfield after I think Darcy did have some pretty solid impact while he was off on the bench.
Yeah, it's coincided with Witt's being off the ground, hasn't it? Fremantle's ascendancy.
Still neither sub used, Fife or Swallow. The retiring veterans for both the Dockers and the Suns. From the restart, eventually it's picked up here by Young.
Had to give the handball.
He needed to give it to Brayshaw instead. He kicked it straight into Anderson. It ricochets away to Rowell. Kicks the Suns into the right forward pocket. Pearce got there, won it down. Humphrey again with it. Step left, step right. Kick towards the goal square, Warner. Last man back, defensive mark for Freo, and immediately goes on a run. Hands it to the left back pocket to Chapman, back to Warner. Hand pass again to Young. Dangerous kick across half back. It just makes its way to Brayshaw. Drops the mark. Tried to work it on. Farrell looked to work it away. Only found O'Driscoll. Hand pass to Sarong. Surrounded by Suns. Wonderful hand pass. Back to Young. From the centre circles. Inside forward 50. Jackson flew. Couldn't mark. Powell over the top. It's been held in. Umpire will ball it up. Inside forward 50 for the Dockers. 15 points is the lead to the Suns. 29 and a bit gone in the third.
How's the ball movement? They're having a lash. Called for some bolder ball movement and Fremantle have delivered it.
Seconds remaining in the third term. Can the Suns prevent a score? Well done from the restart. Flanders. Long kick to Alex Pearce. There's no time left. His teammates are saying go quickly. He goes short to Sarong. The siren's going to win out here.
Another barrel. Hopefully better than Josh Tracy's.
Caleb Sarong with a man on the mark is Alex Davies, and he stands 60 from home, so Caleb Sarong would have to kick it 65 plus some change to actually clear the line.
Can he channel Malcolm Blight?
Can he kick a barrel that far, Billy?
Everyone can kick a barrel.
I love Caleb Sarong. I think this might be beyond him, but he's going to have a go. We've been wrong before. Caleb Sarong.
Punch it through.
From 70 out, he kicks the barrel. He gets about 50 of the 70 metres and it's offline. No score. Chaotic end to that third term. Still leads belongs to the Suns. 9-13-67 Gold Coast. Fremantle are 8-4-52. What a cracking finish we have coming up at Perth Stadium.
Absolutely we do. The goal kickers look like this for the Suns. 3 to Humphrey, 2 to Butterick, 2 to Long, Ferrini and Davies, the other goal kickers for them. While for Fremantle, Voss has got a couple. Isaiah Dudley kicked back-to-back goals in that term, and singles to Murphy Reid, Jai Amos, Neil Erasmus and Josh Tracy. It was a 4-point lead to the Suns at quarter time, 25 at the half. It is 15 points their lead with 1 quarter to play. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on the ABC Listen app, this is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Vote for your favourites in ABC Radio National's Top 100 Books of the 21st Century.
Need inspiration? We've got a list.
Voting has opened.
Look for Top 100 on the ABC Radio National homepage.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Inside the centre square. Goes for a trot. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Frederick in front. Had a big piece. Couldn't mark. Spills to Tracy. Snaps around the body. And the Dockers have the first goal of the second half inside 40 seconds. Kick it high inside the forward 50. Who's going to take the mark? Big flying. Barra knocks it into the path of Anderson. Quick handball to King. To Ben Long. He's so dangerous, Ben Long. And he celebrates.
Picks it up for Fremantle. Steps aside away from Rowell. And a perfect kick finds Brayshaw at centre-half forward. Wanting it over the top is Frederick. Brayshaw runs and finds Dudley, who is unmarked. First final for Isaiah Dudley in his first season. And he kicks the goal. And Dudley does right by the Dockers fans. Brayshaw in space. Long kick in towards Dudley. And he marks again, 49 out from goal. He's going to kick it from 50 at least, Dudley. Not sure he's got the carry. Let's find out. He's given it everything he's got. He's given it enough. He's got his second, and he has provided the spark. And my goodness me, Freo has awoken.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Clint Wilden with you at Perth Stadium alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Before we hear from our experts, I love this. On the text line, 0437 774 774. Listening to this somewhere over the North Pacific. I'm streaming on my Air Canada flight from Vancouver to Singapore, waiting for Freo to realise they're playing for their lives. I think they might have just done that. Everyone else is asleep. I'm going nuts. Come on, Freo. Thanks for sending us a text. Let us know your name as well. Luke from Halifax in the UK. I'm a Cats fan listening as I walk the dog and push the pram. Love to my old colleagues at Royal Melbourne and the Royal Women's. Hi, guys, says Glenn, who's another Cats fan on holidays, listening in from, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, let's say Bavaria in Germany. G'day, gang. Northbound through Chittering en route to Port Hedland with a load of fuel. Imagine if the Suns win it. It'd be the third Q clash of the year. My wounded boys might pull one off. Have a good call rest of the game. That's Eric from Toujay. And Greg from South Greenland from another place that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce.
That's not real, is it?
No, it is. That actually exists. I Googled it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Greg from what?
That's why I said I'm not going to... I don't know how to pronounce that. Cockatock. Quaartog in South Greenland. It does exist. Look it up. In the sun, but it's a bit colder than it is here. Speaking of the Suns, can they hang on? Will Fremantle come back? Peter Bill, Sherrod Willingham.
Well, anything can happen. I think that those couple of goals to the back end of that quarter from Fremantle have saved it. If they hadn't have been able to pinch those, would have been a really hard task with the way that the Gold Coast are playing. But I feel like JL will say, go out, throw it all at them, take the game on, get some handball receives, and start moving the ball like you did then, and they will be a chance.
And they've started to find corridor a bit more. Remember Erasmus, the kick. You remember Chapman, that long handball. They've been a bit bolder, so they need to continue that. I reckon Nat Fyfe possibly will enter the play as soon as this quarter commences.
I think that him going into those contests could be very, very helpful now.
We'll just keep an eye on that. Cash will be able to let us know, but I reckon Nat Fyfe is not far away at all. And if I had to guess, then maybe it's
Frederick.
Frederick, or perhaps an O'Meara, or even
Dudley.
It could possibly be Dudley.
Could possibly.
No.
Noah Anderson has 26 disposals. Rowell's up to 25. Sarong and Brayshaw. Sarong 26 for the Dockers. Brayshaw 25. The big guns are standing up for both sides. The Dockers ahead by 3 in the clearances, by 10 in the tackles, and by 3 in the inside 50s. But the Suns, they lead by 15 points at three-quarter time in their first final. A Cash voted on the boundary.
Belly's right. Nat Fyfe's getting ready to come on, and from what I can tell, it's Jai Amos who's gone to the back of the bench.
Sound the clarion, fill the fife. Nat Fyfe, he's about to be thrown into the fray. Will it be his last time in Freo colours? David Swallow still waits to be injected into the game. The other veteran who's announced his retirement, he's there for the Suns. Huge roar around Perth Stadium. Final term underway. The Suns lead is 15 points in their first ever final. Darcy palmed it down but went straight to Anderson. A hurried kick, well marked by Miller. It's not paid, has to play on immediately. Got it on to Rao. Kicks the Suns into the left forward pocket. Spoil came from Chapman. Down towards Fiorini, though. Gave it back to Humphrey. Centering ball towards full forward. Off Banfield. Off Barras at the back. Threw it on the boot. Gets it through for the first. In the opening 24 seconds of the final term. Jai Farah, his 9th of the season. They don't come any more valuable than that. And the Suns back to a 21-point lead. 10-13-73 to Fremantle. 8-4-52.
It's very easy sitting where we are, but Bailey Banfield needed to go for the mark or not spoil it over the back. He spoiled it over the back, and
it's been probably 3 or 4 from that tonight.
Yeah, but too many got over the back.
Yeah.
100%. It's a disappointing start.
Does bring a smile to my face. He was 2 years younger than me in my boarding house, Jai Farrell, back in the day. Used to watch him running around with the blonde hair.
Gotta say,
I thought you were younger.
Have you got a player in sort of every team who came through your boarding house? It seems that way.
We do, but Jai Farrell is one of them, and Shout out to the Farah crew. Good people. Ball back in the middle. Sarong for the Dockers. Gets the tumbling ball inside forward 50. Jeffrey went without it for the Suns. Tracy swoops on it for the Dockers. Got it to Young, who couldn't trap it. Spills to Andrew, who was tackled now by Tracy. Ball up.
It works well for Fremantle. Amos off. Jackson can go forward and play the third tall forward role, and then Fife can come in and produce the midfield minutes that Jackson
potentially
usually does.
As he looks to come on all kitted up now.
Yep.
All up 40 metres out from the Dockers attacking goal. The Suns get the clearance. King did well. Rode the contact on the wing. Handball forward to Farah. Got caught. Handballed it straight back to the Dockers. Cox. Fast footwork. Under pressure now. Kicks across the ground to the commentary wing where Erasmus
had to go in the corridor. Hayden Young all by himself.
Had Chapman over the top though. Put it into the path of him. Runs his measure. Kicks inside the forward 50. Jackson the target. The Suns have the numbers. Jeffrey cuts it off and punches it out of bounds.
And there is that call, Belly. It looks like Jackson is spending time a bit deeper inside the Fremantle forward 50.
Terrific roll around defence there from Joel Jeffrey.
Ball to be tossed in. Right forward pocket. About 20 metres around from the Dockers attacking goal. The Suns with the first of this quarter. Their lead out to 21 points. Sean Darcy, Jared Witts in the ruck. Darcy taps it down. Bolton overran it. Rowell, strong. Caught by Brayshaw. Got the handball away. Straight to Erasmus of the Dockers. Back inboard to Young. Now outside attacking 50 to Chapman. He sets it up again. He wants a marking target. Tracy can't take it. Bolton crumbs. Kicks. Goals. Punches the air. Showtime Shea has his first of the night. They brought him here for finals football. And he gets the Dockers back within 15 points. 10-13, 73 the Suns. 9-4, 58 the Dockers. 3 minutes played in the final term. The question has to be asked, have they grown up, the Suns? He demanded it last year, Damien Hardwick. Have they finally learnt the lesson? Jared Wellingham, Peter Bell.
Well, that is absolutely textbook crumbing from Bolton, isn't it? And I asked for a little bit more movement at contest, and that's exactly what he's done there. I know it's right in the forward 50 and it's when you're allowed to do it, but I think that if they employ that kind of thing around the rest of the ground and have some angles and movement at contests, they're going to have some of that same results.
I reckon Damien Hardwick has seen that from Shea Bolton many, many times, but usually it has a yellow sash.
So the number 15 for the Dockers makes it a 15-point margin. Suns still in front. 4 minutes gone. Final term. Finals footy, ABC Sport. Witts palms it down for the Suns. Miller tried to hack it forward. Darcy got him away, though. Not a great hand pass. He wanted to get it to Sarong immediately under pressure. Came out to Davies, wrapped up by Clark. Ball up. Big shout out to our friends listening in from the Australian Scientific Station in Antarctica.
Oh,
hope you're enjoying the coverage. We thought it was cold in Perth the other morning. Here's Brayshaw again to Clark. Short hand pass to Sarong, who was immediately wrapped up by Davies. Again, a ball up. Still right in the middle of the ground. Commentary side of the centre circle. Darcy with the more telling tap. Anderson was out after it. Goes on hands and knees. Tries to emerge with it. Bobbles away. Somehow Darcy tried to flick the kick forward. Cleverly done by Young. Tapped it into the path of his Freo teammate in Brayshaw. Kicked the ball forward. Jackson couldn't mark. Mopped up by Collins to Andrew to Ewan, who got crashed into by Bolton, flying over the top of him. Not sure what Bolton was thinking. Meantime, Rioli goes surging down the outer side of the ground. 2 bounces, not a great kick. Mopped up by Sarong with the turnover. Short hand pass. Young could be in a bit of trouble here. He got taken high. Against Davies, he was lucky, otherwise he would have been in stride.
Oh, what a kick.
Finish it.
Magnificently weighted kick over the top. He's been able to find Ryan. Ryan just shy of the attacking edge of the centre square. Puts Fremantle towards full forward. Jackson crashed into, couldn't mark. Ball out the back. Collins is there. Held it by Voss. Ball up deep in the right forward pocket.
Game opening up. Would have liked to see Luke Ryan just keep going, and that was a poor kick from Andrew Brayshaw. He could have taken grass as well. In the end, it was an in-betweener.
All tossed up, right forward pocket for the Dockers. Anderson ran into trouble. How did he get rid of it? Umpire said illegally. Shea Bolton got him. We've said it all night. He is a finals footballer. He just kicked one a moment ago. This one will be tough from the right forward pocket as Brayshaw comes to the bench below us, and he looks in a bit of trouble with the trainer. Bit of help from Sarong in the tackle, and here he is. The champion himself, the two-time Brownlow medalist, Nat Fyfe, gets a round of applause as he runs on for perhaps the final time. Shea Bolton, ball in hand, tight angle, he can't work it away. The Raw would have continued if he could kick it. It's a minus score. Margins 14 points, 9-5-59 the Dockers, 10-13-73 the Suns, as Fyfe is on the ground for the Dockers. No David Swallow yet.
Suns work it beyond defensive 50. Banfield went up off his hands down to Rowell. He's Ainsworth. Through on the outside of the right boot, but went to Darcy. Dropped the chest mark. King, grateful to receive it, picked it up for the Suns. Kick towards centre half forward. It was a 2-on-1 against Ethan Reid. And Alex Pearce was able to mark. Help coming there from Chapman. He moved it short to Warner. Caresses the kick beyond defensive 50 to right half back, where it's marked by Cox.
Inexplicable you could drop that, really.
No, well, it was really lucky that Pearce took that mark, because Chapman had come in and there was another Gold Coast player sneaking off out the back.
Cox towards right half forward, and that is a fine mark going up. Tracy, pack of about 6 in front position, dragged it in, kicks towards full forward. Boss thought he was being infringed. The ball carries over the back. Marked there by Collins. Ewan was the player on Boss. Collins moves it short for the Suns to Anderson, to Rowell. How often have we said that tonight? Rowell's hand pass was meant for Willer. Poor one. Fyfe, though, got there first. Tapped it down to Sarong. Then to Young, to Frederick. Marking 51 from goal. Looks to play on immediately. Bolton went there. Couldn't take the mark up against Powell. It bounces away from the Docker and over for a boundary throw-in. 35 out from their attacking goal. Dockers kicking to the right of our broadcast position. There's a big cheer here at Cash Fotodar.
Yeah, David Swallow has been subbed into the game. He's on the ground. Just wait to see who moves to the back of the Suns bench.
Game 248, the inaugural Sun, his first final. The ball's tapped in, down to Hewlin for the Suns. Long kick towards the southern wing. Ryan in position 1A for the Dockers was held by Long. Umpire paid the free kick and then paid the advantage or play on to Luke Ryan, who sends it inside 50 for the Dockers. Young flew, couldn't mark. Big fist from behind. Came down to Rowell. Handball to Weller. Now Flanders off of half-back can use Anderson. Nice kick up the southern side to Long. Ball in hand. Long way from home. Thought about going inboard. Wasn't on. Now he's called to kick it long down the line. Towards right half forward. Alex Pearce in front. Can't mark, but can tap it out towards the boundary. They'll reset. Boundary throw-in to come 60 metres around from the Suns' goal. A Cash Fotodar downstairs.
It's Ainsworth who's been subbed out for Gold Coast, a tactical sub.
Biggest crowd the Gold Coast have ever played in front of, 57,507. Enormous crowd here. Quite the 59 that we thought it might be. Still a huge turn-up as the kick goes away towards the outer side. The boot of O'Meara. Powers there. Immediately sends it forward, but Sarong has taken a good mark at left half-back, right up against the boundary. Sarong for the Dockers. This will be disposal number 31 for him. Kicks towards the logo on the southern wing. Witts at the back of the pack, punched it down, it spilled out to O'Meara, worked it to Bolton, now again to O'Meara. He's wrapped up, well tackled, holding the ball. Weller winning it. The Suns elect to play on immediately. They take the advantage to Ethan Reid, to Long, who marks. Right on the boundary at right half forward, 55 from goal. He'll go looking for King. Doesn't quite have the carry. Pearce in front. He took the mark, tracking the ball back. He was alongside Swallow, and Pearce, the captain for the Dockers, has it deep at left full back. The Suns are 10-13-73. The Dockers 9-5-59. 11 gone in the final term.
Here's his kick, long out to the southern side, off hands. Hayden Young kicks it further up towards left half forward. Hewlin and Voss clash off hands, out of bounds.
It's a good result, good contest by Fremantle.
Yeah, Voss did well to get back in that. He anticipated, coming over and trying to get out the back, but as the kick dropped short, he managed to make it back to the contest.
Attacking side of the wing for the Dockers. Ball tossed in, tapped into the path of Sarong. Gathers, kicks inside forward 50. Voss can't take the mark, but he keeps his feet, rows it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony. Patrick Voss takes off his third goal. And the Dockers are coming. Margin back to 8 points. 85-65 Fremantle. 10-13, 73 Gold Coast. This is finals footy. This is ABC Sport. And this is a cracking finish. Jared Wellingham, Peter Bell.
The improvement.
Sarong through the contest. Sarong through the clearance. Got the clearance, but it was at the stoppage and on the move. They just need to employ that movement at stoppages and contest, don't they?
And the improvement in Patrick Voss this year has been remarkable. He kept his feet perfectly against a really good player in Newland and then just accelerated away from him. So it's Fife, Sarong, Brayshaw opposed to Davies, Anderson, Rao, with Witts opposed to Darcy. These centre bounces now are absolutely crucial.
They've trailed at three-quarter time 5 times this year to come back to win the Dockers. Can they do it again? From the restart, the ball goes out the side. O'Driscoll sliding through, couldn't gather. Davies did well for the Suns, got it to Flanders, kicked inside forward 50. Pearce decided to get in front of Reid. And he marks.
He's been big the last 5 minutes or so.
The cheer is for Nat Fife. He's marked the football from the Pearce kick. And the current captain to a former. Fife flares it back to Pearce, who marks it left half back. Moving it on to Warner. Precise foot pass. This is the control that Fremantle do prefer to show. Now Warner will go long towards left half forward. 2-on-2 battle. Carries the pack. Tracy out after it. Andrew got there first. Looked to get a hand pass to Powell. Then to Davies. Powell continued his run. Gathered it. Gave it to Witts. Then to Anderson. Sweeping hand pass to Rioli. Beautifully weighted. Moved it on to Powell. Had to wait. Allowed Clark to tackle. Ball jarred out to Sarong. Moves it to Murphy Reid. Goes in towards Bolton. Couldn't mark. Spoil came. Desperate last effort from Ewan. Moved out of the defensive 50 by Davies. And he's able to work it onto a mark to be taken by Powell. It's still the Suns in front. Out by 8 points. 14 gone in the last.
It is the big names that are lifting to both sides. Anderson's kick up the wing. Pearce, again, another intercept mark. Handball inside to Fife. Dangerous kick across the ground. Has to be strong, Tracy. He is. Marks in the centre square. The crowd is loud. Spears a kick further afield to Brayshaw. Still a kick and a half from home for the Dockers.
Good composure here. Nothing on, clear.
Can draw the player on the mark. Handball to Tracy. Booming kick inside the forward 50 to the top of the square. Jackson can't mark. Was he taken out of it? No. Ball goes towards the line off hands. Through for a minor score. The margin now 7 points. 10-6, 66 the Dockers. 10-13, 73 the Suns. 14.5 travelled in the final term. It's finals footy on ABC Sport.
It's going to be really interesting to see the maturity that the Gold Coast Suns can show here, because they are under the pump. Finals pressure. Been ahead all day, and are they going to be able to hold on?
It is their first final. Only 3 of them have been at this stage before. Noble beyond defensive 50. They try to work it on through Farah. Picked up by Banfield, though, for the Dockers. Now to Clark on the logo. Not a great hand pass. Anderson coming through, met by Chapman. Ball jarred out in the direction of Witts. Gave it back to Weller for the Suns. Kicks Gold Coast towards left half forward. 1-on-1 battle. Ryan! No, not paid the mark. He's been told to move it on. He's tackled to ground. Ball up the core. There was a bit of afters with Long. And then there's a bit more going on here too. Going in to let his thoughts be known was Ethan Reid. Eventually the umpire says, I'll have that back and I'll ball it up left half forward for the Suns. Witts waits. Getting there eventually. Jackson palmed it down only as far as Erasmus. A hurried kick forward to the wing. Noble got there to Andrew. Met by Bolton. Just broke free. Hand pass to Noble again. Moves the Suns onto Rao. Just forward to the wing. Right inside the boundary line. Kicks towards left half forward. Jackson flew in front of the pack. Couldn't mark. Down towards Banfield. Hand pass up in the air. Farah waited for it. Tackled by Jackson. Ball up left half forward for Gold Coast, who are 10-13-73 on the scoreboard. The Dockers 10-6-66. 16 gone in the last.
Ball tapped down over the top by Jackson into the path of Sarong at half back. Tumble kick up the wing. Tracy got a hand on it. Taps it forward. Big contest. Orioli and Tracy. Neither took a backward step. Comes out the Suns' way. Well done. Rioli and Tracy, and they tap up. with a little high five at behind play as the Suns win out to Rao. Mutual respect from the two players. They both look a little worse for wear, Rioli and Tracy. Rioli's got the limp on. The ball's in the hands of Matt Rowell. Kicks inside the forward 50. Pearce can't mark on this occasion. Chapman went to ground. Dropped it. Pearce in there for the Dockers. Taps it out. Butterick. He's tackled. Now Davies for the Suns. Tried to find the handball to Fiorini. Couldn't. The Dockers have it. Fife. Handball to Clark. Snap around the body to the broadcast wing. Young and Rao went at it. Young couldn't mark. Spills though now to Brayshaw. Kicks it into the middle of the ground. Voss has some space. Has runners coming past him. Missed the handball over the head of Warner. Suns coming with the pressure. Warner gathers. Oh, stolen the handball by Swallow. Now he's dispossessed. It's a tumbling ball. It's finals footy. It's pressure. It's at half forward for the Suns. The Dockers extract it. Brayshaw to Young in the middle of Perth Stadium. Has a man at half forward on his own. Frederick marks. Has Tracy inside 50. Chips over the top and marks. Oh, the crowd are all on their feet. Josh Tracy has the chance to bring the margin back to 1 point.
Everyone is out on their feet out there. That passage of play was as finals football as you can see.
It was amazing. Both sides, amazing football.
Mistakes, contest, throwing their bodies in, one after the other.
Second, third, fourth efforts from both sides, and in the end it was Fremantle who got lucky and were good enough to get it to Tracy.
They have been this year's comeback kings, and you just can't keep the Dockers down. Tracy delivers his second goal, and there is not a fan in this stadium who is not on their feet. Grandstand finish coming up. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Fremantle 11-6-72. Gold Coast 10-13-73. 57,500 in the house as the Wharfie time goes up on the screen and the fans cheer.
Well, it had been a dirty night for Michael Frederick, but just
moments.
It shows you, doesn't it? Stay in the game, you might have moments, and they certainly have had moments from Michael Frederick, and he's delivered.
How's the composure from Tracy to be able to go back and slot that with the state of the game where it is right now?
Swallow into the middle for the Suns.
What an epic way to wrap up week one of the finals in 2025. 19 minutes gone in the last, a 1-point ball game. One down by Witts in the middle. Rao had it ripped away from him by Brayshaw. Got it on the 5. Long kick inside forward 50. Bounces in front of Voss. Can't gather. Collins is there. Got the arms free. Short hand pass again. Came out the side. Eventually O'Driscoll got there, but it's taken high.
O'Driscoll. Is it? Or is it?
Well, one umpire's called something.
Yeah, and someone else has called a free kick for O'Driscoll.
So I thought O'Driscoll got taken high here. Instead, it's going to come further back and the Suns to Jeffrey to have it.
Well, that was the first free kick.
Yep.
And then, the play continued even though the free kick had been called and O'Driscoll was infringed against. So right decision in the end.
So Jeffrey goes to the left half-back position to Powell, who marks. There's a long time to go. They can't play keepings off just yet. Only just ticking into time on. King! Enormous grab in a line of 4. He was second in the row and was able to drag it down behind Cox. Ben King on the wing. Sends it inside forward 50. Farah got hands to it. He couldn't mark it either. Spills to the deck. Players piling in. It's a privilege to be here. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are on ABC Sport Finals footy. The Suns by a point over the Dockers. 21 gone in the last. Jackson got it down for Fremantle to O'Meara, who tried to take on Miller but tackled the ground. Ball up inside forward 50 for the Suns.
Nat Fife and David Swallow standing side by side. One of them won't play AFL footy again. From the restart, Flanders tackled, dropped the ball, play on call. The Dockers emerge through Young off half-back. Handball over the top to Murphy Reid. Miller pursues. He's under pressure, kicks inside to Bolton. Can't mark. Davies is there. Murphy Reid continued. Well done. It was Powell. Will Powell was hot on the tail of Shea Bolton.
That kick was actually better than Bolton anticipated for it to be. And then he followed up and got to the front and centre.
Powell was brilliant. He got the spoil in, and then a 2-on-1. He had to get it out of bounds. He did.
It's been a great duel this last quarter between Powell and Bolton. Powell has defended superbly, but Bolton got away for that goal earlier.
5's gone to Ralph, and the restart, it comes away of Jackson. Tumbling ball inside 50. Andrew on the tail of Tracy. Knocked it away from him. Hewland steps inside for the Suns. High ball to the wing. Fife stands underneath. It might be his last stand for the club he loves most. And he takes a big contested mark. He can chip it forward to Brayshaw. There are players gassed all over the field. Brayshaw sends it inside the forward 50. The Dockers need a mark. It's tapped away by Rioli. It's over the line. Scores are level.
Great mark, Nat Fife. Scores level. What a game.
73 apiece. 22 gone in the last. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
There is extra time in the event of a draw. 2 3-minute halves played as required until a result is determined. Scores levelled, 73 points apiece. The ball's at right half forward for the Dockers. It's been held in to Young, who throws it back to the umpire. The local fans find their voice again. Witts won it down to Swallow. Kicks up in the air towards the commentary man, and Alex Pearce, what a final term he has had. Another contested mark.
The hair's come loose. At least, I'm guessing, but at least 4 contested marks in this last quarter.
Enormous for the Fremantle captain. Kicks towards centre half forward, and a good response again from Powell, who has also been terrific. Hand pass to Swallow, opens up in front of him, takes a bounce, kicks towards centre half forward. Humphrey had Chapman right with him, couldn't win the football for the Suns. Chapman went back to Clark, clearing kick towards the outer wing, and Boss marks on his chest for Freo. Scores level.
Corridor.
23 gone in the last.
Oh, he's got a player open in the middle as Hayden Young. He can mark. Run to 60. Kicks to the top of the goal spread. Jackson! Luke Jackson takes the mark. Fremantle have a chance to hit the lead. They haven't been in front since the 18-minute mark. The 26-minute mark of the second term. The Suns have led most of the day.
Unbelievable kick. Jordan Clark had a D50.
Clark
the speed of Voss to mark it as well, and then it opened up. Hayden Young all by himself in the corridor, and that's where Fremantle have been most dangerous.
He came home to the West to help this club in their search for a flag, and Luke Jackson may have just kept their final dreams alive. The Dockers are in front. Jackson goals 12-7-79. Gold Coast 10-13-73. 24 and a half minutes played in the final term. 57,500 at Perth Stadium. Finals footy on ABC Sport. 2 premiership winners right here, Sharrett Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Well, there isn't probably a bigger centre clearance than this one right now for the whole game. So I think that Fremantle probably can't go defensive just as yet. They've got to continue to play out the rest of the quarter, but Gold Coast can afford to now be really offensive, can't they, at the stoppage? It's going to be interesting to see as Clark...
Well, they're going to get a warning here, Fremantle. They've...
666.
Violation, yep.
Still, for the life of me, can't understand why we still give warnings for it.
Because imagine if that was a free kick.
Well... Get it right.
Yeah, they got it wrong. Freo.
Get it right. A cash voted are downstairs.
Josh Tracy's in the defensive 50.
So they've gone, save game.
It'll be Clark who now makes his way into the defensive 50, and Erasmus comes up to the wing.
Witts won it down. It went to Sarong. Witts follows up, tackles Sarong to ground. Sarong, by the way, with 34 disposals. So Fremantle win. That'll make it 12-12 when he's had more than 28 touches or 28 touches plus so far this season.
There's still a lot of footy to be played.
A lot.
To go save game.
Rucks go at it again. Darcy had 2 goes to try to knock it down. It's spilled into the lap of Rioli in the centre circles, and Darcy tackles him.
They'll just want to keep it in close. They've got Tracy behind the ball, Frederick as well.
Darcy palmed it down. Young is able to manufacture a kick, just threw it on the boot, worked it towards centre half forward. Reid, a little touch with a socket, then trying to through ball, looking for Bolton, didn't quite get to him. Power gathers, Bolton follows him up, wraps him up. Great effort. Freo fans on their feet right around this stadium. The noise is incredible. Ball up inside Freo's forward 50.
Andrew making a play here and making his way into the forward 50 as well to equalise that contest.
Witts won it down, came to Davies, got it on to Miller for the Suns. Long kick towards centre half forward. Cox is up, outmarking King on that occasion. Great defensive grab. He has stood tall then, and he'll move it out towards right half back to Ryan.
27 minutes gone, plenty of time left to travel. The Suns have time.
You're right though, Belly. It's too long to save the game and start chipping it around.
Ryan and Tracy share it in the defensive 50. It's back with Ryan at right half back. They lead by a straight kick.
Pick a side and then long down the line and get your defence set up and make sure you keep this ball in close, in tight.
Every result still in play. Up the wing.
Wow.
Big mark by Hewland. Rose to the front on the broadcast wing. Takes the mark for the Suns. Now he can send them back inside the forward 50. Can someone be the saviour? McAndrew takes the mark inside forward 50. He's done it after the siren before. Can he do it before the siren on this occasion?
You wonder, would McAndrew be down there if Josh Tracy wasn't?
28 minutes gone. Down by a goal. McAndrew, the $1 million man, comes in for the Gold Coast Suns. Andrew, kick on goal, scores, level. Gold Coast are not done yet. 11-13-79. Fremantle 12-7-79. 28 minutes gone. Fourth quarter elimination final on ABC Sports. Sharrod Wellingham, Peter Bell.
That is a great finish and great composure by Andrew, but you're exactly right, Belly. I think that the potential for Andrew to be there is only because of Tracy being there. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with them having equalised. But when they won back possession, Tracy had to re-engage inside his forward 50 because Andrew wouldn't have rolled the dice there and stayed forward, would he?
What a mark by Hewland.
That's the one. Great call, Mitch. That could be a match-winning mark from Bodie Hewland.
It's been the most absorbing of contests. Scores level, 79 points apiece. Not a great bounce. Witts tried to palm it down. Young's over the top of it. Players go piling in. Anderson involved. Davies got a hand pass out. The Suns will get it through Rowell. He'll get a kick towards centre half forward. Chapman tried to punch and missed. Ball bounces inside forward 50. Swallow surely held without it. He'll get the free kick. Cox tackled him. He didn't have the ball. And the veteran, David Swallow, the number one draft pick going right back to 2010, announcing his retirement, playing in his first final with the chance to put the Suns in front.
Fresh legs.
He was their co-captain for a couple of seasons, and he's the fairest and best for the Suns. Much loved on the Gold Coast. David Swallow from 50 out. It's through for a goal.
Erasmus saying he touched it.
You wouldn't read about it. You wouldn't believe it. Erasmus has been ignored. They've signalled a goal, but they will look at it upstairs.
They'll review it.
They absolutely will review it.
He got a good piece of it, David Swallow, but Erasmus was adamant that he touched it. So will the technology reinforce that? They will. They will. They'll review everything.
If the scriptwriters handed this over to movie producers, you'd rip it up and throw it away and say, this is ridiculous. No one will believe this. David Swallow into the team. The veteran comes on as the sub. Kicks the goal to put them up by 6 points. 12-13-85 to 12-7-79. The Suns, they will rise in the West.
They are checking it. So Neil Erasmus pleaded immediately when the kick went. He was the man on the mark. He immediately turned to the umpire and said, I have touched that ball.
Well,
first replay I saw, it looked like his hand flicked.
I don't think that they've got enough time to go from one end to the other.
In any event, they don't have the
you'd
time.
almost prefer
It's a better result
to go from the middle, get a quick kick, and potentially take a mark inside your forward 50.
We stare at the umpire in the middle of the ground. His hand to his ear. He is listening for the coverage. Here's the score review.
He touched it.
He touched it.
So it goes all the way down the other end. But that's no good for Freo.
That is not a good result for Fremantle.
Neil Erasmus maybe should have kept his mouth shut because it will be a behind.
Well, he's not going to know there's such little time left in the game.
So Erasmus was the player on the mark. It's flicked it on the way through. The Suns, they lead by a point, and Fremantle are going to have to go coast to coast in the blink of an eye if they're drawing on the America's Cup. Put the Spinnakers up, Freo.
Ryan plays on. Oh, it's a long kick. It's got a lot of height on it. Falls to the deck. Players scramble in. The Dockers win it. It's been 15 years in the making. But the Gold Coast Suns arrive in September in style. And it's David Swallow in his first ever final who kicks the winning score. The Suns are set for a Q Clash final next week against the Lions. And the Dockers will have to wait for their September dreams. The Suns by 1 point.
Game that was. Gold Coast, their first ever September stage, and they prevail over the Dockers in the West by a point. 11-14-80 to 12-7-79. So many heroes, but David Swallow, his career will go on for one more game for the Dockers and Nat Fife. Season 2025 comes to an end for Fife. What a career it was.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on the car. Run, run, run all the way. Hey. We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky, where the team will never say no.
David Swallow was part of the Gold Coast Suns' first ever team. He was part of their first ever win. And in their first ever final, David Swallow has kicked the points that has seen them prevail in the West against the Dockers and set up a Q Clash next week. Another do-or-die game, this time against the Brisbane Lions. Remarkable. Let's have a listen to David Swallow. He is the hero of the moment, speaking with Channel 7.
David Swallow, can you believe what just happened?
Oh, mate. To be honest, I thought I lost us the game about a couple of minutes earlier when I turned it over and they were able to score off the back of it, and then just to have that moment and then it was reversed. I don't know, mate. It's a good, bloody good game.
Fairy tales do happen in sport, mate. This could have been your last game. Instead, you're the one who kicks the point and keeps your season alive, keeps the premiership hopes alive. That is just, that's got to be made up.
Yeah, oh, mate. It's been, to be honest, it's been an extraordinary week. Look, to be honest, the boys played unbelievable tonight, and I just had a small part at the end and got a bit lucky, but it's pretty cool.
What does this club mean to you, mate?
Oh, mate, it's been my whole adult life. Living up on the Gold Coast, trying to make a go of it, and look, I know how hard this group works, and our fans deserve it. Everyone involved deserves it, so it's a good story.
What about Dimmer? Backed you in this week, pulled you into the team, said he's definitely playing, called it midweek. That's got to mean a lot to you.
Yeah, he actually came over to my house on Monday night and sort of told me it was a bit dark. I was putting the kids to bed and it was a bit weird, but it's a pretty special moment, mate.
Congratulations. Go and enjoy it with all your mates. Thanks, mate. Well done. Thanks, Dave.
Well done to David Swallow, speaking to Ryan Daniels downstairs, and he's then gone across and just embraced Nat Fife. Fyfe's AFL career ending tonight. He announced his retirement a couple of weeks ago. The dual Brownlow medalist will not be seen again in Fremantle colours. And then Damien Hardwick also going across to just congratulate Nat Fyfe in what is a sensational career. But what a win for the Gold Coast Suns and their veteran. As someone who said it's been his entire adult life. He was taken up there as a 17-year-old. He's the number one pick in the 2010 draft. He's been a fairest and best winner, a captain for them, and until tonight, he played 247 games without a final. And in his first final, he is the superstar that provides them with the victory. 11-14, 80 to 12-7, 79. A 1-point win. Goodness me. Take us through what you made of that. We wanted a classic. It was built as a beauty, and that's exactly what it delivered. Fremantle on the Gold Coast. Peter Bell, Sharry Willingham on ABC Sport.
It was a classic.
It was awesome.
It's impossible to find words to do the game justice, really. First up, full credit to the Gold Coast.
Incredible performance.
Young team, 3 players who have played finals before, inexperienced, hostile environment. They travel across the breadth of the country to come to Perth, and they get the victory, the first finals victory at their first go at it as a club. Yep. They showed great fortitude. And credit also to Fremantle, who, barring that second quarter, also showed courage to fight their way back from a pretty decent deficit.
Yep.
And in the end, it could have gone either way as we watch both teams line up to acknowledge the unbelievable career of Nat Fyfe, dual Brownlow medalist, rewrote what it is to be an inside collision midfielder. He changed the face of the game in that respect. And so it's great to see both sides honour him in what is a really, really, I suppose, disappointing moment for Fremantle after a year of such promise. But they will want to make sure that they acknowledge and honour their former captain the right way, along with the Gold Coast Suns.
He's been hoisted up onto the shoulders of long-time teammates Alex Pearce and Luke Ryan. 2015 and 2019 Brownlow medalist. He was the captain between 17 and 22. 3-time and All-Australian member, including as captain in 2019, a 3-time best and fairest winner. 248 games, 178 goals. Nat Fyfe. He's up on the podium, the very best that the Fremantle Football Club has produced. Holds the left arm up to thank the fans. Applauds them. It's a standing ovation for Nat Fyfe. Despite the disappointment, very few have left. Fyfe turns again. And for one last time, he'll make his way off Perth Stadium as a Fremantle player. What a career he has. Never able to achieve the ultimate. Made the grand final, of course, in 2013. We'll remember so many incredible moments. His durability, his courage, playing on a broken leg in a final. Sheer desperation and desire to drag Fremantle to victory. The Dockers make their way down into their rooms. The Suns are still out on the ground. There might only be 1,000 or so fans that have made their way across wearing the red, the yellow, the little dash of blue. But those that are here, well, this is a moment that they will never forget. Cash Fotodar, I think, is shouting at us downstairs. Cash, what have you got down there?
Damien Hardwick has walked into the rooms in front of the smattering of Suns fans here, giving it a massive, yeah, come on, and fist pump. And that's why that massive roar you might have heard before the players even got down here.
The players are a long way away from getting down there. So
they're doing the right thing and getting around to the Gold Coast faithful who have made the trip over. That was a lot. That was intense. That was gut-wrenching. Then it got emotional.
So many things to unpack. Look, Tracy has done that role so well for Fremantle and saved games. But when you're opposed to Mac Andrew, are you the one who goes back? If Tracy hadn't have gone back, would Mac Andrew have been thrown forward anyway? Maybe.
Exactly. So I think he did the right thing. And when he chipped out sideways, that's when he should have re-engaged back with the forward line. Andrew would have had to follow him up.
Yep. And then just that moment from Bodie Hewland, because Pat Voss had the better of him tonight. 3 goals to Voss, and I think he was really, really dangerous. But you just stay in the game, and Hewland takes that big contested mark down the line where Gold Coast were the masters over the course of the night in those kinds of contests, gets it forward, and then there's Mac Andrew, who's down there holding Josh Tracy accountable, really. And then for him to have the composure and go back, which we've seen before, slot the goal, and then the fairy tale end where the last kick of the game, or almost the last kick of the game, is David Swallow for a long-range goal that turns out to be touched, which was a blessing from the gods, really, because it meant that Fremantle were out of the centre square and they couldn't go the length of the field in that time. Game over.
So on the clock, they had 9 seconds left, which would have been unlikely from the centre square, but not impossible.
Yeah.
But when you're kicking in, almost no chance in the world.
Yeah, next to zero. I mean, if it had have been an out the front clearance, quick kick onto somebody's chest, far greater chance.
They were gallant, Fremantle, but questions on the analysis of the game may arise around, could they have been that bold and played that way earlier?
Yeah.
Because the second quarter got away from them, but it was only late in that third quarter, wasn't it, where they really started to press again.
You look at the worm of the margin, and it really only does break out at the back end of that second quarter, and the rest of the time it is goal for the whole game. And there were momentum swings, there was intensity swings, and to be honest, I feel like Gold Coast on the whole were probably cleaner around the contest tonight.
I'd agree with that.
And their ability to shrug and shake off tackles was really evident as well. It was quite an even contest, I think, in terms of clearances. Fremantle slight advantage, 8 ahead in terms of the clearances, but it didn't feel that way. It didn't feel like they had a number of clearances where they broke away and took that real advantage, as opposed to, I feel, when Gold Coast were able to go from inside to out, were able to be really effective.
When Jackson kicked the go-ahead goal, I thought Fremantle had this. I really did think that at the time. They'd come from a deficit. We've been here. We've seen Fremantle do this all year.
Mm-hmm.
And that shows the fortitude, I think, of Gold Coast, sprinkled in with a bit of luck as well, which you always need in these tight games. But, wow, what a finish to the game. And they get a Queensland final now against a banged-up bigger brother who they absolutely smashed last time they played.
Yeah.
The AFL's Nepo baby growing up. They have grown up as their coach demanded from them last year. Let's head down in the rooms. The Cash voted as the Suns make their way in. A Cash.
Well, I hope you can hear me because the noise down here is incredible. And probably the happiest man is the man leading them in, the veteran David Swallow. He will play in the AFL for at least one more week. He's coming in, giving a few hugs to the fans here as well. And all the support staff, the assistant coaches, there's jumper grabs, there's hugs, high fives, bum taps, back slaps, you name it. The celebrations are going on. I actually can't get close enough to get the song here because everyone is going around. It is an absolute party atmosphere in here. And boy, I think this song is going to be the loudest Gold Coast Suns song that we might have ever heard. Just waiting to get a few more people into the circle. They get all the players, even the ones who didn't play today, are getting into the circle. Here we go. As you can tell, they enjoyed that one, and why wouldn't they? First final in 15 years, and it's a 1-point win in front of a hostile crowd. We should have a couple of players to join us soon.
Went back and looked at some of the vision of when they won their first game going back in the day, and they were having to hold up the words to the song. don't have to do it anymore. 15 wins in the home and away season, and now their first finals win. So here's how it will pan out for the next week of finals. First semi-final, Adelaide against Hawthorn. Adelaide Oval is Friday night. The winner will play Geelong in the prelim. And then Saturday, the second semi-final, Brisbane up against the Gold Coast Suns. A cute clash final at the Gabba on Saturday night. Winner there will take on Collingwood in a preliminary final. So I've just got 2 bumps from Sharrod as he dives forward to get the lollies that Mitch has left on his desk.
Not for me.
No. Looking after Adrian Sardi, our tech, at the very back of the box. Thanks very much to everyone who sent us a text. If we didn't get to you, I'm sure you'd understand there was not really much of an opportunity in that last little bit. 0437 774 774. If you do want to send us a text, give us your thoughts on what was the most remarkable game of football. A 1-point win to Gold Coast over the Dockers. Just pause and just collect your thoughts. 11-14-80 to 12-7-79. We did think maybe David Swallow had kicked the goal at the end, but the behind was enough for them to get the job done. Terry in Thailand, absolutely enthralling, awesome call. So happy for David Swallow. He's a loyal champion. Thank you, Terry. And to Tim, Claire, Jasmine and Harrison, all renovations stopped as we huddled around the wireless. Great call, guys. Family at the game. We're at Aldinga Beach. Glad you could listen in. Tim, Claire, Jasmine and Harrison. A big shout out to all of you. What a moment at the end from David Swallow. And I'm not exaggerating. It was... I love a sporting movie and I love the ridiculous finishes and I love how the hero can come in and do something miraculous to win the game. And I think we all love Ted Lasso. But honestly, David Swallow comes back into the team. He's been there from the very start, and then he kicks the score that wins them the game.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it?
You'd sit on the couch and go, oh, I love that, but geez, it had never happened. But then it happened. We saw it happen in front of us.
That never happened. They've embellished that story.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? And just spare a thought for how brutal the game is. Brennan Cox comes in to tackle. He doesn't know that the ball's jarred loose, and he knows that everyone would if the tackle's broken and someone gets through and he doesn't pin the arms, all those sorts of things, then he's open for criticism. So he nails what he thinks is a legal tackle. Unbeknownst to him, the ball comes out. Correct decision, holding the man, and Swallow's able to convert. But in the end, we'll try and work out where Gold Coast had the advantage over Fremantle, but it was just so even, as reflected by the scoreboard. I just keep coming back to just that second quarter, really, where they kicked 7-4, Gold Coast, because they were the better team in the first quarter as well, just couldn't convert. They're better of it, but realistically, it could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The fight back in the last quarter from Fremantle is something that they should be really proud of. And I know they probably won't right now, but they should be very proud of that quarter.
Let's head downstairs. Akash Fodadar is in the victorious Suns rooms. Akash.
I am indeed. I've got one of the few players who came into this game with some finals experience, John Noble. John, first year here at the Suns, played an absolute thrilling final. How are you feeling at the moment?
Jeez, where do you start? Just so much relief. We did so many right things throughout that game. Obviously, they went for it in the last quarter as we were expecting, and we probably got caught off guard a little bit. But, mate, to fight and scrap and to refuse to be beaten in that last quarter, and, I mean, you couldn't script that for Spitter, David Swallow, to have that shot. Just unbelievable. And, there's so many staff members, so many players that have been here for so long. To see the reward pay off for them and how emotional it is for those people is incredible. I've been here for a short period of time, but it's an amazing win for our club.
You made a massive decision to leave Collingwood, the biggest club in the land, and you're playing in front of 80,000 or so at the MCG every week, to go up to the Gold Coast, and you're playing often in hostile territory with the majority of the crowd against you. How has that transition been for you?
Oh, seamless, to be honest. It's hard for it not to be when you've got so much support around you, and this club's done an amazing job to not just include me, but my family as well. Dimmer's leading us in such a strong manner, and the journey that we're on, they've had so much growth in 18 months, and to finally feel like all that hard work's paying off it's something that this group should really be proud of, and it's just exciting because there's no ceiling on where we can go.
I know the team upstairs have got some questions, so let's head up. We've got Clint Wheeldon and our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Congrats, John, on the win. It was an amazing game of football. Just explain to us what it felt like out there. Almost 60,000 people, late in that last quarter. The noise sounded deafening from where we were sitting.
Yeah, well, it's certainly one of the most hostile venues in Australia. But we really wanted to feed off their energy. Similar to Adelaide Oval, we learned a lot of lessons against Port a couple of weeks ago, particularly boys that haven't sort of had that pressure and that noise in finals. So, we really felt like we sourced our own energy through goals, little celebrations. It was seriously deafening. They've got so much support up here, obviously, in WA. So there was times where we thought we took the noise out, which was positive, but we always knew that they were going to get around their team. And I think they certainly rode that wave in the last quarter.
And although it wasn't reflected on the scoreboard, but it was really evident that you had a great start. You looked really loose. And even though you couldn't convert because of just some accuracy, it looked like you guys were quite relaxed. I know that's not how you're feeling out there, but just the importance of that good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dimmer touched on that. Coming into this game, it's a lot of pressure goes on to the home team. They've had an unbelievable season, Freo. They've won so many consecutive games. So I guess, we came to this game as underdogs, and with that, there's a bit of a release of pressure. Obviously, it's finals and there's a lot at stake, but we wanted to come in feeling free, releasing that pressure and just playing with freedom. So it's good that it looked like that, because I'm telling you right now, at times it didn't feel like it.
Johnny, Sharad here, mate. Congratulations on the win. The cleanliness of you guys tonight was pretty evident from up here. What was the messaging around taking advantage of getting some clean first hands around the stoppage?
Yeah, well, it starts with our midfield. Noz, Rowley, Humper when he goes through there. They're unbelievable ground ball players. Even Al Davies when he's come in and really taking his game to another level. They're absolute bulls in there, and when they get first touch, it's generally pretty clean. The weather was a little bit on and off today. We've had a couple of wet games this year, so we really went to work on that during the break, coming into the finals, and it was nice that we executed that tonight.
Talk to us about the scenario when Jackson does kick that last goal. What was the call that you guys made or changes that you guys made? What was the voice out there on the ground?
Yeah, well, we wanted to win the game. Pretty simple as that. But we've got some things in our game that we can sort of pull levers at different periods of the game. And
was it to put Andrew forward, or was that a result of Tracy trying to block it up?
Yeah, that's just an unbelievable result that we'll take every day of the week. But look, we train those scenarios through the week, and we put ourselves in those situations. And the boys that aren't playing do an absolutely incredible job at making us better with our training standards. So it was unbelievable that we could execute a few things to get Spitter having a shot, whether it's Spitter, whether it's someone else, it doesn't matter. So, it's amazing that we got the win.
We spoke to Josh Drummond pre-game, and he mentioned accepting the wins when they arrive and lapping it up per se. But is this going to be, we've done it, we're on to the next one, or are you going to enjoy this and soak it up for a couple of days?
Oh, I think you've got to enjoy it.
Absolutely, you do.
Like I said, it's been 15 years, and it's such a long time, and this club's been through so much. So, 100%, we'll rally around each other. We'll enjoy it tonight. We've got a flight back. It always makes that trip easy when you win. So, we'll take 24 hours, 48 hours to enjoy it, but we'll be on to the next shift pretty quickly.
What does it mean, John, and we appreciate you joining us, John Noble from the Gold Coast Suns, to have a Q Clash final? What would that mean for footy in Queensland?
Oh, it's unbelievable. We're trying to grow the game up there as much as we can. Seeing the success of Brisbane over the last few years has really shot that up. And you can see even when we do clinics as well. We've written a lot of wrongs in some of the teams that have had the wood over us for a few years now, and it's nice to see people walk around with Suns merch on. So it's going to be massive for Queensland footy, and for it to be a Q Clash is, it's unbelievable to play in front of our home fans and they don't have to travel as much. So, albeit it's down the highway, but it's in Queensland, so we're happy.
Congratulations on the win. We've all lost our voices up here. Enjoy what will be a tremendous week ahead of that Q Clash final.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
John Noble downstairs. Outstanding from the Gold Coast Suns. because I think I'm like many people here and outside of the Gold Coast Suns players themselves who thought when Fremantle were able to hit the front with that Luke Jackson goal at the 24-minute mark, that the Dockers, 5 times this year they've been able to come back from trailing at three-quarter time. One of the things that they developed this year was the ability to hang on in close games. This was Fremantle's to win. That's an incredible performance by the Gold Coast. And it's a great thing for Queensland footy.
Yeah,
it is to develop.
It's awesome.
And regardless of how deep into the finals Gold Coast go,
it's a victory for the season.
Yeah,
isn't
it is, and they're growing something pretty special up there. And not the time to go into it, but they've got a lot of talent that they are attached to coming through their academy as well. So they're going to get access to even more talent. But let's enjoy, first of all, this game and how far they can go, because they'll go into that game against Brisbane with a lot of confidence. You have to, because of what happened last time.
Big time.
Let's go back downstairs. I love when the Gold Coast Suns are in town. Let's head back to Akash. Akash?
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, they've let us run around the rooms, enjoy soaking up the win and chat to as many players as we can. I've got the spearhead with me, Ben King. Ben, how are you feeling after a 1-point win in the club's first ever final?
Yeah, it's a bit surreal, to be honest. It hasn't really sunk in yet, but yeah, just so proud to be a part of this group. I think it was pretty scary that last 5 minutes, but we stuck to our guns and stayed calm and got it done, so pretty special.
You've been at the club quite a while now, and one of the faces of the club is a high draft pick and the spearhead up forward. What does this mean to the club after all it's been through to not only get into the finals, but actually to win your first final?
Yeah, so much. I mean, you see what it means to guys like Witsy and Dave Swallow who have stuck fat through some really hard times. But, yeah, so much work has gone into this club. So this is what it's all for. This makes it all worth it.
Let's head upstairs. We've got Clint Wheeldon and our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Well, put it into words, Ben. Congratulations. So what did your first final feel like out there?
Yeah, surreal, to be honest. Yeah, it was a hot footy. It was a really contested and high pressure game, which we were expecting. But yeah, it was unreal. The atmosphere, the build up, and then that finish. It was a really special night.
And how did you handle the build up? I know as a footy club, everyone tries to keep routine and stick to the same process. Did you feel different? Did you feel that there was a more nervousness inside yourself or more excitement? Talk to us through that.
I suppose we did keep to our routine, but it was hard to ignore the excitement and stuff. So Dim has been here a lot of times, and he just told us to embrace it and enjoy the build-up as much as he can, because there's been so much hard work to put ourselves in this position.
And what was your reaction when you're involved in, I'm sure you're involved in the play, but you look up and Mac Andrews taking a mark after spending the majority of the game down back?
Yeah, he's done it again, Mac. He's a special player, and I mean, to have a player like that can swing forward late in games and take grabs is a luxury. So, yeah, stoked to play with him.
I'm really keen to know, Ben, what it will mean for the Gold Coast Suns. Just having a chat to John Noble for Queensland Footy, what it means to have a Q Clash. But to have a Q Clash as a final for the Gold Coast Suns, who for so long have been the younger brother, the smaller brother to the Brisbane Lions up in Queensland.
Yeah, it's awesome. I haven't really thought as far as Brizzy, to be honest, but yeah, that's going to be awesome next weekend. And yeah, they're a great side, but we know we're up for it. And yeah, and for Queensland Footy, I think it just shows how far it's come in the last few years.
It is one of the great stories about Gold Coast, the impact that you've been able to have on junior development for the game. And as someone who's been there for a couple of years now, can you put into words what it's meant, how you've seen the game spread, and what you think a finals win for Gold Coast might be able to do for more juniors coming into the code?
Well, yeah, it's already grown so much in the time that I've been on the Gold Coast, and you can feel it in the community. People are watching the footy more, and kids are loving playing footy. So yeah, this will only do wonders for that, and yeah, that's part of why we do what we do.
Just one more from me on the game tonight. I love what Bailey Humphrey brings, and when we've been able to see what he's been able to do. Can you talk us about what it's like playing when he decides to go forward and does the sort of things that he can do?
Yeah, he's a special player, Humper. He's so strong and composed as well. So, yeah, he's great for us in the midfield, but then, yeah, he can go forward and really change the game. So, yeah, he was awesome in that first half and really got it on our terms.
It's a funny thing, football, isn't it? You start your year at this ground with a thumping win over West Coast, and then you come back, your first ever final, and you get a 1-point win over Fremantle to stay alive. You ever scratch your head about what a weird thing football can be?
Yeah, it's a crazy game. I feel so lucky to be a part of it, and and to play, and really grateful to play on a big stage like this. So I had all the emotions in that last 5 minutes, but really special when that siren went.
It was an outstanding game. We really enjoyed watching it. Thanks for having a chat with us.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Ben King, what a performance he's had this year. 69 odd goals, 69-19 or something outrageous.
Hey, guess what happened tonight?
And I didn't want to bring it up with him because I thought it was one of those. Well, you didn't bring it up with him.
I wouldn't want to be spoken about that. If it was
right.
me.
That's why I thought I left it alone.
Yeah, no. But we can talk about it.
So that's his first goalless game in how long?
28 consecutive games with a goal, and tonight he didn't get one. But
you think he really cares right now?
Oh, no. Not in the slightest. Yeah. I just won a final. I couldn't care less about my record. We'll head back to Akash very shortly, but before we do hear a little bit more from Akash, if we can, we'll see. Mitch Turner has been downstairs into the Fremantle rooms where he's caught up with Hayden Young. Mitch.
Thanks, Clint. Down here in the Fremantle rooms with midfielder Hayden Young. Hayden, it's about as devastating as a loss gets. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird at the moment. It's sort of, I feel like we're not prepared to talk to media, but we just have to do it. I don't know. It's just a strange feeling. It's disappointment. I'm proud of the group. Like, we probably let ourselves down a little bit in that second quarter, and then we found a way to fight and get ourselves back in the game. And it's sort of a game of moments, and they had a few good moments late. We didn't. We almost won. We didn't. But I don't know. It's pretty raw at the moment. Reflecting quickly, it was like an amazing experience. The crowd was absolutely amazing. Being in those moments, like it's the first time I've sort of been in that sort of high pressure situation in a final, and I'll be better for it. It hurts at the moment, but I'm just proud of the group.
You've come back so often this year, and you did it again tonight, and you got yourselves in front late in that second half in the game. Did you always feel like you had it in you to fight your way back into that game after a slow start in that second quarter especially?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, we spoke about it a bit at half-time, but we know we're a really good second-half team, and we might have left ourselves with a little bit too much work to do, but I know we certainly had a lot of belief at half-time, and we just knew that we just needed to get a few things going and get the momentum, crowd involved, and that started to happen. And I just feel like we all lifted particularly in that last quarter. Like Alex Pearce was just amazing. He was almost just willing us across the line. I thought our forwards were great all night and made the most of their opportunities in that second half. And we fought hard, and we could quite easily be standing here as winners, and we're not. And it's just a credit to the Suns. Like, they're a quality side, and they just executed that last sort of minute or so, which is good for them, but it sucks for us.
You look battered and bruised. That midfield battle looked like a real physical one. They are a tough midfield. How'd you find that tonight? Because it looked like a ripping contest.
Yeah, no, it was solid. They're quality. They're a quality outfit, particularly as a midfield group, and we knew we were up for a good challenge. And I thought there was definitely some things we could have done better. I thought we tested them out in a few areas, and I thought it was a great battle. And they're the sort of games that, I'm only early in my career. I look forward to playing against them for the next sort of 10 years. So, it's always good playing against good opposition. And, it's still a little bit of disappointment that, there's a few things we didn't quite get right. But, credit to them, they're a good team, and, so are we. So we don't take, I suppose we still have a lot of belief in ourselves. Despite us losing, we're still a really good team.
You went to the save the game mode late in that last quarter, sending Josh back. It's worked out really well for you this year. Did you think you maybe pulled the trigger a little early on that? It allowed Mac Andrew to go forward and become dangerous, and he's done that again. He's done that before.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think they might have sent Mac Andrew regardless. They would have been wanting to win the game. So, he's a good player. He had a good moment there in the end. So that's just the way it is. JT's had some amazing moments this year, and we just weren't able to get it done. I think, Bodie Ewan's mark on the wing is pretty amazing. So things like that, you can't do much about it. You just got to tip your hat to them. It's just a great effort. It's just those small moments in games that make a big difference. And today they just had those moments.
It's really hard to reflect on it immediately post a loss like that in what was a really tight, thrilling game and a heartbreaking one for you. But you say farewell to Nat Fyfe now, a champion of this football club, a champion of West Australian football, Australian rules football. What does he mean to the club? And I guess how you reflect on Nat's time at the football club with this group and with you personally?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a tough one. I suppose I'm not really ready. I suppose when the siren went, you remember that's it, the season's done. But then you sort of remember that Fyfe's done as well, and it's it sucks to be honest because he's been just an amazing role model for me. An amazing leader for our footy club and amazing person for Fremantle in general. So that's another one where it's still pretty raw. I don't really know if I have the words. I don't even know what to say to him. I was just sort of adamant that we would keep going and I wasn't ready for it to end. It's sort of it sucks on both ends. Our season's done and unfortunately we couldn't do it for Fyfe. So I suppose we'll spend a bit of time together over the next few days and just reflect and enjoy each other's company and, talk about some stories. And, but at the moment it sucks because you just want it, we all wanted to just go the distance for him. And particularly, it's just, he's such a great bloke and it sucks.
Last one for you, Hayden Young. Tough loss, 1 point to the Suns. It's going to hurt, but this group's going to dig deep and go again. What's in the future for this group? Still plenty of success for this side, you think? Yeah, no, 100%. Haven't really got to that either. But, we're a pretty good team. We've fallen short today, but, I think our record against the top 8 teams this year has been really good, and we certainly know that on our day, when we get everything right, we can take it up to anyone. And, just today we didn't get it right, but... I'm super excited about what this group can do. For a lot of our players tonight, that was sort of their first finals experience. So, that's going to be great for them. It's great. It's been great for me. That was as much as it hurts to lose, great experience playing finals, and the hunger to get back is just it's definitely there. So, I'm frustrated, but I certainly haven't lost any belief in the group. A disappointing night for the Fremantle Football Club, but there's no shame in losing a final like that. That was a cracking game of footy. Good luck for next year. I'm sure we'll speak to you again soon and enjoy the off-season because you have had a wonderful season as a football club.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Really admire Hayden Young chatting to Mitch Turner downstairs in the Fremantle rooms. It's got to be heartbreaking. Fremantle getting ahead, the 24-minute mark after that Luke Jackson goal, only to have it snatched away from them very late. Those two remarkable efforts from Andrew, and then, of course, what ended up being a touched behind from the boot of David Swallow, giving Gold Coast a 1-point win. But I would think, and you have a look at the age profiles of these lists, you remove the likes, unfortunately for both of them, David Swallow ends up at the end of this season and Nat Fyfe's career has come to an end. But Fremantle and Gold Coast could play in a lot of finals over the next couple of years against each other. There's plenty of talent out there for both of these groups.
Yeah,
certainly.
It's likely, but not a guarantee. So you got to keep doing the work. From a Fremantle perspective, Gold Coast has still got finals to compete in, but that is the probable outcome. Clint, all things being considered, they're a young team, Fremantle. They've made ground this year, and bitterly disappointing to finish this way. And you could hear that in Hayden Young's voice. He hadn't even allowed himself a moment to contemplate if they didn't win this week. Which
is a great mindset to be in going into that game.
That's right. So it was just so raw for him. I haven't had any time to prepare for the questions that you're asking me, and they're great questions from Mitch, but it was absolutely genuine and authentic in saying, I haven't really processed any of what you're asking me about. That'll happen over coming days, and they'll have to review hard, and there'll be that commitment with each other to keep working hard and keep working towards that elusive goal.
Final thought, Chaz?
Definitely can see these guys playing off against each other in the future. Yeah, it is hard to hear a player talk like that, and you kind of think back to when you've experienced that, and it's a really good mindset and space for them to be in, to have not been thinking about anything else other than winning. So that's really good. But it is a really, like you just said, it's really important that they get together and enjoy the season that was, like, they lost one game less than the team that finished in third on the ladder. So they were a really good side for the whole year.
Just one of the interesting things that right now, depending on who comes in and whatever, they lose a fair bit of experience, don't they? With Fife and Walters. Walters didn't play this year much, but they lose those two, get younger again.
Yeah.
Thank you, gents. Great job throughout the year. Demetri Turner, again, thanks. And also Adrian Sardid, Andrew Williamson, outstanding work back in the studio. So here's what's happened today. GWS and Fremantle are both out for 2025. The Hawks with a 19-point win over the Giants. Gold Coast with a 1-point victory over Fremantle. They survive into the semi-finals. The first semi on Friday, Adelaide against Hawthorn in Adelaide. And then Saturday night, it's the Q Clash final. Brisbane up against the Gold Coast at the Gabba. We'll wrap everything up tomorrow. Join us for Sunday AFL, and then wherever you're listening around the nation, the Sunday Footy Forum. Clint Wilden saying bye for now.
Your Footy Fix, live and ad-free with the ABC Listener. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. ABC Sports coverage of the footy on the ABC Listener.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of NRL.
Leading the conversation on the global game. This is World Football on the BBC World Service.
Hello and welcome to this episode. I'm Manny Jasmy. Now, the Marshall Islands. Ever been there? Don't worry, not many have. Do you know where they are? Don't worry, not many do. They're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, more than 3,500 kilometres from northeast Australia in one direction and about the same distance from Hawaii in another. It's 4,000 kilometres to Japan, but relatively speaking,